Chapter 149. Chapter 149 To Become a Drowning Dog. Yeah. Bai Qing didn't even look at Fang Jiming. She smiled and waved at the classmates by the edge of the water. In an instant, Fang Jiming's entire body failed. He felt a pain equivalent to 10,000 arrows piercing his heart. He spent 3 months of hard work developing his muscles to show them off to Bai Qing at this reunion. As a result, Bai Qing had no reaction to it. This was a strong blow to Fang Jiming. He was depressed and wondered whether or not he wanted to show Bai Qing his gluteal muscles, back muscles, and his most private muscle. Maybe it would ca her eye? Suddenly, a bucket of icy, bone-chilling water splashed onto him. It felt as exciting as the ice bucket challenge. Fang Jiming was completely unprepared. He was so shocked that he hopped about and held continuously. "Ah, Qin Feng, are you crazy? Why did you splash me with cold water?" Fang Jiming's lungs were about to explode due to his anger. He saw Qin Feng joyfully dancing about and laughing. "Ha! You fell into the trap, you fell into the trap. Huh, what did you rub on your body? Why is it oily? That's disgusting." Fang Jiming hurriedly glanced at his body and realized the carefully applied olive oil was rinsed away by the water. It ran unevenly through different parts of his body. The true shape of his previously defined muscles was immediately revealed, and turned him from a muscle man to a chicken-breasted man. Ah, look, where did the muscles on Fang Jiming's body go? He clearly had full pecs and a six-pack earlier. Why is it not as prominent now? Wow, look at Bai Qing's boyfriend. So he has some goods. No wonder Bai Qing fell for that loser. From a glance, you can tell he's a macho man. She must be with him because he won her over with his endurance. Since Qin Feng was standing with Bai Qing, everyone previously looked only at Bai Qing and ignored Qin Feng. Now that their gazes fell on Qin Feng's body, they discovered that the muscles on his body were magnificent. His tall, bulging, and firm pectoral muscles surpassed the chests of half of the women at the beach. Even when his arms hung casually beside his thighs, his muscles were still firm and defined. His abdomen was made completely of muscle, and he had a clear 12-pack. His thigh and calf muscles were also extremely strong and taut. Though these muscles were on Qin Feng's body, they were not out of place. He wasn't like Schwarzenegger, who had discordant muscles formed by hormone injections. Qin Feng's muscles were extremely harmonious and formed perfect lines with his figure. Since his muscles were formed through training and exercising, while Fang Jiming's was for show, Fang Jiming's muscles, made through last-minute preparation, could not be compared to Qin Feng's. At this time, Qin Feng was wearing his flying dragon armor. He made it invisible so no one could see it. However, these 300 kilograms weighed on Qin Feng's body, so even while he was standing motionless, all of the muscles on his body were taut and naturally very defined. The people attending the class reunion all looked at Qin Feng. When Qin Feng and Fang Jiming stood side by side, one was large, tall, straight, and well-built, while the other was bent over after getting splashed by water and had a belly with excess fat. This clear comparison turned Fang Jiming into a drowning dog. His previously imposing and energetic manner was shot away beyond the highest clouds. "Qin Feng, wait for me, I'm not done with you." Fang Jiming had no face to continue on. He ran away after saying these angry words in a low voice. Why did he suddenly leave? It's not often that you get to vacation together, so why not have fun with everyone else? What a weirdo. Qin Feng shook his head at Fang Jiming's back with dissatisfaction. Bai Qing's gaze fell on Qin Feng's body. She was uninterested in Fang Jiming's muscles because the sight of Qin Feng's muscles made her immune to all other muscles. "Qin Feng, you're terrible. Thank you for your praise." Qin Feng hugged Bai Qing with a smile, and they arrived at the edge of the beach. After playing at the edge of the water with Bai Qing and her old classmates for a while, Qin Feng got bored. He pulled Bai Qing with him to go wakeboarding. In the past, Qin Feng spent over a month at this mountain resort every summer. He wakeboarded so much that he had mastered the art of it. No, I'm not going. I don't know how to wakeboard. It looks really scary. Bai Qing was frightened just looking at the several people wakeboarding in the deeper part of the ocean. Qin Feng carried Bai Qing like a princess and dragged her to the side of the boat. What are you afraid of? Nothing will happen to you, with me protecting you. Boss, are we going? 2 men sat on the yacht. They wore straw hats that covered most of their faces. They didn't raise their heads, but kept them lowered instead. One of the 2 said in a low voice, "Go!" The boat set off. It went faster and faster. Since Bai Qing was too afraid to wakeboard on her own, Qin Feng shared the board with her. He held the rope tied to the back of the boat with one hand and hugged Bai Qing with the other to prevent her from falling. However, despite all this, Bai Qing could still feel the ocean breeze whistle past her ears and the cold splash of the ocean spray. She was still so frightened that she screamed. She didn't dare open her eyes. At this time, Qin Feng had an extremely evil smile. He insisted on taking Bai Qing wakeboarding for an extremely simple reason. He wanted to stick closely to Bai Qing and feel the suppleness of her body. "Boss, faster!" Qin Feng said with a smile. "Okay." The 2 people in the boat never raised their heads. They sped up again. The boat was like an arrow shooting out of a bow. It was so quick that it was about to fly. Bai Qing, who stood on the wakeboard, felt a tremor pass through her body. This was over 10 times more exciting than a roller coaster. "Qin Feng, I can't do it. I can't do it anymore." Qin Feng didn't have to say anything. At this time, Bai Qing was like an octopus clinging tightly onto his embrace. One of Qin Feng's arms supported Bai Qing by her raised buttocks. "It's all right, it's all right. If you really can't do it, just scream." Right after, Bai Qing screeched continuously like a dolphin into Qin Feng's ear. He couldn't help but wonder if Bai Qing would get into his bed tonight. He thought that it would be great if she were this loud in bed as well. "Big Brother Fire, look at that pretty girl in the bikini." There was a group of wakeboarders not far ahead of Qin Feng. When they saw Qin Feng and Bai Qing join them, someone shouted in shock. There were a total of around 10 of them. 3 of them were wakeboarding, while the others were sitting in boats. At this time, they all looked behind them. When they saw Bai Qing, who was in Qin Feng's arms, their eyes glowed green. Chapter 150. Chapter 150, I'll say it to them anew. Among these people was a middle-aged man with long hair dyed fire-red, a goatee, and a vulgar smile. He was called Elder Brother Fire, and he was the leader of the group. He stroked his goatee and waved Bai Qing with a smile. "What a high-quality beauty! Hurry and get her over here for your elder." 2 people sat beside Brother Fire. They looked at him awkwardly. "Brother Fire, there are a lot of people weighing us on this ocean. Plus, there's a man next to this gal. Getting her over won't be so simple." Brother Fire slapped the 2 atop their heads. He lectured. "It's fucking easier to act in the ocean because that woman wouldn't be able to resist. Even if she cried for help, there'd be no one to help. So what if there's a man? We have over 10 people and we're fucking afraid of one person? Tell Skinny Monkey and the other 2 to mess with that brat and shove him into the ocean to fend for himself. Then get that beauty onto our boat. We'll drive to a place where no one is so we can play however we like." Haha, superb. Brother Fire's plan is too superb. I'll go tell Skinny Monkey and the other 2. We have great luck today. After a period of screaming, Bai Qing slowly got used to wakeboarding. She found that it wasn't as terrifying as she had thought. At least, due to Qin Feng's work, she hadn't yet fallen into the water. Bai Qing mustered the courage to open her eyes. She looked at the wave as tall as a person that arose beside her and the limitless ocean and blue skies that surrounded her. Her fear dissipated in an instant, and she became excited instead. "Qin Feng, this is really exciting. Don't stop. Go faster." Qin Feng immediately nodded. He intentionally squeezed Bai Qing's body a couple of times. Qing, like this? Don't you feel even better? Bai Qing's expression immediately darkened. She glared coldly at Qin Feng. I said riding the waves was really exciting and I wanted the boat to go even faster. Qin Feng, why don't you go die? Hurry and get your grubby paws off me. Qin Feng revealed an apologetic expression when he found that he had misunderstood Bai Qing. Bai Qing was just wondering how young Master Qin could be so straightforward and kind. Suddenly, she felt a strong wave rush over, causing her body to tremble as she almost fell into the water. Qin Feng, hurry and hold me. I'm about to fall off. Bai Qing yelled with shock. Qin Feng looked shyly at Bai Qing. Qing, I can't hug you. Men and women should not have physical contact unless they're man and wife. This would affect your reputation. Bai Qing suddenly had the urge to stab Qin Feng to death. She shouted, Hurry and hug me, I'm really going to fall down. Qin Feng was unhurried. In reality, he was discreetly protecting Bai Qing the whole time. There was no way she could fall. He had a conflicted expression. If I hug you, then I can only hug you so we can find your center of balance. AI, forget it. This is too unfair to you. The speedboat turned at top speed, forming a violent wave. Bai Qing felt like her whole body was going to fly out. She could care less about anything. She grabbed Qin Feng's hand and placed it on her waist. She yelled, Hold me properly, don't let me fall. When Bai Qing saw the evil glint in Qin Feng's eyes, she suddenly understood why he insisted on dragging her to wakeboard. After she was tightly held by Qin Feng again, she was no longer afraid. She began to shout excitedly again, Oh, this is too fun. It's really too fun. Does this beauty want to play something even more fun? These older brothers will play with you. Evil laughter suddenly passed through their ears. They looked over to see that 3 boats surrounded them in a triangle formation. There were 3 men wakeboarding behind the 3 boats. The wakeboard of one of the men that was behind Qin Feng suddenly sped up and rushed towards him. The man held a large wooden stick and looked like he was about to beat Qin Feng to death. So you're having fun holding the beauty, huh? Ha ha ha. Now lend your girl to these big brothers to play with. When we're done, we'll return her to you. Ha ha. Skinny Monkey suddenly appeared behind Qin Feng and struck down at Qin Feng's back. A self-satisfied smile bursted onto his face. He held the expression of someone who had the wind in his grasp and pictured how Qin Feng would look after he was hit into the water and became a drowning dog. But when the wooden stick was about to smash Qin Feng's back, a spray of ocean water suddenly arose. The wave was as tall as 2 people. It made Skinny Monkey unable to open his eyes. He hadn't even seen what had happened when an enormous force hit his abdomen. Then he was like a broken kite and flew headfirst into the ocean. Qin Feng, be careful! Qin Feng already kicked Skinny Monkey into the ocean when Bai Qing's shocked cry resounded. One could see how quick Qin Feng's reaction speed was. The other 2 brats wakeboarding had originally seen Skinny Monkey about to attack Qin Feng's back, so they thought Qin Feng would be beaten into the water for sure and were prepared to see a good show. However, a wave suddenly appeared. The 2 couldn't open their eyes. Even when the wave dispersed and they looked at Qin Feng again, they still were bug-eyed and slack-jawed. They saw that Qin Feng continued to hug the beauty leisurely and contentedly while Skinny Monkey disappeared. His surfboard floated at the surface of the ocean, but he was missing, so it was clear that he fell into the water. Fuck! Why are you guys standing there like dummies? Attack together and kill this brat. After Skinny Monkey fell into the water, swam upwards and floated above the water, he stuck out his head and began to yell. The remaining 2 people reacted this time. Skinny Monkey really had fallen into the water. Though they hadn't seen the situation clearly, they were alarmed and didn't dare to underestimate Qin Feng any longer. Skinny Monkey was tossed into the ocean due to the large waves, but Qin Feng was hugging a woman and surfed through the waves unscathed. The This was a clear indication of his abilities. "Stinking brat, be tactful and let go of this gal. Then jump into the ocean on your own and swim back. Otherwise, their older brothers will teach you a lesson. How dare you misbehave in front of your elder brothers? You must be tired of life." The two stood on wakeboards and rushed towards Chin Feng. They even wanted to use harsh words to scare him away. Chin Feng was clearly unafraid. He waited for the two to come over with an extremely calm expression. However, the Bai Qing in his arms tightened her grip on him. She said with some worry, "Chin Feng, if you leave me alone and run away, then you aren't a man." Chin Feng looked at Bai Qing with a laugh. Then he looked at the two people and said lightly, "I'm sorry, this is my girl. Other people can look, but they can't play with her. If you want to play, then bring out your money." After speaking, Chin Feng felt a pain at his waist. He saw Bai Qing's cold expression and hurriedly explained, "I've seen too many soap operas, so it just slipped out. I didn't mean it. I'll say it to them anew." Chapter 151. Chapter 151. Heart-thumping playing. Chin Feng stood perfectly straight and relaxed. His expression was indifferent like water. He looked at the two of them coldly. "Listen to this young master well. Only I can play with my women. No matter how much money you have, don't even think about playing with her." Bai Qing's mouth tweed. She always felt that no good words ever came out of a scoundrel like Chin Feng. "Ha ha ha! So this person here is a fool." Brother Fire, with a head of fiery red hair, burst into laughter. "Mengzi away, attack together and throw this brat into the ocean to feed the fish. Then get that gal and bring her onto my boat. I'll teach you guys a lesson today. Rather than inferior car shaking or horse shaking, I'll let you guys feel the ocean shaking on the boat." Chin Feng's eyes glinted. He looked at Bai Qing and said honestly, "Ching Ching, shaking the ocean is good, shaking the ocean is good. Do you want to try it out?" After Brother Fire's command, Mengzi and A Wei no longer hesitated. They became fierce, brandished their arms, and rushed towards Chin Feng from both sides with wooden sticks in their hands. Chin Feng didn't want to make the scene any bigger. If these people were tactful and left after Skinny Monkey was kicked into the ocean, then Chin Feng wouldn't have to bother with them. At this time, Chin Feng's gaze gradually became icy. A Wei, who was coming from the left, was a little quicker. He brandished his wooden stick and was about to crash down on Chin Feng's head. Mingzi, who was on the right, followed closely behind and swept at Chin Feng's calves. The two were veterans in fighting, and they often fought together. Their cooperation was flawless. There was one on the right and one on the left. One attacked the top, and the other attacked the bottom. Also, they attacked on the surface of the ocean, so a normal person would have no way to dodge the hits. However, Chin Feng clearly wasn't an ordinary person. When the sticks were about to hit him, he suddenly launched himself into the air while holding Bai Qing. This jump wasn't considered high. The height was around 1 meter. After jumping, Chin Feng turned their bodies into a horizontal position and spun multiple times midair. They had just avoided the hits from the two people. The two wooden sticks hit air at the same time and whistled through it. At this time, Chin Feng landed. He stood on the wakeboard accurately and continued to speed forwards. This scene scared A Wei and Mengzi silly. They froze and forgot to continue attacking Chin Feng. These two were wakeboarding veterans as well, but wakeboarding on through the waves was still not as simple as standing on solid ground. Earlier, Chin Feng's move was something most people couldn't even do on solid ground, let alone on the surface of the ocean. As someone who experienced it personally, Bai Qing was so shocked that she screamed continuously. Though this move had a 5-star difficulty, Chin Feng already held her safely on the wakeboard once again. However, the excitement made it impossible for one's heartbeat to slow down. Her heart was still beating rapidly and felt as though her heart would jump out of her throat. The frightening scene that just passed was still replaying in her mind. The bodies of her and Qin Feng were stuck together tightly. They were suspended midair for a couple of seconds, and then there was an incomparably exciting falling sensation. It was more frightening than the thriller events at the amusement parks. However, this thrilling and exciting move made Bai Qing blush. The two of them were pressed too closely together during this time. She could feel that Qin Feng reacted and moved around restlessly a couple of times. She thought he was impossibly despicable. This crazy and exhilarating scene naturally did not escape the eyes of the people admiring the scenery on the beach. A small portion of the people were weighing other people surfing. When they saw what had just happened, their mouths were open so wide that it could fit a whole duck egg in it. Look everyone, that bikini beauty went wakeboarding, and that muscle man is holding the beauty and doing flips in the air. The crowd on the beach weighing Qin Feng and Bai Qing grew larger and larger. Originally, Bai Qing was the audience's point of interest. When they saw that she went wakeboarding, the men on the beach began to imagine how great it would be if they could become the wakeboard she was stepping on. Damn, this brat has trained before. No wonder he was so cocky. Brother Fire, toss me an empty beer bottle. I'm going to knock him from the wakeboard into the ocean. Wei and Mengzi came to their senses. They experienced Qin Feng's quick and agile movements, so they didn't have the confidence to interact closely with him. At this time, they got 2 bags of empty beer bottles from Brother Fire and prepared to play and shoot into the air. Haha, the time of your death has arrived. I hate people like you who act like pretentious pricks the most. With beer bottle in hand, Wei immediately put on an imposing manner. He looked at Qin Feng with a playful smile, as if Qin Feng was a little lamb that entered the wolf's den for slaughter. After saying his harsh words, Wei took the initiative to toss a bottle. Because the wind was strong on the ocean, the bottle was blown off course after he threw it. Qin Feng just shifted his body slightly and avoided it. Fuck, I don't believe I can't smash you. Though he missed once, Wei was not anxious. This time, he took the direction and strength of the wind into account. The instant the beer bottle was thrown, its path deviated slightly. Then, with a gust of wind shifting its path, it headed straight for Qin Feng's head. Wei used all his strength to toss the bottle. He wanted to hit Qin Feng in the head and smash a hole through it. A flash of iciness passed through Qin Feng's eyes. While holding Bai Qing, he jumped up 3 or 4 meters. They stayed midair for a while. Bai Qing's body was on the bottom, and Qin Feng held her back and waist tightly. The two faced the ocean and formed a lovely scene. Qin Feng held Bai Qing, and she was so afraid that she kept screaming. She instinctively spread her arms into a flying posture. Fuck, a mid-air Titanic pose. The crowd on the beach went crazy screaming. They were shocked silly by the startling scene. A larger wave of screams and cheers swept by. Wei and Mengzi heard this. They originally came to teach Qin Feng a lesson. In the end, this became the brat's performance. There were a good amount of spectators at the beach. This was plainly a slap to their faces, a slap that made their face and ears red and made them grind their teeth. Mengzi, don't just stand there, attack with me. We'll fire together. Don't worry about whether or not you can hit him. Just throw like crazy. I don't believe that we can't hit him when we have all of these bottles. Wei was enraged. He yelled towards Mengzi. Mengzi was also extremely angry. He began to throw bottles at Qin Feng wildly. At this time, the two of them fired bottles rapidly and continuously at Qin Feng. The air was filled with rising and falling empty beer bottles, like fish jumping out of the ocean to take breaths of fresh air before falling back into the water. This wave of attacks was pretty fierce. Qin Feng held Bai Qing and did various startling moves. The two were like a pair of happy birds, performing a lovely dance melody. The sound of the waves recklessly rising and falling accompanied them musically, while the flurry of empty beer bottles in the air became their backup dancers. Her voice was airy and distant as if it came from far away. She also had a beautiful and limber figure. She danced a classy waltz and sang a pleasant dolphin sound. The spectators at the beach had long forgotten how to breathe. Chapter 152. Chapter 152. You're all old. Too handsome, he's too handsome. I also want to be hugged by that man. I want to play too. The heavenly music, the dance steps of the soul. It's too romantic. A waltz on the ocean surface. This is the most unique dance form of the year. Not only did those fans get enchanted by Qin Feng and by Qing, even Wei and Mingzi stopped. They finished throwing all of the empty beer bottles. Of the over 40 that they threw, not one hit Qin Feng. They didn't even touch a hair on his body. He turned them into clowns and made it so that the bottles gave an extra flair to their dance. They wanted to jump into the ocean rather than bear this kind of slap in the face. They felt that it wasn't easy for them to act like pretentious pricks. Bang! A crash was heard. At this time, Qin Feng held by Qing and spun 360 degrees in the air. His toes tapped a falling beer bottle, and the bottle seemed to take on a new life. It sped towards Wei. Boom! In the next second, Wei's forehead was shattered by the beer bottle. A great force caused his body to shoot forth and fall into the ocean. Qin Feng's body still spun midair. After one spin, his other foot fell onto another empty beer bottle. With a whoosh, the bottle whistled over and hit Mingzi's chest. This kick looked like he was making a penalty kick where the ball hit the goalie's stomach. The kick possessed an unblockable strength that sent the goalie flying with it. They shot over 10 meters into the air before falling into the ocean. Qin Feng, when did you become so great? Right from the beginning. Bai Qing hated these bad people that came out of nowhere. When she saw that they were beaten, she excitedly danced for joy like a little girl. I was like this since I was very little, Qin Feng said earnestly and seriously. Bullshit! Bai Qing furrowed her eyebrows and quirked her lips. Qin Feng scrunched his nose and didn't explain. Experts were always lonely. This scene also captured the gazes of the two driving the boat that pulled Qin Feng and Bai Qing. They continued to lower their heads so their faces couldn't be seen. The surprise came and went through their eyes in a flash. Fuck! Since you had the guts to make a move, brothers, crash their boat until it flips and let them fall into the ocean to feed the sharks. When he saw that 3 of his brothers were smacked into the ocean, Brother Fire was so angry that his face became sinister. He fiercely drove his boat towards Qin Feng. The boat was extremely fast. It came closer and closer to Qin Feng and Bai Qing. This time, Bai Qing couldn't get excited. Their opponent was driving a boat over, and based on his crazed expression and the constantly increasing speed of his boat, this red-haired man had really gone insane and was looking to claim her and Qin Feng's lives. Qin Feng's expression abruptly fell serious, and a faint murderous air shot out of his eyes. He used some strength to toss Bai Qing into his boat. Then, with more strength, he boosted himself up 5 meters with his legs. He flipped handsomely and landed stably on Brother Fire's boat. The series of moves were extremely smooth and were completed in the time it takes to spark a fire. Fuck, where is he? Where did the brat go? Brother Fire found that Qin Feng disappeared in the blink of an eye. He thought Qin Feng hid himself. Brat, I don't believe that you can hide in the ocean for your whole life. Brother Fire, the brat is right behind you. Brother Fire didn't see Qin Feng, but the other 2 on the boat saw everything clearly. Qin Feng was like a ghost that disappeared and appeared randomly. They didn't know when he got onto the boat. The 2 stared dumbstruck with their mouths agape. Brother Fire immediately turned. He distractedly turned the boat in a circle on the ocean and then growled angrily, Fuck, who said the brat was behind me? I turned the boat around completely. Why don't I see anyone? The other 2 had the urge to jump into the ocean. Qin Feng's startling move earlier made them fearful. They felt wronged and said, Brother Fire, He's behind you. Right behind you. Brother Fire instantly looked like he was struck by lightning. His body turned rigid. He slowly turned his body and looked behind him to find Qin Feng weighing him with a smile. Though he wore a smile, the smile made Brother Fire's hair stand on end. The smile carried the icy feel of the Grim Reaper. "Be brother, when did you get here? Let's go get a drink." Brother Fire smiled along with him. "I think you should go drink ocean water instead." Qin Feng grabbed Brother Fire's collar and tossed him carelessly. Brother Fire, who was 180 centimeters tall, flew outwards in a beautiful arc. He fell into the ocean with a splash. "Those of you remaining, are you preparing for me to kick you into the ocean, or are you going to jump in yourselves?" After taking care of Brother Fire, Qin Feng looked at the remaining people with an icy and threatening gaze. These people were completely stunned. They wanted to eat their fists to express how they were currently feeling. Previously, when Qin Feng did various natural moves on the wakeboard to act cool, these people knew that he wasn't ordinary. Now, with his soft arrival and just the wave of his hand, he sent Brother Fire flying without a fuss. It was the first time they saw such enormous strength. How could he be considered a person? He was clearly a superhuman. Now that superhuman stood before them and gave them two choices: to have the superhuman kick them into the ocean or jump in themselves. After they came to their senses, they jumped into the ocean on their own without hesitation. They were afraid that if the superhuman kicked them, they'd spit blood and die before falling into the ocean. 9 hooligans, uniformly, jumped into the ocean. The spectacular scene once again aroused cries of alarm from the people on the shore. Qin Feng was moved when he saw these people jump into the ocean so fearlessly and courageously. In order to express respect towards their attitude, Qin Feng drove the boat. As long as he saw someone poke their head out of the water, he rushed over. He played with them like this for a couple of minutes. The hooligans were almost played to death by Qin Feng. Suddenly, Qin Feng realized that his speedboat was nowhere to be seen. Bai Qing was still on it, and there were still 2 men on it. Qin Feng instantly became anxious. He looked around to find that his speedboat was speeding into deeper waters. Bai Qing was standing on the boat and waving towards him in a plea for help. "Fuck, I knew those 2 old dregs were no good. They're already aged, and they still want to have a threesome?" Qin Feng angrily cursed at the 2 men in straw hats while driving the boat and speedily giving chase. "Even if you want to play that way, you have to at least get me in on it." The whole time he was chasing them, Qin Feng's boat drove further and further into the ocean. He turned his head to look at the place he was wakeboarding at previously. Brother Fire and his group of people's boats had already become a small dot. He had already arrived at the more expansive section of the ocean where the water was deeper. "Hey, if you continue going forward, I won't chase you anymore. If I run out of gas to play with a woman, this young master would have to swim back to shore," Qin Feng yelled angrily. After yelling, he really did change directions and drove the boat back. When they saw this scene, the mouths of the 3 on the boat chewed. Bai Qing was so angry that she almost gritted her teeth to bits. The 2 in the straw hats also stood. These 2 wore long black robes on this scorching summer day. The straw hats covered more than half of their faces, so from beginning to end, no one could see what they looked like. One of them suddenly spoke. His voice was light and deep, but despite the crashing waves of the ocean, it passed through to Qin Feng's ear with an incomparable clarity. "Don't leave, little lad. We still have your girlfriend. Do you not want her any more?" The boat Bai Qing was on also turned and stopped. "You 2 are old now, so maybe you don't yet understand the new rules of society. Nowadays, even if you hold hands, hug, and even kiss, you're not necessarily boyfriend and girlfriend. They could be teacher and student or brother and sister. They could also be bosom friends. At most, they could be friends with benefits." Qin Feng also stopped his boat and looked at the 2 of them. "This beauty and I are friends with benefits." Bai Qing's expression instantly froze over. Qin Feng's words were like countless arrows piercing her heart. She suddenly lost it and laughed lightly. Ha, friends with benefits? He's right, him and I are just friends with benefits. Why would he care whether I live or die? Qin Feng, you're a fucking bastard. You're a fucking beast. Bai Qing suddenly went out of control. She squatted on the boat and burst into tears. Qin Feng and the two men in straw hats stared blankly. After a good while, the man in the straw hat couldn't help but ask, "What kind of relationship is friends with benefits?" "It's where you meet to set fireworks at night," Qin Feng responded earnestly after thinking for a while. "It's just setting fireworks at night." Qin Feng nodded. The men in the straw hats furrowed their eyebrows. They thought to themselves, aren't they just talking about setting off fireworks? Why is this woman so agitated? The two were a little over 60, and they usually retreated from society and only concerned themselves with cultivation. Thus, modern things were all gibberish to them. The two men wearing straw hats came back to their senses. They came to capture Qin Feng. Why did they start asking about friends with benefits? "Young lad, this lady is pretty and her body is sexy. Are you certain you want to dump her here?" The expressions of the men in the straw hats became icy again. Qin Feng turned to leave just to test the two to see they had captured Bai Qing because they coveted her beauty or if they wanted to lure him in. Now the situation was clear. I have plenty of women, and each of them are more than 10 times more beautiful than this gal. If you too like this gal, then I'll give her to you. This young master will now take his leave." Qin Feng waved with a smile and turned the boat to leave. The instant he spun around, his expression froze dramatically. His guess was completely right. These two were grade A experts. Qin Feng had merely felt a gust of wind behind him, and the weight on the boat increased a lot. Chapter 153. Chapter 153. I'll give you 100 snow lotus herb plants. "Youngster, where are you going?" The two men in straw hats had already jumped onto Qin Feng's boat. They stood on both sides of him and squeezed his shoulders. "Hee, it seems that I don't know you two good men. What do you want?" Qin Feng turned his body and asked with a smile, "Drive the boat out further and don't try any funny business. Your bit of ability is sorely lacking in front of us two Enyang elders." Per their request, the boat drove further and further out. The two only allowed Qin Feng to stop when they reached a section of the ocean where no other boats could be seen. Qin Feng stopped the boat and saw that he could no longer see the boat Bai Qing was on. When he knew that she escaped danger, he internally let out a sigh of relief. His expression gradually became cold. "Who are you people? Who sent you here to capture me?" Since they were in the middle of the ocean and there were no boats or ships in sight, the men in straw hats were not afraid that Qin Feng could run away. Unless he grew wings and could fly, there was no way he could escape from the palms of these two. "Lad, don't ask too much about things you shouldn't ask about. If you want to live, then hand over the 100-year blood lotus." When he heard why the two had arrived, Qin Feng was slightly startled. Right from the beginning, he knew the 100-year blood lotus was a rare plant. When Su Qiu, you secretly passed it to him on Coiled Snake Mountain. She did it mostly to pull the wool over their eyes, but also to transfer the troubles onto him. This woman looked graceful, cultured, sophisticated, and profound. There was also a quest in the system regarding the Su family. Qin Feng knew Su Qiu you would become his sooner or later, so that was why he willingly assisted her. However, the next time he saw her, he would definitely press her to the ground and take advantage of her a bit as payback. "Snow Lotus, you two kidnapped me in the middle of the ocean because of a meager snow lotus flower?" Qin Feng looked at the two indignantly. "In any case, I'm a young master of a rich family. If you two let me go, I wouldn't just give you 1 snow lotus flower. I'd even give you 100. Brat, you think you can play dumb with us?" One of the men in the straw hat said, That day on Coiled Snake Mountain, that older girl of the Sioux family initiated a hug with you and shoved you a box of 100-year blood lotus. Did you think we didn't see that? What do you mean by older girl of the Sioux family? The question Chin Feng was concerned about differed from that of the other two. The expression of the man in the straw hat sank. He said extremely unwillingly, "The Sioux family has 2 granddaughters. The one you hugged was the older one." "Oh, so that's the case. How does that younger girl look?" Chin Feng looked at the two with an evil smile. The system had a quest to take over the Sioux family's company, so he would take both granddaughters. Chin Feng had seen Su Qiuyu, and he had to take this beauty. However, he had never seen the younger granddaughter, so what if she was ugly? "Very beautiful," the man in the straw hat replied honestly. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he glared coldly at Chin Feng. "Sticking brat, don't intentionally change the subject. Hurry and take out the 100-year blood lotus. Otherwise, I'll kill you with one hit. If she's beautiful, then that's good, that's good." He pretended not to hear the two and revealed a vulgar expression. "Humph, since you don't want to live, the 2 of us Inyang old men will fulfill your wish." Their faces instantly became fierce. An enormous chi flow shot from the thin and shriveled hands holding his shoulders. It had the power to crush Chin Feng's shoulders in that instant. Chin Feng's expression had long become serious. He suddenly disengaged the flying dragon armor. An equally large force shot out of Chin Feng's body and cancelled the power of the 2 in the straw hats. Then he escaped from their grasp. He leapt lightly and flew over their heads. When he landed, he brandished his fists and attacked the backs of the 2 men. Slam, slam. Both fists landed at the same time. A large noise resounded off the backs of the 2 people. Chin Feng didn't hold back when he punched. A full 300 kilograms of power was used. If it fell on an ordinary person, it would instantly send them flying and make their entire body fall apart with an explosion. However, after the 2 fists fell, the 2 in straw hats didn't go flying like he expected. On the contrary, a large chi force flowed from the backs of the 2 men and passed through Chin Feng's fists. He didn't have time to react, and the powerful chi flow passed through his body. Blood sprayed violently out of Chin Feng's mouth, and his body was sent flying. Rumble. These 2 fists fell on the man in the straw hat, but the energy was rerouted and struck Chin Feng's body. He was struck with 300 kilograms of power. Luckily, in this dangerous time, he removed his flying dragon armor once again and used his level 1 inner chi to protect his body. Only through this was he able to preserve his little life. Chin Feng already fell into the ocean. His gaze was filled with shock. These 2 old men were really powerful, and they were internal experts, compared to Liang Zhenwei, who was a stage for inner chi expert, who knew how many times stronger they were. There was no way Chin Feng could fight the 2 before him. "Sticking brat, I'll give you one last chance. If you bring out the 100-year blood lotus like a good boy, we can spare your life." Chin Feng sank into the ocean, yet the 2 of them had penetrating voices that continued to allow Chin Feng to hear them clearly. This was his first time facing such strong opponents. He didn't even have the opportunity to run. Chin Feng needed to keep the 100-year blood lotus to concoct the blood chi pill and save Lin Bei Bei, so there was no way he'd hand it to them. When he was at his wit's end, a strange feeling passed through his heart. The feeling randomly arose from the bottom of his heart. It was an uninterrupted and extremely familiar feeling. It was like the kind of familiar feeling one would get every time they spent time with their parents. This feeling was like a ray of light for Chin Feng, who was in the ocean. It attracted him, and he instinctively swam in that direction. "This brat wants to escape," an old man wearing a straw hat said. "He does have a bit of skill. Let him swim around in the bottom of the ocean for a bit. Wait until his energy is depleted, and we'll go into the ocean and capture him alive," the other old man in the straw hat replied indifferently. The two drove the boat and followed the path Qin Feng swam away in. At this time, Qin Feng was still quite fast because that familiar feeling came closer and closer and felt stronger and stronger. It aroused the hidden potential of his body. Even though he had just gotten hurt, he continued at an explosive and frightening speed. He was like a merman flying through the bottom of the ocean. I'm there, almost there. The feeling was so powerful that Qin Feng's heart almost leapt out of his chest. He looked all around to find where this familiar feeling was coming from, but besides the unknown object blocking his view, there was nothing out of the ordinary. Chapter 154. Chapter 154. Elementary Awaken Mode. Qin Feng was slightly disappointed. His mood was about to fall into the depths of the valley. The enormous unknown object before him suddenly began to move, causing Qin Feng to jump in fright. Its body was enormous, it was incomparably hideous, and its gaze was fierce. It swam quickly towards Qin Feng with bared teeth and brandished claws. When this thing moved, the qi flow of the ocean changed. The areas that he swam by caused a swarm of waves to curl up. The surging waves were imposing and boundless. Qin Feng froze breathless. Since he was underwater, he really couldn't breathe. He wasn't so shocked that he forgot to escape, he was impossibly stunned. As the distance between him and the large creature continued to lessen, Qin Feng was able to clearly see what it looked like. It was a massive sea turtle as large as a yacht, and on the back of the sea turtle was a snake as thick as a person that was currently sticking out its scarlet tongue wantonly. If a normal person were to encounter such a monster in the ocean, they would definitely faint on the spot. However, Qin Feng was currently moved beyond expression. Wasn't this the black turtle that he had just released at the foot of Coiled Snake Mountain? It had only been a couple of days, and this brat had grown this much. Qin Feng couldn't help but pray for the small fish and shrimp that were eaten. Master, Black Turtle has already gone from being an elementary cute pet to an elementary awakened pet. Little Pig's voice rang out. At this time, Qin Feng came to his senses and was about to call Black Turtle, but he realized that he was underwater. Once he opened his mouth, he took a large gulp of ocean water. Goo goo goo. Black Turtle arrived beside Qin Feng. The sea turtle's 4 legs flapped happily, forming mini whirlpools all around. Meanwhile, the many-banded kite moved his body that was as thick as a human and quickly wrapped around Qin Feng to bring him onto the sea turtle's back. It stuck out its scarlet tongue and began to crazily lick Qin Feng's face. Qin Feng felt a disgusting, fishy stench drift over. If it weren't for the fact that he was underwater and couldn't open his mouth, Qin Feng didn't know how many times he would have thrown up. Goo goo goo! Qin Feng was annoyed. He glared at the many-banded kite. He opened his mouth only to make a gurgling noise. Even he didn't understand what he was saying. The many-banded kite happily nodded. He rushed towards the surface of the ocean. The sea turtle's reaction was a bit slower. It only understood and slowly paddled its enormous legs when it felt the many-banded kite tugging it out of the water. Though Black Turtle's movements were slow, with each paddle of its 4 large legs, enormous jolts would pass through the water. That powerful qi flow formed larger and larger whirlpools that turned more and more quickly. Many of the little fish and shrimp were caught in the whirlpool, and even some enormous fish were unable to escape from it. Qin Feng was stunned by this scene. He was sitting on the sea turtle's back and weighed the increasingly turbulent whirlpool around him. He sat in the middle of it, where it was calm and peaceful. In this central area, the ocean water began to disappear, and Qin Feng was able to open his mouth and breathe again. Though he was at the bottom of the ocean, he felt like he was ashore. This strange feeling was like he found himself at a marine park. Everything was mystical, and the fish around him were of various shapes and sizes. He felt that Black Turtle was like the king of the ocean that could run about free and unhindered. Ka-cha! A crisp noise shattered Qin Feng's state of mind. He was just at the bottom of the ocean, thinking about the style of a king, when he felt an unblockable, domineering feeling. He looked over angrily to see that the many-banded kite stuck its head into the whirlpool. It opened its large bloody mouth to swallow the surrounding delicacies. It seemed that these two made such a fuss not because they wanted to help Qin Feng act pretentious, but because they were hungry and wanted to eat something. Qin Feng's face darkened as he lifted his head to look. His expression changed drastically, and his eyes opened impossibly widely. He looked at the bright and beautiful sunlight, the blue sky, and the white clouds. He felt as though he were in a different world. He remembered that he was still underwater, but why did it seem as though he were on shore looking up at the sky? He quickly looked around him and froze with shock. All around him was an enormous whirlpool that seemed to have a separate layer that isolated over 10 meters of space around him. The waves around them were 5 of 6 meters tall. Qin Feng sat in the middle of the wave and felt as though he were in the middle of a fountain. Black Turtle, hurry and go that way. Qin Feng's gaze shifted and saw the boat of the two men in straw hats. They were at the edge of this whirlpool and swayed and teetered as if it could flip at any time. The two wearing straw hats had their eyes glued to Black Turtle with a complicated expression filled with a mixture of shock and bafflement. Without waiting for them to regain their senses, Sea Turtle had already angrily lifted its head to shout. Roar! At this time, Sea Turtle no longer had that sleepy look. It stuck out its head. When it opened its mouth, it was even more dramatic than the many-banded kite's large, bloody mouth. It lifted its head with an unordinary loftiness and gave an earth-shattering roar that brought vicious waves. In this instant, the sea turtle was the true ruler of the ocean. The powerful creatures all around the ocean withdrew in the face of its superior strength. The sea turtle and the many-banded kite joined to form Black Turtle, which had both attack and defense abilities. They formed an aquatic super creature that has outstanding potential. At this time, the originally hidden skill, Tsunami Roar, was released brilliantly by the sea turtle. He was truly able to not get angry, but once he got angry, waves rocketed into the sky. Under the attack of the surge of new waves, the boat of the two in straw hats was like a broken leaf in the vicious wind. It was sucked into the center of the tsunami. The boat headed straight towards the sea turtle. The many-banded kite opened its large mouth and bit at the two in straw hats. These two came back to their senses, but their expressions clearly showed that they were not able to accept this reality. They were stage 6 inner experts. There may have been only a couple people in the entire Yin province that could be their opponents. The Yin-Yang elders were notorious in the martial community. They were sinister and ruthless, and who knew how many experts died at their hands. Even if they met an even stronger opponent, and even considering their many years of experience in combat and their close partnership, they were never at such a loss as they were currently. When the two saw the many-banded kite, which was as thick as a human body, open his large bloody mouth, they didn't know how to fight back. Whoosh, whoosh! When they saw that the many-banded kite wanted to swallow the two in one gulp, they decidedly dived the boat to escape and jumped into the depths of the ocean. In an instant, the many-banded kite suddenly opened its mouth and spat a circle of black, bubbling liquid where the two fell. This was the many-banded kite's battle skill, Venom Bubble. The bubble had a powerful corrosive ability and was extremely poisonous. If even a little fell on one's skin, that piece of skin would instantly dissolve. Monster! Where the hell did his monster come from? The two in straw hats no longer had the steady expressions from before. They expressed terror and shock in succession. Whoosh! 2 drops of venom fell on the face of one of the men wearing a straw hat. A piece of his skin instantly corroded, eerily revealing the white bone beneath it. Whoosh! Another couple drops of venom fell onto the other person's neck. His neck began to corrode, and 2 black pustules formed. It was so painful that the 2 people cried continuously and pitifully. Hurry and release the poisonous rainbow moths. When they saw that more omnipresent venom was about to surround them, one of them screamed. He suddenly opened his black, traditional Chinese robe. A couple hundred moths, as large as palms, flew out. They were completely black and had brightly colored rainbow dots all over their bodies. Once they flew out, the men in the straw hats made a unique whistling sound. The moths seemed to understand the whistling. They joined together to form an oppressive black wall of moths that blocked the backs of the two men. Splatter! The venom all fell onto the bodies of these black moths and burned them with a vicious corrosion. The 5-meter tall moth wall instantly became a wall of fire that burned in the air, releasing a strong stench. Qin Feng almost threw up a couple of times. The wall of fire slowly dissipated, and the horrible stench also drifted away with the wind. The two in the straw hats disappeared off the face of the ocean. Black Turtle, do you know where those two went? Qin Feng asked with furrowed brows. Roar, roar. Black Turtle roared twice. Qin Feng's mouth quirked slightly as he waited for Little Pig's explanation. Master, Black Turtle said, those two are probably at the bottom of the ocean. But Sea Turtle and many-banded Krite release their skills, and they need several days to recover their strength. If you want to sneak into the sea and chase after the men, we may not be able to beat them. Qin Feng's face darkened. In the end, he wasn't able to give up on killing the Yin-Yang elders. They were stage 6 inner Qi experts, which was too far from Qin Feng's current abilities. If Black Turtle hadn't appeared, he would probably be dead by now. There was clearly an important reason to give up on a murder chase. At this time, there was already a fleet of over 10 water patrol ships flying towards them. He had to think of a way to get Black Turtle away. If someone saw this creature that looked like China's ancient mythical black turtle, Qin Feng didn't dare imagine what would happen next. Black Turtle, hurry and leave. Qin Feng already sat back on his boat and waved at Black Turtle. Black Turtle raised its head and roared several times before unwillingly swimming into the deeper parts of the ocean. He was extremely fast. Not long later, he had already become a little black dot. Master, I feel a slight spiritual qi nearby, Little Pig suddenly said after Black Turtle left. Qin Feng instantly regained his energy. Spiritual qi could speed up the internal cultivation process and help with moving to the next stage. Qin Feng was just worrying about improving his abilities, so spiritual qi was extremely important to him. Where? Little Pig excitedly waved its pink feet from the system and pointed at the area to Qin Feng's right. On that side. I already felt it when Master was fighting with those two old men. Chapter 155. Chapter 155. Qin Feng, you wish. Qin Feng looked to his right. Not too far away was a small island with a dense forest. It was called Devil Beast Mountain, and Qin Feng made up the name. Whenever night came about, frightening wild beast sounds came from the forest on the island, so no one dared to play on it. Qin Feng squinted to look at Devil Beast Mountain, and a desire to see it welled in his heart. However, when he saw the water patrol coming towards him, he temporarily rid himself of this desire. He decided to find some time to see it later. A ship stopped beside Qin Feng. 3 men wearing security guard outfits looked at the Qin Feng who lost his 3 souls and 6 senses and asked, "Little brother, are you okay?" "Little brother, wake up. Are you all right?" The security guard in charge came up and shoved Qin Feng. Qin Feng's body trembled and he came back to his senses. He looked at the 3 people before him in terror. His teeth chattered as he said, "I am not dead. I encountered a tsunami. Little brother, you're all right. You're safe now." The security guard looked at Qin Feng with a gentle expression and lightly patted his back. He took Qin Feng in his embrace. "You're still alive. Don't be afraid. We're here so nothing will happen. Don't." The security guard thought Qin Feng was traumatized by the tsunami, so he wanted to take care of him and comfort him. However, Qin Feng pushed him away. Hey, can you not hug me? I'm a man, and one with a normal sexual orientation. I have no interest in you. Qin Feng looked at the group leader of the security guards without a shred of fear on his face. He waved his hand and commanded, "Let's go, we can go back now." The security guards were stunned for a good while before they regained their wits. They got people to get Qin Feng on one of the boats to take him back, while the remaining boats continued to search the area for the whereabouts of the two in the straw hats. When they were monitoring them from the shore with binoculars, they noticed that there were 3 people on Qin Feng's boat. They had not seen Black Turtle, though, because he was blocked by the waves of the tsunami. Once Qin Feng returned onto the beach, a large swarm of fans surrounded him. After they saw his elegant dancing with Bai Qing and his cool moves midair, they waited for Qin Feng to come ashore. Later, there was also a tsunami and Qin Feng disappeared for a while. Now he came back safe and sound, so his place in the hearts of these spectators rose even more. He was a man that experienced a tsunami. He was a superhuman that casually walked out of the tsunami. No, he was a god. Qin Feng was uninterested in the ardent fans chasing after him. He searched the beach for Bai Qing before finding out from her classmates that she had come ashore long ago. They didn't know where she was now. Qin Feng was sure that Bai Qing returned to the presidential suite. After ridding himself of the troublesome fans, he hurried back to the hotel. He took the elevator, especially for getting to the room on the top floor. When he entered the room, he saw Bai Qing sitting on the balcony under the parasol and looking at the scenery outside. She had a distant expression and had not even realized he had come in. "Qing, since you've returned, why didn't you call anyone to save me? That's not nice." Qin Feng casually sat across from Bai Qing. Bai Qing regained her senses. Her gaze was as cold as an ice house. She gave Qin Feng a slight glare before turning back to look at the scenery. "Why would I send someone to save you? When you realized that I had been taken by those 2 weird men, you ran away halfway through chasing them. You willingly left me to those 2 weird men, and you didn't care for me at all. You were able to leave me so emotionlessly. Qin Feng, you're right. We're just friends with benefits." "I'm just a friend with benefits. Why would I get someone to save you?" Qin Feng didn't know what kind of shock Bai Qing suffered, but after he joked that they were friends with benefits, she changed completely and became colder than a mountain of ice. Qin Feng felt extremely wronged because he had merely said they were friends with benefits, but in reality nothing happened between them. Qin Feng was really mad. He looked at Bai Qing severely and said with dissatisfaction, "Bai Qing, how could you be like this? You can't be like this, okay?" The more Qin Feng spoke, the more excitable he became. He stood angrily and yelled fiercely, "Would you dare do it with me on the living room sofa right now? After doing it, if you're still angry about me saying we were friends with benefits, then I'll accept this anger." Bai Qing raised her head slightly and looked at Qin Feng's face. Her gaze was as cold as frost as she continued to look at Qin Feng quietly. After a long wait, she suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Qin Feng, you wish." When he realized that Bai Qing saw through his psychological ploy, he screwed his head awkwardly. "I'm going to take a shower." Qin Feng went for a bath in the spa, while Bai Qing continued to sit on the balcony and stared off towards the ocean. Who knew what she was thinking about? Then her cell phone began to ring. The phone rang for a while before Bai Qing came to her senses. She grabbed her phone to see that Fang Jiming was calling her. "Is something the matter?" Bai Qing still answered the phone and asked calmly, "Bai Qing, where are you now? I don't see you on the beach." Fang Jiming asked with a gentle voice. He already went back, took a shower, and changed into a clean and handsome white shirt. At this time, he sat in the coffee shop enjoying the afternoon tea time. "Oh, I didn't feel so good, so I came back first." "Does your body not feel good?" Fang Jiming put on an expression of concern and asked eagerly, "Where do you not feel good?" You didn't see a cold because of the wind, did you? How about this? I'm drinking coffee at the coffee shop on the 3rd floor of the hotel. Come, drink a cup of hot ginger tea to warm your body. That should help a bit. When Bai Qing heard Fang Zhiming's magnetic and concern-filled voice, she was slightly moved. She thought of Qin Feng and unconsciously compared the two. The emotions within her became increasingly intense. After a length of silence, she said quietly, "Wait for me, I'll head down in a bit." Bai Qing hung up. She glanced at the spa room before returning to her own room and changing into a fresh long gauze dress. Then, she left the presidential suite. Zhu Denyo was stuck in traffic the whole way over, so she had just arrived at the mountain resort. She paid the ride fare and furiously walked out while holding her bag. Even though she saw the endless blue skies and beautiful beach, nothing could improve her depressed mood. She looked around and saw Qin Feng's 28 bicycle. She was stunned for a good while before quickly calming herself down. She immediately pulled out her cell phone and called Qin Feng. "Who is it?" Qin Feng asked irritably. "Young Master Qin, I'm Zhu Denyo. Where are you?" "I'll come find you," Zhu Denyo said with a sickly sweet voice. "I don't know a Zhu Denyo, I've only heard of Angel. I don't have time to hang out with you. I'm hanging up now." Before Qin Feng was able to hang up, Zhu Denyo said anxiously, "Young Master Qin, I was looking for you to talk about Bai Qing." Chapter 156. Chapter 156. The Pure Young Girl 5 Years Ago. Qin Feng's finger hadn't pressed the end call button yet. His voice lowered. "I'm in the presidential suite on the top floor of the resort hotel. Tell the manager in the lobby to bring you up. Remember to give my name." 5 minutes later, the doorbell to Qin Feng's presidential suite rang. The door opened and the gorgeously dressed and made-up Zhu Denyo walked in. When she stood in the presidential suite, Zhu Denyo was stunned. When she was Chao Yang's mistress, she followed him to quite a few high-end places, but they were not even on the same level as Qin Feng's presidential suite. This intensified her desire to take Qin Feng. She would do anything just to be his lover. "I don't like speaking nonsense with strangers, so cut to the chase." Qin Feng had just come out of the spa. He wore a woolen robe and looked calmly at Zhu Denyo. He brought her to sit below the parasol on the balcony. Zhu Denyo cherished this opportunity. She was in no hurry to speak. Instead, she organized her thoughts for her upcoming speech. In reality, after discovering Qin Feng's identity at the royal jeweler's last time, Zhu Denyo dreamed day and night that Qin Feng would fall for her and provide for her. However, with Bai Qing there, how would Qin Feng fall for her? Thus, Zhu Denyo thought of a plan. In high school, she was Bai Qing's dorm mate and their relationship was not bad. After all, the night that the scores were revealed for the college entrance exam, Zhu Denyo failed and was in a bad mood, so she called Bai Qing to go to the bar and spill her heart out. To Bai Qing, that night was the night her life was turned upside down. Zhu Denyo was jealous that Bai Qing was the school beauty and the top scorer in the city for the humanities. She intentionally got Bai Qing drunk. When a man hit on her, Zhu Denyo took the initiative to help that man and successfully delivered Bai Qing onto that man's bed. Zhu Denyo knew she wasn't too much worser than Bai Qing. Bai Qing was not pure a long time ago, yet she was pretending to be some pure goddess. That was all fucking bullshit. "Young Master Qin, I came here this time to tell you something important about Bai Qing. I can assure you that Bai Qing never dared to tell you this, though she looks clean and pure. If you're going to continue talking nonsense, then you can leave," Qin Feng said coldly while casually taking a sip of red wine. "Young Master Qin, Bai Qing is no longer virgin. Before she became your mistress, she was already played by someone else." Zhu Denyo didn't dare add any fluff. She said incomparably quickly, "I saw this with my own eyes, so I can swear to God that the night after the college entrance exam and graduation, she got drunk at a bar and was taken by a man. She's a loose woman, She's not good enough to be young Master Qin's mistress. And you are. Qin Feng's gaze swept unenthusiastically over Zhu Dinyo. She immediately fell quiet. Qin Feng fell quiet. He only wanted to know about Bai Qing to help complete the hedonist sovereign system's quest of dissolving Bai Qing's hatred towards him. He really had no clue when he offended Bai Qing and where this hatred came from. Now that he heard what Zhu Dinyo said, he still couldn't pinpoint it. It was clear that this had nothing to do with him. I think you've misunderstood. Bai Qing isn't my mistress. You can leave now. Qin Feng gave Zhu Dinyo a fierce glare. Zhu Dinyo had come with the mindset that she was sure to succeed and did not know it would end this way. She was deeply dissatisfied. She suddenly pulled out a picture from her phone and extended it towards Qin Feng. Young Master Qin, do you not believe me? Look, this is the picture I took then. Bai Qing and that man are hugging one another closely. Afterwards, they got a room. What I'm saying is the absolute truth. Qin Feng thought Zhu Dinyo was a bit annoying. He was about to toss her phone away, but abruptly stopped halfway. He gaped and had an expression of extreme shock. His eyes bugged out, and he looked like he saw a ghost. He immediately brought the phone to his face and looked closely at the people in the picture. This picture was taken at a bar. There was a man and a woman hugging one another. The woman's face was captured. She was pure and cute. She had an enchanting smile, clean white teeth, and the youth and tenderness of a student. If Zhu Dinyo didn't say that this person was Bai Qing, Qin Feng definitely wouldn't have recognized her at first glance. However, taking a closer look at her features, he realized that this girl really was Bai Qing when she was in high school. Of course, this was not the main issue. The main issue was the man hugging Bai Qing from behind. The male's body was turned to hug Bai Qing, and he also wore a hat. Since the lighting in the bar was dim, his face was just a shadow and could not be seen clearly. However, once Qin Feng saw this person, he wanted to eat his fist. He enlarged the picture again and again and again. The expression on his face was similarly of alarm, and more alarm. There was a sudden and fierce roar that arose in his heart. The man in the picture was Qin Feng from 5 years ago, young Master Qin. Qin Feng threw the cell phone onto the table. He already began to pant violently. He thought hard about that night 5 years ago, and pieces of fragmented memories arose blurrily. A bar filled with restless clamor, bright, flashing strobe lights, a wildly screaming crowd. Suddenly a girl appeared. She was as pure as a blooming lily. She stood clearly out of place in the foul atmosphere of the bar. She wore a white dress and had shiny, pie-black and beautiful short hair. Her smile was enchanting, revealing a set of straight white teeth, and her skin was exquisitely fair and clear. Her every expression tugged on Qin Feng's emotions. In the end, Qin Feng took the initiative to approach her. He found that after this girl got drunk, it was extremely easy to trick her into bed. During that time, Qin Feng was a hedonistic young master through and through. He had several women a day. However, when he woke up the next day, he looked at the still, sleeping Bai Qing. When the sunlight fell on her pure and beautiful face and Qin Feng saw the slight sweet smile on her lips, he was moved for the first time. Then he looked at the plum blossom bloodstain on the snow-white bed sheets. At that instant, even he didn't believe that he had the desire to marry this girl and protect her for the rest of her life. Qin Feng knew that this was the fucking feeling of love. He didn't believe that as a hedonistic young master there would be the day where he would have these kinds of feelings towards a woman. The joys in life arrive too quickly. They didn't even give young Master Qin the opportunity to get prepared. He got dressed and rushed out of the hotel emotionally. He was going to buy Bai Qing a luxurious breakfast, so when she opened her eyes, she'd be able to eat the most delicious food. From this day onwards, he was going to begin carefully taking care of this pure and beautiful girl. He was going to make her the happiest woman in the world. Young Master Qin, Zhu Dinyo called Qin Feng carefully. Wake up young Master Qin. Qin Feng was pulled out of his memories. From when he closed his eyes to when he opened them again, he passed through 5 years. At this time, all sorts of feelings filled his heart, and his brain spun rapidly as he linked together everything that happened recently with Bai Qing. He understood. He finally understood everything. He understood why Bai Qing previously planted the camera in room 666 of the Royal Hotel to frame him. Why she was sometimes suddenly and strangely cold towards him like she was guarding herself against him. Why she became so emotional and even crazy when she heard the words friends with benefits. She's taking revenge. She wants to take revenge on him. Thus, he discovered the cause of the system's quest to dissolve Bai Qing's hatred towards the host. Qin Feng suddenly stood emotionally. He realized that Bai Qing wasn't in the room and hurriedly called her. Bai Qing, where are you? Qin Feng asked anxiously once the call connected. I'm on the 3rd floor, drinking tea, Bai Qing said emotionlessly. She didn't know why, but she purposely added, with Feng Jiming. Right after Bai Qing finished speaking, she heard Qin Feng hang up and heard a beep 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 sound after. Bai Qing's expression fell, and she angrily threw her phone on the table. For some reason, she felt wronged. Did this brat really have no reaction when he heard that she was having tea with Feng Jiming? It seems that he really never cared about her. Was it Qin Feng? Feng Jiming continued to have a gentlemanly smile. He looked gently at Bai Qing. Bai Qing nodded. Her gaze shifted onto the beach outside the window, and she fell into a trance again. An almost imperceptible flash of coldness passed through Feng Jiming's gaze. Once he thought about that brat Qin Feng, he was so angry that his teeth IED. However, this was a key moment, so Feng Jiming didn't want to bring up Qin Feng. He took the initiative to change the subject to their high school days. After all, Qin Feng wasn't in those memories. There was only him and Bai Qing. Bai Qing, remember when I wrote you that love letter during senior year and you rejected me? My heart fell to the pits, and it took me a full 3 months to slowly crawl out of it. In a flash, 5 years passed. During this time, I've been searching for you. I didn't think you'd be in Acropolis City the whole time. Feng Jiming's gaze fell on Bai Qing's towering chest and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He suddenly and emotionally extended his hand to grab Bai Qing's. Bai Qing jumped in shock and instinctively backed up in her chair. Bai Qing, I really didn't think I'd be able to see you again, and under the circumstances where we're both unmarried. Say, isn't this a kind of fate? Even the heavens think we should be together, so they gave us the opportunity to meet again. This time I'm already prepared. I really like you a lot, though you rejected me 5 years ago. During these 5 years, my heart has remained unchanged. I hope you can agree to give me the opportunity to take care of you for the rest of your life. Chapter 157. Chapter 157, Then It's Decided. Feng Jiming spent a lot of effort on this class reunion. He pulled out a red jewelry box the color of a peach core. He opened it slowly to reveal a shiny and extravagant pearl necklace. This necklace clearly wasn't as expensive or on the same grade as the diamond necklace on her neck, but Bai Qing's heartbeat suddenly increased. She didn't know what to do. She didn't know whether or not to accept Feng Jiming. She didn't know whether or not she should let go of her hatred towards Qin Feng and restart her life. Bai Qing, let me help you put on this necklace. I believe that if it's on your neck, it will shine even more brightly. Feng Jiming stood and arrived beside Bai Qing. When he saw the diamond necklace on her neck, a disdainful smile flashed through his eyes. Qin Feng must have given you that necklace on your neck. You can tell this necklace is fake right from the first glance. Don't get tricked by him. I've seen the real version of this diamond necklace. It's worth over 900,000 yuan. How could Qin Feng possibly afford it? Maybe he bought it at some street stall to trick you. Having you wear this kind of fake necklace really ruins your class and elegance. I could never do something like that. Fang Zhiming mocked Qin Feng, while slowly removing the necklace on Bai Qing's neck. Seeing Bai Qing's fair jade neck from such a short distance and smelling the faint fragrance of her body made him so excited that he wanted to pounce directly onto her. Bai Qing had not yet regained her senses. She was stuck in a daze and didn't know what she was thinking. Though she felt a bit conflicted about Fang Zhiming touching her from such a close distance, her whole body felt weak and she had no strength to resist. 5 years have passed, yet you're still so beautiful. So beautiful, it's enchanting. Fang Zhiming intentionally blew hot air onto Bai Qing's neck. Then he said quietly, Bai Qing, let me kiss you. Let me kiss your fair, fragrant neck, your charming face, your moist lips. Fang Zhiming bent over slowly and extended his lips towards Bai Qing's neck. Bai Qing was scared witless. She admitted that she had some positive feelings towards Fang Zhiming, but that was only because they were high school friends and Fang Zhiming was considered a handsome, talented, and considerate man. All women would harness some positive feelings towards this kind of man. However, these positive feelings were not enough to let Bai Qing accept Fang Zhiming's next intimate move. Bai Qing was extremely against him kissing her, but Bai Qing's body had already become weak. She had no strength to resist. She was even more startled because she thought Fang Zhiming just wanted to have some tea with her and reminisce about the past. She didn't think he would directly confess. At this time, Bai Qing was conflicted and she really wanted to run away. A familiar shadow appeared in her hazy line of sight. The shadow was tall, handsome, and stood straight. It ran quickly towards her. As it came closer and closer, his features became more and more clear. It was Qin Feng's shadow. At this time, Qin Feng had a sinister expression. His eyes were completely red like a dreadful monster. He suddenly appeared in a mad rush. Before Bai Qing could react, she felt Fang Zhiming fly away from beside her as he was punched viciously by Qin Feng. The punch was despotic and powerful. Bai Qing even heard the wind whistle past her ear and saw the fist fall on Fang Zhiming's face. Fang Zhiming cried pitifully and spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood, which contained his 2 front teeth. Qin Feng, what the fuck are you doing? Fang Zhiming fell onto the marble floor meters away and shouted at Qin Feng while grimacing in pain. Qin Feng arrived beside Bai Qing. He tyrannically took her into his embrace and said while looking coldly at Fang Zhiming, Look here, Bai Qing is my woman. If you dare get close to her, I'll kill you. Qin Feng was angry. He had not been so angry in a really long time. When he discovered that Bai Qing was the pure girl that made him feel first love 5 years ago, he couldn't help but fly to Bai Qing's side the next second. When he ran wildly and found Bai Qing, he saw Fang Zhiming standing beside her and helping her remove her necklace. Qin Feng almost killed Fang Zhiming on the spot. Qin Feng, it really hurts. Let go of me. Qin Feng hugged Bai Qing so tightly that she felt as though he would shatter her bones. Qin Feng's anger slowly subsided. His arm relaxed a lot, but he kept Bai Qing in his embrace. He looked at her and said despotically, Bai Qing, you're my woman. If I see you with another man again, I'll take care of you ruthlessly in the bedroom. Bai Qing looked foolishly at Qin Feng. She felt that he had changed. Before, how would Qin Feng care about her? He had as many beauties beside him as there were clouds in the sky, and they revolved around him all day. He wouldn't get angry over a woman, and he really wouldn't beat someone up over a woman. But just now these impossible things happened. Bai Qing's heartbeat suddenly and violently increased. Did you hear? Seeing that Bai Qing said nothing, Qin Feng yelled again. Bai Qing abruptly came to. An astonished expression stayed on her face. She looked at Fang Zhiming, who lay battered and exhausted on the ground, then looked at Qin Feng, who had a powerful and tyrannical expression. In the end, she nodded slightly. Qin Feng, I got it. Let's go. Bai Qing took the initiative to take Qin Feng's arm and leave. She didn't give Fang Zhiming another glance. Fang Zhiming's expression slowly became sinister. He was originally going to succeed. Just a little bit more, and he would have been able to take Bai Qing. He could have enjoyed Bai Qing ferociously. In the end, Qin Feng caused a disturbance halfway through. Fang Zhiming angrily ground his teeth. He thoroughly hated Qin Feng and wanted to kill him personally. He quickly pulled out his cell phone and called a number. "Hey, Brother Fire, I'm younger brother Zhiming. I'm currently at the mountain resort. Where are you? I'll come look for you right now." 10 minutes later, Fang Zhiming arrived in one of the hotel rooms. The room had 2 beds, but was surrounded by over 10 people. These people all bared their upper arms. They were mostly injured and helped one another apply medicine. Upon seeing Fang Zhiming enter, one of the men stood. He had long hair dyed a fiery red. "Little brother Zhiming, you're here." Fang Zhiming took in the sight before him. He stared blankly for a bit and asked, "Brother Fire, what happened to you and your brothers?" Brother Fire sighed helplessly and shook his head. He didn't mention getting ruthlessly beaten up by Qin Feng not long ago because it was too embarrassing. Over 10 of them couldn't even beat a little youth. If this got out, they would no longer be able to get along in the outside world. Nothing, the brothers were just bored and played amongst themselves, but they accidentally got injured. Brother Fire had a relaxed expression and started a new topic. "Zhiming, did you bring a gal to the vacation area to sleep outdoors again?" Brother Fire looked at Fang Zhiming with a smile. The 2 of them met in the mountain resort. One of them had some lackeys there and was considered to have a bit of influence. The other often brought beauties to play and was not lacking in money. Thus, they easily formed a group and played together. Every time Fang Zhiming came here, he treated Brother Fire and his men to a meal. And when he encountered any trouble at the mountain resort, Brother Fire and his men were happy to help. "Haha, Brother Fire knows me too well." Fang Zhiming smiled. Then his expression fell again. "But this time I've encountered a nuisance. I need Brother Fire's help in taking care of him." It wasn't the first time Brother Fire helped Fang Zhiming clean someone up, so he said naturally, "That's a small matter. Don't you know who this mountain resort belongs to?" "That's not what I mean. With Brother Fire backing me at this mountain resort, I've never been afraid of anyone." Fang Zhiming followed up on Brother Fire's words and kissed his ass. Brother Fire had just gotten cleaned up, so he felt unhappy. Now, Fang Zhiming's flattery made him happy. He immediately puffed his chest and said grandly, "Who is this person?" "He's not even dog fart. He's a little sales rep at some company." Once he brought up Qin Feng, Fang Zhiming's expression changed. He said angrily, "He's just trash, and he dared to S&A a woman from me. Brother Fire, bring extra brothers this time. You have to help me cripple his arms and legs. If you do this well, I definitely won't treat you and your brothers unfairly." When he heard that his opponent was only one person without power or influence, Brother Fire pounded his chest and guaranteed, "All right, I'll take care of it. I can assure you that nothing will go wrong." With Brother Fire and his team setting out, Fang Zhiming felt a peace of mind even without their reassurance. He told Brother Fire about the details of his plan. "Brother Fire, this time I brought my high school friends here for a reunion. In a bit, the reunion is going to start. I'll first make everyone have fun. I'll message you when we're halfway through eating and you and your brothers can come directly into our private room. After entering, pretend that you're all drunk and walked into the wrong room. Then cause a ruckus. At that time, I'll signal to you with my eyes the brat I want you to take care of, and you guys can just trash him. After cleaning up this brat, don't leave in a hurry. Pretend you've taken a fancy to a beauty named Bai Qing and that you want to violate her. Then I'll make a move and send you all running, and we'll be done." Fang Zhiming had already thought of tonight's plan before coming to Brother Fire. "Younger brother Zhiming, you truly are a cultured person who has gone to school. Superb, it really is superb." After hearing the plan, Brother Fire raised his thumb. He smiled and said, "This kills two birds with one stone. Not only will you take care of the nuisance, you'll also be the hero saving the beauty. Next, the beauty will take the initiative to deliver herself into your embrace, and you'll get a room and wage a war." "Haha, it's nothing. I can't compare to Brother Fire," Fang Jiming said modestly. "Then it's happily decided. When it's time for us to appear, just text me," Brother Fire said with a smile. Chapter 158. Chapter 158, Unfurling the Plan. Qin Feng and Bai Qing returned to the presidential suite. Zhu Dinyo was still waiting there and sat on the sofa in the living room. She took advantage of the time that Qin Feng was out to change into black silk undergarments. The undergarments were a silk mesh style that was thin and transparent. They partly exposed and partly hid the body. "Young Master Qin, you've finally returned. Your servant has been prepared and waiting for you for so long that I've gotten flustered." When she heard that someone returned, Zhu Dinyo immediately jogged to the door and spoke in a sickly sweet voice. Qin Feng had just shut the door when he saw Zhu Dinyo's seductive clothes and charming expression. He almost stumbled and fell. Bai Qing, who held Qin Feng's arm, saw this scene and angrily shoved Qin Feng's arm away. "Young Master Qin, your luck with women really runs deep. I won't disturb your rendezvous." Bai Qing glared at Qin Feng, and an unnamed bitterness arose in her heart. She had just felt a bit of care from Qin Feng, yet it completely disappeared at this time. "Zhu Dinyo, what are you doing?" Qin Feng's face fell. He wanted to directly toss Zhu Dinyo off the top floor of the hotel. When Zhu Dinyo saw that Qin Feng returned with Bai Qing, a coldness flashed through her face. She quickly smiled again and ran up beside Qin Feng. She took his arm and intentionally pressed her towering chest on it. "Young Master Qin, you just told me to shower, change into your favorite mesh undergarments, lie on the sofa, and wait for you to return and comfort me. Why, you're terrible for making me wait for so long. So you like having more people? By Qing, we're considered old classmates, so let's play together. In any case, when we all go crazy together, it won't be too awkward." "You two are dogs." Bai Qing clenched her teeth and turned to leave. Qin Feng grabbed Bai Qing's arm and lightly tugged her into his embrace. He raised his arm and slapped Zhu Dinyo in the face with a smack. "Are you trying to drive a wedge between Qing and I?" Qin Feng looked at Zhu Dinyo with a smile and said word by word, "Unless you don't want to live off." Zhu Dinyo was dazed by the slap. She came back to her senses a long time later, glared fiercely at Bai Qing, turned and left. She only had the guts to toss out a vicious statement after exiting. "Bai, someone had gotten on you a long time ago. Why are you still pretending to be pure?" Zhu Dinyo stabbed Bai Qing's sore spot. Even to this day, Bai Qing didn't know that in reality, Zhu Dinyo intentionally took her drinking, intentionally got her drunk, and even intentionally helped Qin Feng get her in bed that night. When she thought about how she indeed was no longer pure and that she lost her chastity, Bai Qing's mood fell. She extricated herself from Qin Feng's embrace and returned to her own room, locked the door, and didn't come out. Bai Qing lay on the soft bed and got lost in her thoughts. Without noticing, her mind drifted back to that night 5 years ago. That day, the college entrance exam scores were just revealed. She found out that she was directly admitted to China's top university because she got the highest score in humanities in Acropolis City. She was incomparably excited. However, she later got a call from her dorm mate Zhu Dinyo. When she found out that Zhu Dinyo flunked and got a bad score, she made an exception and went to drink with her. That was Bai Qing's first time drinking. Bai Qing kept up her guard while she was in the noisy environment. She originally wasn't going to drink, but after Zhu Dinyo's repeated entreaties, she drank 2 bottles of beer and fell drunk without suspense. She wasn't so drunk that she lost consciousness, but her vision became hazy. Then a handsome and grand young man came to hit on her. Bai Qing was at the age where she was just budding. It was the first time she'd seen such a forward man, so she felt a bit shy and resistant. But that man was incomparably bold and overbearing. He didn't even ask whether or not she was willing, hugged her and kissed her face. Bai Qing couldn't clearly remember much of what happened after. It seemed that the male also brought her onto the dance floor and danced for a bit. Then they went into a room. Bai Qing slept until morning, but slept restlessly. Halfway through, she felt pressed by someone a couple of times and her body ached. When she was completely conscious after waking up in the morning, she saw her bare body, the imprint on the bed, and the empty room. Only she understood this kind of fear and stress felt by a pure and ignorant girl. Ding! A text suddenly came through to Bai Qing's phone, jolting her out of her memories. She opened her cell phone, and a picture appeared before her with a comment below it. Remember this picture? Remember the man that got on you that night? Haha, I've already shown this picture to young Master Qin. You better behave. Her gaze fell onto the image. Bai Qing was so shocked that she threw her phone. There was a young girl in the prime of her youth with a smile as bright as the sun. A pure and happy air exuded from her body. That was Bai Qing 5 years ago. She was both familiar and unfamiliar. She calmed down a long while later. This was a message sent by Zhu Dinyo. She already showed the picture to Qin Feng and told him about the situation. Then Qin Feng surely recognized that the man was him. No wonder Qin Feng was suddenly so overbearing and caring about her at first. He knew that she was a woman he played with, so he didn't want to see other men playing with her. He didn't even want her to get close to other men. Wasn't this the vanity that all men had? Bai Qing's expression slowly became icy. Why was it that if Qin Feng played with her, she couldn't get close to other men? And during these 5 years, he played with other women endlessly. How dare he? She wanted revenge. Her desire for revenge became increasingly strong. She picked up her cell phone and opened the mysterious person's text message. She saw that the person had sent a new message. Think of a way to get Qin Feng drunk during the reunion tonight, and we'll make a move. After seeing the contents of the text, Bai Qing glued her cell phone tightly and had an impatient expression. Bai Qing, it's time for your reunion. Are you going? Qin Feng's voice suddenly passed through the door. Bai Qing jumped. She quickly calmed herself, looked coldly at the door, and said incomparably seductively, Young Master Qin, of course I'm going. I'll change and come out. Tonight's reunion was held in a large and grand room on the 3rd floor. Bai Qing walked into the private room holding Qin Feng's arm. Quite a few classmates had already arrived. They held glasses of wine and stood chatting in front of the buffet. When they saw Bai Qing enter the room, they all stopped moving and their eyes shined. Bai Qing intentionally dressed up very beautifully and seductively in a white evening gown. The dress was long, and part of it trailed on the red carpet. The gown was the completely backless style and revealed her fair and deep chasm. Her dress was paired with delicate and grand crystal high heels. Bai Qing looked as dazzling as a celebrity on the red carpet of a film festival. Chapter 159. Chapter 159, not just freeloading a meal. I was saying that your dress is too sexy. Look at the gazes of these perverts. Why don't we go back, change, then come back? Qin Feng dropped his head and blew lightly into Bai Qing's ear. Now that he knew Bai Qing was the girl from 5 years ago, Qin Feng already treated her as his woman. If his woman was too beautiful, that was also problematic. Bai Qing felt the hot air on her ear and her body weakened a bit. Qin Feng's embrace tightened slightly. She glared at him with disdain. Young Master Qin, would you dare to move your hand that's grasping my behind and say these people are perverts again? Qin Feng coughed awkwardly several times. He moved his hand away but placed it on Bai Qing's beautiful back that was as bright and smooth as water. Okay, then I won't say it anymore. The spectators did not look on with admiration. They looked on with a jealous hatred as Qin Feng held his head high, puffed his chest, and held Bai Qing to sit down at the large round table. The people that were standing and chatting by the buffet tables all surrounded them, intentionally or not. This was a large table that could fit 30 people at once. Everyone sat and filled half the seats, and people continued to stream in and sit down. Soon, everyone attending the reunion arrived. The whole time, Fang Zhiming stood behind the curtains of the stage. He peeked covertly at Bai Qing's sexy figure and swallowed his saliva. When he thought about how Qin Feng was about to get beaten up and how Bai Qing would throw herself into his embrace and spend the night with him, Fang Zhiming couldn't hide his smile. When he saw that everyone coming to the reunion had arrived, he came out slowly from behind the curtain. He clearly dressed up meticulously for tonight's reunion. He wore a light, white shirt with a white swallow-tailed coat, a white necktie, white slacks, white dress shoes, and a white belt. He thought he was Prince Charming with a white horse. He stood straight and tall on the stage. Fang Zhiming suddenly snapped his fingers, and the stage lights turned on, adorning his hair, clothes, and face. Under the soft lights, he made a gentlemanly bow towards the audience. His gaze swept gently and politely over every person. The audience slowly looked towards Fang Zhiming. Quite a few women had their mouths open, so wide that one could stuff a large duck egg into them. Wow, handsome. Fang Zhiming is really handsome. I've always dreamed that one day my lover would come get me on multicolored clouds, but now I've changed my mind. I hope he's like Prince Charming and comes to get me while wearing a handsome white suit and sitting on a handsome white horse. When he heard the excited screams from the audience, Fang Zhiming felt good about himself. He once again became the focal point of the audience, and he enjoyed being in the position. Under the gaze of the audience, he was about to open his mouth and use his deep and robust voice to conquer the audience again, when a languid voice came from below the stage. Ching Ching, it seems that the right side of this person's face is swollen. Did he get hit by someone? Why are these people shouting at someone whose face is beaten? Are they all crazy? Qin Feng didn't care about the unkind gazes heading his way. He leisurely extended his arm and wrapped it around Bai Qing's back. Bai Qing glared at Qin Feng with a hidden bitterness. Weren't you the one that gave that punch? Ahem, everyone quiet down. Good thing Fang Zhiming held a microphone. Otherwise he would have been angered to death by Qin Feng's words. Firstly, I would like to thank everyone for attending this reunion I've set up during this extremely busy time. Since you all came, this means you're giving me face and expressing that you haven't forgotten the deep friendship left by our high school days. Fang Zhiming took control of the scene again. He grandly and passionately read out the opening speech he memorized by heart. He believed that his passionate speech would leave a deeper impression on the beauties in the audience. However, halfway through his speech, it was once again cut off by a languid voice. This guy is putting me to sleep. Qin Feng held Bai Qing despotically, buried his head into her embrace, and intentionally rubbed her chest. If you didn't say you were paying for all the expenses for this reunion, see if anyone would still come. Qin Feng's words made everyone at the scene angry. This time, not only did the expression of Fang Zhiming, who was standing on the stage, turn ashen, the expressions of all of the people sitting at the table also fell one by one. What do you mean? You mean we just came to freeload off Fang Zhiming's meal? A girl pointed and began to yell at Qin Feng with sharp and unkind words. Qin Feng was pushed out of Bai Qing's embrace. He didn't even look at the woman and said unhurriedly, "Not just freeloading a meal, you can even vacation for free for a day and night." Her eyes turned black. Qin Feng made her so angry, so became speechless. She was instantly cowed. Then a man stood out unhappily. "Qin Feng, take a clear look at who you are. You're not a high school classmate of ours, and Fang Zhiming said nothing and invited you along. You're not only ungrateful, you even say these rude things. You're an absolutely ungrateful Ri." Fang Zhiming didn't want to invite me originally. He only begged me to come because he saw that if I didn't come, Bai Qing wouldn't come either. Qin Feng expressed a reality, just as how you don't only need a sword to kill people. Experts can turn everything upside down with one sentence. He spoke 2 sentences and turned 2 people upside down. Qin Feng, if you came here especially to eat and vacation, then we have nothing to say. But don't drag your personal unclean ideas onto us. I'll have you know that I didn't come here to eat, drink, and vacation. I came here for the deep friendship formed by 3 years of high school. We helped one another through the battle of the college entrance exam. You wouldn't understand our experiences and this friendship of ours that transcends life and death. Fang Zhiming's first lackey Lu Ming stood and said gallantly and full of spirit. Then the second lackey, Zhao Bin, also stood indignantly. He waved his hand and said with an air of righteousness, "Me too. I also didn't come to eat, drink, and vacation. I came here to see everyone. We're usually busy and don't have the time to meet up and chat. I'm extremely happy that young Master Fang was able to hold this reunion, and I'm extremely thankful for his hard work." "Me too." "And me." Bai Qing didn't know what Qin Feng was trying to do. She was still mad that Qin Feng intentionally squeezed into her embrace and took advantage of her. She had just come to her senses and realized that all of her classmates were standing. She glared at Qin Feng like a tiger eyeing its prey and looked like she wanted to have a row with him. Chapter 160. Chapter 160. Why don't we all go do? Qin Feng, what happened to them? Bai Qing asked lowly while tugging on Qin Feng's arm under the table. "Nothing. If you don't like them standing, I'll make them sit right now," Qin Feng said casually. He didn't attach importance to any of these people. He suddenly stood, and his gaze swept over every person's face. He said lightly, "It seems that I've misunderstood everyone. Okay, to express your earnestness, to express that you really didn't just come to eat, drink, and go on vacation. I recommend that we all go do with the spendings and that we all share it equally. How about that?" The atmosphere immediately froze. Bai Qing wasn't wearing a lot of clothing, so she felt gusts of cold air that made her tremble from head to toe. All of the expressions of the classmates dropped, and they were angrier than before. Qin Feng's words stabbed at their sore spot, so they wanted to pounce at him and bite him to death. With one line, the fight ended and Qin Feng won completely. These classmates sat in quick succession. Not one person expressed an approval of Qin Feng's idea of going. They all played dumb and didn't bring up the matter. Also, no one dared to stand out and refute or provoke Qin Feng again. Ahem. Fang Zhiming stood on the stage for a good couple of minutes, completely neglected. He coughed awkwardly to attract the audience's gazes back on him. About that, let's cut the nonsense. I would like to announce that Class 9 of Acropolis City's high school senior classes reunion officially begins now. He originally prepared a grand opening speech, but now he wasn't in the mood and didn't dare say so much nonsense. He hated Qin Feng so much that he clenched his teeth. After speaking, he walked off the stage and exited the private room to instruct the waiters that they could bring in the food. "Young Master Feng, this brat Qin Feng is too arrogant. Would you like us 2 brothers to call him out and clean him up?" Zhao Bin and Lu Ming followed, closely behind Fang Zhiming out of the private room. At this time, they were trash-talking Qin Feng. A coldness flashed through Fang Zhiming's eyes. He was quiet for a bit, then suddenly said, "You 2 don't need to beat anyone up. I have other people who will give this brat a lesson. How are your alcohol tolerance levels?" When alcohol tolerance was mentioned, the 2 felt confident. They patted their chests and said grandly, "Young Master Fang, I'm not talking big, but drinking is my forte. Whether it be beer, red wine, white wine, or a mix of these into a depth charge, I've never gotten drunk." Seeing that Zhao Bin was a step ahead of him in ass-kissery and that it reached a certain level, Lu Ming was dissatisfied. He lifted his head, puffed up his chest, and declared, Biao, you aren't considered much. I'm a wine jar that has been drinking since youth. Every New Year, I drink so much that I turn the house on its head. The house you're talking about wouldn't happen to just have 3 people, would it? Zhao Bin was also dissatisfied. He glared at Lu Ming with disdain. Then those depth charges you mix must be mixed with fake alcohol, Lu Ming retorted. When he saw that the two were about to fight, Fang Zhiming glared at them and said coldly, What's the fucking use of boasting right now? In a bit, you two help me make Qin Feng drink to death. Whoever drinks, more out of the 2 of you will work at my company when we get back. Young Master Fang, wait to see a good show, the 2 of them vowed solemnly. This job opportunity was so good that neither of them gave the other any leeway. The 3 returned to the private room. At this time, the food was placed on the table in succession. Originally, Fang Zhiming wanted to sit next to Bai Qing, but Qin Feng sat to one side of her and Zhao Qian sat on the other. Thus, Fang Zhiming sat directly across from her. When he saw that most of the food had arrived, he stood with a jolly smile. Since we've come to have a good time today, I'll start us off. Let's all not return without getting drunk. Fang Zhiming picked up the Mao Tai on the table and couldn't help but show off again. This time, to treat my old classmates for this reunion, I prepared the best of everything from wine to food. Our high school friendship can't be measured by money. Tonight's white wine is a 53 degrees Mao Tai. I especially bought it because I liked that its price was 888. I hope that everyone can also similarly get rich. Of half of the men present, quite a few liked drinking. When they heard that they were drinking Mao Tai that was 888 a bottle, their eyes lit up. They looked at the 5 bottles on the table. Just these 5 bottles were worth over 4,000 yuan. So how much did this whole table of food cost? These people didn't dare think too much about it. They internally rejoiced that they weren't impetuous and didn't agree to going due, like Qin Feng suggested. They thought they were too quick-witted. Who wouldn't give face for young Master Fang's reunion? I'll drink with young Master Fang and won't go home until I'm drunk. The 2 lackeys Zhao Bin and Lu Ming immediately stood out and echoed in agreement. The other men also expressed in succession that they would drink to the end. Haha, then thank you all for your support. As for the ladies, I've especially ordered red wine. 3,888 yuan a bottle of superior quality imported wine. I hope all of you will like it. When acting pretentious in front of women, one must act well. The price of the wine naturally has to be higher. Fang Zhiming had a rich and imposing attitude and acted as if money was just a number. Quite a few women already began to throw him coquettish glances. Who wouldn't want to hook in a tall, rich, and handsome man like this? Fang Zhiming clearly didn't care about the expressions of other women. He kept sneaking glances at Bai Qing. Upon seeing that Bai Qing's expression didn't change in the slightest when the prices of the red and white wines were reported, he felt a bit depressed. Though these wines were not extremely expensive, they were considered high quality to normal people. Fang Zhiming saw that Bai Qing was just doing okay for herself, so wouldn't she be moved in front of money? Bai Qing get moved by a 3,888 bottle of red wine. Then even she would have to laugh at herself. She was the reception manager of Royal Hotel. She interacted with a handful of rich and powerful people in Acropolis every day and saw too many extravagant banquets. Plus, Acropolis City's #1 young master was shamelessly lying in her embrace at the moment. This dissolute and hedonistic young master habitually opened a bottle of 82 Lafite when he ate at the Royal Hotel. That bottle of wine is over 100,000 yuan, so this table of food and drinks could not compare. Come. Men, drink the white wine, and ladies, drink the red wine. Let's take one first. Fang Zhiming held up his wine glass and wanted to enliven the atmosphere so it would be easier to get Qin Feng drunk later. This was the starting cup of wine. Whether they could drink or not, all 23 people at the table stood, holding cups of different colored alcohol, and drank it in one shot. After they drank the first cup, quite a few people sat down. Zhao Bin and Lu Ming continued to stand. Each of them refilled their empty cup with white wine. Zhao Bin held up his cup towards Qin Feng first and said, "Qin Feng, though you aren't a classmate of our Class 9 high school senior class, it could be considered fate that you could join us and vacation for free at the mountain resort while mooching off our young Master Feng. You must have kept up 8 lifetimes of good fortune to be able to drink such good wine and eat such a fresh seafood banquet tonight." Zhao Bin appeared to want to drink with Qin Feng, but his words concealed mockery. He suddenly sighed and said with incomparable regret, "AI, as Bai Qing's high school classmate, don't blame me for saying what I feel. As a little sales rep, you are nowhere near good enough for our goddess Bai Qing. From what I see, only our young Master Feng and Bai Qing are a ma made in heaven. All right, cut the nonsense, let's make a toast." Zhao Bin boldly and shamelessly mocked Qin Feng while toasting him. Feng Zhiming's expression didn't change, but he was internally blooming with joy. He already covertly praised Zhao Bin with his gaze. This brat's words completely made his own thoughts. Zhao Bin raised his head and downed the cup of white wine. His face didn't turn red, nor did his heartbeat increase. He looked like someone who could hold his liquor. "Qin Feng, why aren't you drinking?" "Why do I need to drink? I don't even know you that well." Qin Feng didn't care about Zhao Bin. He considerately picked up food to give to Bai Qing. Zhao Bin almost couldn't contain his expression. He looked coldly at Qin Feng as if he wanted to fight him. "Zhao Bin, I'll help Qin Feng drink this cup of wine." At this time, Bai Qing stood, lifted the cup of white wine, and downed it in one go. These were all her classmates, so she didn't want to make the atmosphere too awkward. As the manager of the Royal Hotel, Bai Qing had good alcohol tolerance. "Humph, oh Qin Feng, originally I saw that you had no money or power and came to mooch, but since you were a friend Bai Qing invited, I didn't make a fuss with you. Now you're even making goddess Bai Qing help you drink. You really aren't a man. I found that though you're both men, so why are you and young Master Feng so different? When young Master Feng was young, he was the boss of his own company, and he stands out the most among these classmates of ours. But he's still neither conceited nor rash and still gives us respect. Also, though he has power and authority, he isn't loose or frivolous. He's still loyal to goddess Bai Qing. Look at you. You have a lowly status, you're smooth-talking, and you have no moral backbone. I don't understand how Bai Qing could be so blind to not see young Master Feng and to be with a pushover like you." Zhao Bin found another chance to take a stab at Qin Feng. He made his biting remarks without holding back. Zhao Bin and Lu Ming made a careful decision to be shameless in order to get a job in Feng Zhiming's company. After deciding, they found that they were shameless all along. Qin Feng originally was too lazy to care about Zhao Bin. When he saw his repeated provocations, he stood and smiled at Zhao Bin. He said, "You want to drink with me, do you? Okay, then your elder will drink with you." Seeing that Qin Feng was angered by his prodding, Zhao Bin shouted emotionally, "If you want to drink, we'll drink. I was afraid you weren't up for it. I'll drink as well. Whoever doesn't dare to drink first will have to call the other person grandfather." Zhao Bin stole the limelight tonight. Lu Ming felt that he had to make himself known. He wouldn't even make a fuss if he merely had a position as a security guard. Chapter 161. Chapter 161. Grandfather. Okay, then I'll take one too. It's only exciting when a lot of people drink together. That's right. The more people there are, the better the alcohol tastes. Count me in. Me too. Since everyone is standing up, then how could I sit? Not long later, a majority of the men stood. They didn't know about Feng Zhiming and his crew's plan to get Qin Feng drunk. They thought to themselves, "These brats sure are sneaky." There are only 5 bottles of Mao Tai on the table, so they're using the excuse of drinking together and heating up the atmosphere to have a couple more sips of it. You think I'm stupid? I'll stand and drink with you all. Don't think you can cheat me in the slightest. When Zhao Bin and Lu Ming saw how many people stood, their expressions darkened. They thought to themselves, "Is it easy for me to kiss, ass? Why are you all standing up and blindly joining in?" Qin Feng smiled as his gaze swept over the group. He asked, "You all want to compete? So whoever stops drinking first will be the grandson, and we'll have to call the other person grandfather." "That's right. Whoever stops drinking first will be the grandson, and we'll have to call the other person grandfather." The group shouted in unison. They muttered to themselves, "Don't think that yelling arrogant lies will scare your big brother. Your big brother was raised by this kind of scaring. All right, then let us begin. Everyone drink a bottle first." Qin Feng cut to the chase and took the lead. He picked up an unopened bottle of 53 degrees Mao Tai, tore its seal, opened the cap, threw his head back, and began to drink it in large gulps. His body was as straight as a javelin. He stepped on the chair with one foot, lifted his head, placed the bottle of Mao Tai to his lips, and poured all of the mellow and rich liquor straight down his throat. Though Qin Feng stood there silently, he exuded an air of boundless heroism. His movements were tyrannical and impressive. The liquor was directly ingested without room for breathing. He ate and drank voraciously like the expert martial artists that walked out of the martial world. They trod the mortal realm with daring and chivalry and ruthlessly beat up pretentious pricks. Those who had just boasted about drinking to the end didn't dare utter a word. They stood there with their eyes wide and mouths agape, as if someone had performed a body-freezing move on them. Their souls were almost shocked out of their systems and sent flying. Those that stood and were willing to drink themselves into oblivion just to have a couple more sips of the Mao Tai admitted defeat. But when they saw the scene before them, they knew they had underestimated their opponent. They drank with the mindset that they'd do so until their stomachs bled. But this bit of gall was not worth mentioning in front of Qin Feng. This was their first time seeing someone who dared to down a whole bottle of white spirits. This wasn't even beer, this was pure 53 degrees Mao Tai. Quite a few people began to shake their heads and sigh. It was hard to gain some profit off another's expenses in this world. If one didn't have a fearless attitude, they really wouldn't have the face to stand out. Plunk! While the spectators gasped in shock, Qin Feng finished drinking the whole bottle of white spirits and slammed the empty bottle heavily on the table. He smiled and eyed the spectators with ridicule. "So, whose turn is it to drink next?" Qin Feng's smile was as evil as a devil, and his voice also sounded like a summon from hell. He scared most of the people into sitting down immediately. They felt that it wasn't worth it to risk their lives for some Mao Tai. In a couple of breaths' time, only Qin Feng, Zhao Bin, and Lu Ming remained standing. However, the 3 of them had different expressions. After drinking a bottle of white spirits, Qin Feng was still as stable as ever. He looked as if he drank a bottle of plain water. In comparison, Zhao Bin and Lu Ming lost their arrogance and confidence. The 2 of them were so shocked that their legs were still trembling. After seeing Qin Feng's alcohol tolerance, they didn't want to continue competing with him. However, after seeing the covert and vicious glares Feng Zhiming shot their way, they pushed themselves beyond their limits and forced themselves to the stage. We'll drink with you." Lu Ming and Zhao Bin each held a bottle of white spirits. They were originally trying to speaking in a rousing tone, but when the words came out of their mouths, they were flimsy like they were going to surrender. "Okay, then you 2 have a bottle each first." Qin Feng smiled at the 2 of them, and his gaze swept over those who had just stood, farted, and sat back down. He said to them lightly, "As for the rest of you, you no longer dare to drink? Then call me grandfather, and I'll let you go. Some people are so arrogant when they provoke you, but when they see how strong you are, they become deflated balls and hide to the side while playing dead. Qin Feng never gave face to people like this because they clearly don't want face. Of the 7 who had just stood and sat back down, their expressions darkened one by one. They knew that calling Qin Feng grandfather would be extremely humiliating, but if they didn't call him grandfather, they would throw away their character in addition to being humiliated. The atmosphere instantly became icy. Everyone waited for these 7 people to speak. It's better to get it over with than prolong the agony. One of the people abruptly stood. He looked at Qin Feng with an unhappy expression. The voices of these originally stalwart men became as small as flies. Grandfather, grandfather, grandpa. With someone leading, everything progressed smoothly. 7 people stood, called Qin Feng grandfather in proper order, and sat down again. They were no longer in the mood to eat or drink tonight. After the punishment was complete, their gazes once again fell onto Qin Feng and the other 2. Zhao Bin and Lu Ming knew they couldn't hide from this bottle of wine. They thought they might as well copy Qin Feng and grandly step on a chair, raise their heads, and act like a hero to experience the heart-rending, heroic spirits. However, they were unable to withstand it after drinking 2 sips. It was their first time downing a whole bottle so suddenly, so their throats, eyes, and stomachs burned like they were on fire. The sudden, overwhelming feeling made the 2 of them bend over immediately. In an instant, they went from peerless heroes to red-faced prawns. Cough, cough. The 2 of them still forcefully drank down the bottle of white spirits. After drinking it, they coughed uncontrollably. They soon couldn't take it anymore and turned completely red from head to toe. It seems that you 2 have a pretty good alcohol tolerance. Here, let's have another toast. They had just put down their empty bottles when Qin Feng raised another bottle of white spirits, threw his head back, and grandly drank it down. When it came to drinking, Qin Feng was truly an expert. He tasted beer for the first time at age 1, red wine at 3, white spirits at 5, and after he was 10, he didn't drink alcohol from China. He liked strong imported alcohol. There was the 88 degrees Bulgarian Balkan vodka, the 90 degrees Granada rum, the 92 degrees Scottish whiskey, the 95 degrees American golden ale, and Qin Feng's current favorite, the 96 degrees Polish vodka. Compared to these extremely strong alcoholic drinks, drinking the 53 degrees Mao Tai was like drinking beer to Qin Feng. He needed to down entire bottles to feel a buzz. Chapter 162. Chapter 162. Knock you to death with my head. Thump. Seconds later, Qin Feng finished drinking a second bottle of Mao Tai and threw it on the table. Lu Ming and Zhao Bin's current expressions couldn't be described in words. After staring in a daze for a couple of seconds, Zhao Bin suddenly sat on a chair. His head fell onto the table, and he passed out drunk. Lu Ming looked at Zhao Bin's reaction, and the corner of his mouth tweed. He copied Zhao Bin and immediately fell over drunk as well. No one knew if their acting was too realistic or if they really keeled over. All gazes fell on their 2 bodies with uncertain expressions. They didn't know what to say. Fang Zhiming was so angry that he wanted to kick the 2 of them. Before, they were so good at talking big. Now, they were so good at pretending. He covertly eyed Qin Feng coldly. He couldn't help but admit that this brat's alcohol tolerance was too fucking abnormal. He had to get rid of his plan to get him so drunk that he made a fool of himself. When Fang Zhiming thought about how Qin Feng stole his thunder tonight, he couldn't take it any more. He stuck his hands beneath the table and secretly texted Brother Fire. Haha, Qin Feng's alcohol tolerance really is great. Here, let's make a toast to Qin Feng. After sending the text, Fang Zhiming's mood was too good. He took the initiative to raise his glass towards Qin Feng in a toast. Bai Qing clearly didn't act the part of a girlfriend. When she saw Qin Feng drink so much alcohol in succession, she didn't try to stop him even once. At this time, She sat there staring off into space. Who knew what she was thinking? Bang! Suddenly, the door to the private room was kicked open, and over 10 large and strong men charged in unsteadily. Brother Fire, all of us brothers must not return until we're drunk tonight. A group of people surrounding Brother Fire walked in while talking and laughing. They looked to be a group of drunk hoodlums that walked into the wrong room. When Fang Jiming saw Brother Fire and his men, his eyes brightened. He was the first to stand up. He shouted with a cold expression, "Hey, you guys walked into the wrong room. Hurry and get out!" Once Fang Jiming stood, everyone else immediately stood as well and glared at Brother Fire and his men. They were unhappy that people crashed their room and put a damper on the mood. Fuck, you think you're all that because you have a lot people, so you want to look for trouble. A fat-headed, large-eared fatty with a large tiger tattooed on his chest, who stood beside Brother Fire, walked up to them angrily. He picked up a bottle of red wine along the way and smashed it into the table with a bang. He pointed at the group with an angry shout. "Fuck, come at me and I'll kill you all on my own." Those present were all young men and women who hadn't graduated from college too long ago. They went to work and lived normal lives. Upon meeting this shouting, vicious fatty, holding a sharp, broken bottle, they lost their breaths. They all lowered their heads, and none of them dared to stand out. According to plan, Fang Jiming covertly exchanged glances with Big Fatty and looked at Qin Feng a couple of times. Big Fatty immediately responded and took a lap before stopping beside Qin Feng. He glared viciously at Qin Feng and yelled, "Fuck, you fucking brat! Are you looking down on your elder? Everyone else is so scared that they've stood up and you're the only brat still sitting. Do you want a beating?" This reason was clearly one used just to pick a fight, and those that heard it were speechless. At this day and age, you could really get shot just by sitting or lying down. In the face of Big Fatty's threat, Qin Feng smiled calmly and stood. The instant he saw Brother Fire, he understood that there was an 80% chance these people were actors hired by Fang Jiming. Their acting wasn't too terrible. "I'm standing now. Are you satisfied?" I'm not satisfied." Qin Feng rendered Big Fatty speechless. He stammered for a long while before shouting unreasonably, "I just think you're an eyesore and I want to beat you up. What the fuck can you do about it?" Bang! Qin Feng threw a punch that was as fast as lightning. The audience didn't see the move clearly when they heard Big Fatty's pitiful cry. This fist fell on Big Fatty's face, breaking the bridge of his nose and dyeing his face with fresh blood. He fell to the ground and writhed in pain. "I can send you flying with one punch," Qin Feng said indifferently. Whether it be Fang Jiming's classmates or Brother Fire's lackeys, everyone was stunned by the scene. Fang Jiming never would have thought that Qin Feng's abilities were so impressive. It appeared that it wouldn't be so easy to clean him up. Plus, Brother Fire's people had all just been beaten up by Qin Feng in the afternoon. When they saw that the person they were here to teach a lesson to was Qin Feng, they were all frozen still, with their eyes wide and mouths agape. They were unsurprised to see Big Fatty sent flying with one punch, because they were all sent flying by Qin Feng with either punch or a kick earlier. They hated Qin Feng, but they were even more terrified by this powerful freak. "How dare you launch a sneak attack on Brother Fatty? See if this elder of yours can kill you." Of the 14 people that came, 12 were beaten up by Qin Feng in the afternoon. Of the 2 that had never seen him, there was Big Fatty who was already knocked down, and the other was the tall and skinny man yelling and rushing at Qin Feng to beat him up. "Skinny!" When he saw Skinny running out, Brother Fire hurriedly called out to stop him. But he hadn't finished his sentence when Skinny arrived in front of Qin Feng. Brother Fire forcibly swallowed back the rest of his sentence. "Brother Fire, don't worry about me. I alone will be enough to take care of this stinking brat." Skinny was elated. In the past, everyone looked at the situation when fighting. Upon encountering a group fight with 2 large groups of people, people usually hid in the back and didn't try to show off. But the current situation was one person versus many, so everyone would typically fight to show off and kiss Brother Fire's ass. At first, Big Fatty was the first to take the limelight, so Skinny felt a bit regretful. Now that he got the second opportunity, he was so happy he wanted to fly. Wait. Right when Skinny rushed up to Cheen Fong suddenly extended his hand and yelled for him to stop. "Stinking brat, if you have any last words before you die, hurry and spit them out. You don't need to plead for your life because it'll be useless." Skinny felt that this time his whole body would be glowing with golden light for certain, so he didn't want to be too glorious. Cheen Fong smiled slightly. "I didn't plan on begging for forgiveness, and I don't have any last words." "Fuck. Then why the hell did you tell your elder to stop?" Skinny yelled with exasperation. "I think you're too weak, so I wanted to yield to you a bit. You choose. Would you like me to yield an arm or a leg?" Those who get along in the streets strived for face. Currently, Cheen Fong was taking jabs at Skinny's face, so Skinny was so angry that directly he jumped up. "Fuck, you're just a little shit and you want to yield to me? Your elder can kill you with one arm." "So you're saying that you're going to yield me an arm?" Cheen Fong asked with seriousness. Skinny originally wasn't thinking this way. He was just boasting. Since Cheen Fong was able to launch a sneak attack on Big Brother Fatty, he had some sort of abilities. However, since Cheen Fong asked this in front of an audience, Skinny was too embarrassed to refuse. He said grandly with his chest puffed and head held high, "If you want me to yield, then I'll yield. I'll yield my left arm to you and still kill you." After hearing his words, Brother Fire's people began to pray silently. No, I said I would yield to you. So I'll yield my arms and fight with you." Cheen Fong shook his head with seriousness. Skinny was angry. He slammed the table and yelled, "Your elder will yield 2 arms and a leg to you. Then I'll yield both my arms and legs." Cheen Fong also didn't show any weakness. "Fuck, your elder won't use his arms, legs, or stomach. I'll just fucking use my head to slam you to death." Skinny shouted while straightening his neck. He was so angry that his neck turned red. "Deal." Cheen Fong suddenly snapped his fingers and hung a smile on his face. "Then we'll do as you say. You can only use your head to bump me, and I can use both my arms and legs." The corner of Skinny's mouth tweed violently. He suddenly felt as though he was being played by Cheen Fong. However, he also couldn't act shamelessly if he pointed this lie out in front of everyone. "You little shit, your elder will fucking knock you dead with my head." Skinny Monkey bent over, clenched his teeth, and rushed at Cheen Fong. He internally thought that this time, even if he'd knock himself into having a concussion, he'd have to knock this brat's intestines out for wanting to mess with him. The idea was vibrant, but the reality was quite lacking. Cheen Fong shifted his body slightly, and Skinny crashed headfirst into the wall. Cheen Fong hadn't even touched a hair on his body, and he fainted. Brother Fire and his brothers couldn't wow the scene. Everyone had been in the streets for so long, and they had never been so humiliated. "Ahem, hurry and get out, or else I won't be polite." Fong Jiming hadn't gotten a grip on the situation. When he saw that Brother Fire still hadn't made a move and made him put on an act for so long like an idiot, he coughed a couple of times and shot gazes at Brother Fire. Brother Fire pretended he didn't see Fong Jiming's gazes. In reality, he didn't have the guts to make a move on Cheen Fong. He took the lead in turning his body and walking out the door. So we walked into the wrong room. "Everyone hurry up and follow me back. Our other brothers are waiting to drink with us." "Hurry and leave, hurry and leave. Let's go back and drink." The audience then came back to their senses and immediately followed Brother Fire. They didn't want to stay here an instant longer. "AI, Brother Fire, wait for me, wait for me." Seeing that Brother Fire and his men were leaving, Skinny, who had crashed headfirst into the wall and began to pretend to faint, crawled up and chased after them. Also, Big Fatty, who was sent flying by Cheen Fong in the beginning, was lying on the ground and crying pitifully without pause. At this time, He stopped yelling and ran out after Skinny. This scene stunned Fang Jiming's classmates. It was a complete waste that these people didn't act and were hoodlums instead. Their gazes followed the group as they ran out the door. Not long later, they walked back in one by one with sullen expressions and their heads bowed. They conscientiously formed 2 rows in the private room, and a group of security guards in uniform followed them in. There were a total of 8 security guards. 7 of them stayed at the door weighing over these hoodlums, while the group leader jogged over to Qin Feng with a smile filling his face. He saluted him with respect and said, "Young Master Qin, it's our fault as security guards that these people disturbed your meal with your friends. Please punish us." Qin Feng did not call over these security guards. They were sent over by the beautiful manager of the mountain resort. She knew that Qin Feng had arrived at the mountain resort and found out which private room he was eating in tonight. So she purposely sent over security guards in fear that young Master Qin would be dissatisfied with any part of the service. "Take this group to the police station and don't let them appear at the mountain resort again." With the wave of his hand, Qin Feng sent the security guards away. "There's nothing else here. You guys can all leave." Chapter 163. Chapter 163. So it's young Master Qin. The security guards of the mountain resort arrived aggressively and left grandiosely. They held down the group of large hoodlums and left the room. When the room became quiet once again, the spectators were still in turmoil. They all looked at Qin Feng in shock and wanted to swallow their own fists in one gulp. Qin Feng, young Master Qin. This group of schoolmates were mostly natives of Acropolis, so young Master Qin's name was like thunder resounding in their ears. Quite a few of them also knew of the story behind the mountain resort and how it was Royal Group's vacation estate, which was owned by young Master Qin's old man. For him to be in the mountain resort hotel, to able to call over a large group of security guards, and to be respectfully called young Master Qin, there was no need to think. This person before them, who they had all pegged to be a poor, brat the whole time, was undoubtedly Acropolis City's #1 hedonistic young Master Qin. All of those present looked at Qin Feng differently. Their expressions went from contempt to fawning. "Young Master Qin, your young Master Qin that's the head of the 4 young masters of Acropolis City." Some people couldn't help but shout in surprise. "So it really is young Master Qin. I was saying that the first time I met you, I thought you innately exuded the air of a king. This kind of power and dominance isn't something someone can learn. You're the son of heaven. If placed in the olden days, you're the chosen one." "Oh, our classmate, Bai Qing, really has good taste that she caught the only son of the richest man in Acropolis. I'm about to be jealous to death of you. But our Bai Qing and young Master Qin really are a ma made in heaven. One has talent and looks, while the other has power and ability. They form a pair with unmade beauty." This barrage of sugar-coated bullets of praise surged over without warning. Even Lu Ming and Zhao Bin, who pretended to be passed out drunk for so long, suddenly stood. When they discovered that Qin Feng was young Master Qin, they were struck with an unnamed shock. Compared to that dog fart Fang Jiming, young Master Qin was favored by God, while Fang Jiming was only a commoner on earth. The 2 quickly rearranged their troops and spoke to Qin Feng with all smiles. "Young Master Qin, your alcohol tolerance is really great. Being able to drink at the same table as you is the result of 8 lifetimes of cultivation. In the future, I hope young Master Qin can give me some pointers. I've always said Qin Feng wasn't as simple as he looked. He always exudes a slight feeling that he's hiding a secret. If you slowly interact with him, you'll find that young Master Qin is not the average Joe. As I previously mentioned, him and Bai Qing together is not young Master Qin's good fortune, but good fortune cultivated by Bai Qing. Now you all must believe me in regards to this." When they heard how Zhao Bin said all this with a look of propriety, but had clearly said Qin Feng wasn't good enough for Bai Qing earlier, The audience deeply felt they should follow his example. Once young Master Qin's identity was revealed, they all gave their everything. Everyone fell over themselves trying to curry favor with Qin Feng. Fang Zhiming instantly became heir, and no one spared him another glance. At this time, Fang Zhiming wasn't filled with anger, he was filled with worry. He looked like he was struck by lightning. He stood frozen, like his spirit left his body and couldn't even hear the artificial flattery around him. His brain whirred and only one sound lingered. Qin Feng is young Master Qin. This sentence seemed simple, but it had the power to decide the fate of Fang Zhiming and even the whole Fang family. Fang Zhiming did indeed open a company after graduating, and the company was doing well. However, the company was under his old man. Also, those who operated the company also weren't talents he hired from outside. From day to night, there were unwritten rules with the female secretaries in the company. At night, he went to the bar to hit on female students. He put on a bright and handsome disguise and did evil things that could ruin his family. Now that he was acting pretentious and bumped into the god of acting pretentious young Master Qin, Fang Zhiming knew his days had come to an end. If young Master Qin really got mad, even Fang Zhiming's old man would be out of luck. He suddenly kneeled before Qin Feng with a plop. His family company was much more important than how laughable he looked. He begged Qin Feng in front of everyone. "Young Master Qin, I was wrong. I shouldn't have acted pretentious in front of you. I shouldn't have continued to trouble you. I beg you, sir, for forgiveness. Please spare me, just this once." There were too many shocking things today. The brains of the spectators ran out of space. They knew that young Master Qin was extremely powerful in Acropolis, but they now experienced the results of his power firsthand. This intimidating power was the most realistic. Everyone always thought Fang Zhiming was lofty and someone of another world. Yet Fang Zhiming merely had to hear young Master Qin's name to kneel before him without consideration of face. This kind of power was beyond what they could imagine as normal people. Qin Feng's gaze held no sliver of compassion. He didn't even spare Fang Zhiming a glance because he had long seen through Fang Zhiming's intentions. He wanted to clean him up, and more importantly, he wanted to make a move on by Qin. Since dared to have the intention of hitting on his woman, Qin Feng absolutely would not be lenient on him. Qin Feng, just leave it. Bai Qing still didn't know about Fang Zhiming's dirty thoughts. She saw that the scene had gotten to this stage and was in a bit of a dilemma as she held Qin Feng's arm. Qin Feng didn't listen to Bai Qing. He looked coldly at Zhao Bin and Lu Ming. "I'll give you guys a chance right now to tell me Fang Zhiming's true goal for setting up this reunion. I'll give whoever says it first an opportunity to work at a real estate company under Royal Group." Qin Feng's words had just dropped when Lu Ming rushed forward and pointed at Fang Zhiming. He said ruthlessly, "Young Master Qin, this person is a perverted wolf hiding in sheepskin. Even heaven and earth cannot tolerate how lacking he is in conscience." On the outset, he held this high school reunion to place importance on the ease of our high school days. In reality, he wanted to use it to act pretentious in front of Bai Qing and get her into his grasp, so he could get a room with her at night. The brute Fang Zhiming went to exercise and develop muscles for this reunion, and even looked for Brother Fire and a group of hoodlums to put on a performance of a hero rescuing a beauty. In one breath, Lu Ming spilled out all the minute details of Fang Zhiming's plans. The audience was speechless. Bai Qing's expression fell cold again. She felt a wave of disgust when she thought of how she was a bit attracted by Fang Zhiming's poise and his pretenses, implying that he was solely dedicated to her. Though she had stepped into society and already worked for 5 years, she was a blank canvas when it came to romance. She was extremely upset to find that she was cheated emotionally once again. When Qin Feng felt Bai Qing's frail body tremble, he hugged her tighter in her embrace. He straightened out the mussed hair on her forehead and said gently, "Qing Qing, let's go back to the room." Bai Qing nodded. She really didn't want to stay here any longer. She obediently lay in Qin Feng's embrace and walked out of the room. Chapter 164. Chapter 164. The criminal behind the scenes floats above the surface. After returning to the extravagant presidential suite, Bai Qing went straight to her room, locked the door, and opened her phone. There are 2 cups of red wine on the table in the balcony. The cup with more wine has poison in it. Make Qin Feng drink it, and your mission is complete. After reading this message, all sorts of feelings welled up within her. If this was before she attended the reunion, she would trick Qin Feng into drinking the cup of red wine without hesitation. However, now that so many things happened at the mountain resort, Bai Qing felt uncertain. Ding! Suddenly, another text came in. Bai Qing opened it. Why aren't you moving? If you don't move within 10 minutes, tonight's plan will be cancelled. After seeing this new message, Bai Qing gritted her teeth, changed into an alluring nightgown, and walked out of the room. When the room door opened, Qin Feng's gaze flitted over and instantly brightened. Bai Qing wore a black nightgown with a lace trim. Her long, beautiful, and fair white legs were revealed below the skirt. The nightgown was a silk gauze style that, under the lights, partially hid and partially revealed the scenery below it. Qing, come sit on the sofa and we'll see a movie together. I know the password to the adult channel. Wanna watch with me? Bai Qing revealed a flirtatious smile and strolled leisurely up to Qin Feng. She took the initiative to sit in his embrace. She purposely pressed her chest on Qin Feng and said, coquettishly, Young Master Qin, you're terrible. I don't want to see some adult movie. I want to drink a cup of wine on the balcony and admire the night view of the mountain resort. Qin Feng's face bloomed with a smile. He immediately picked Bai Qing up and ran towards the balcony. Okay, let's go to the balcony. The balcony is good. The night view is mesmerizing and the balcony is spacious and comfortable. I really like waging war on the balcony. Let's wage war until the sun comes up. He carried Bai Qing and quickly arrived at the balcony. Qin Feng impatiently lifted the bottom of Bai Qing's dress. Bai Qing immediately pressed her skirt down and said with a mesmerizing smile, Young Master Qin, don't be anxious. I'm a girl, so of course I'd be shy. Why don't we drink 2 cups of wine? When I'm drunk, you can do whatever you want. Okay, let's drink. I'll get some white spirits, and we can drink straight from the bottle. Qin Feng couldn't wait and was about to go downstairs to get some white spirits. Bai Qing hugged Qin Feng and snuggled in his embrace. She said flirtatiously, Young Master Qin, you're terrible. I'm a weak girl. How could you use white spirits to get me drunk? There's still some red wine that we didn't finish earlier. Let's drink 2 cups of it. Okay, let's drink red wine. No matter what Bai Qing said, Qin Feng's mouth was only filled with words of consent. His eyes were glued onto Bai Qing's shirt collar and had not shifted in the slightest. When she saw Qin Feng's vulgar look, Bai Qing smiled charmingly, but was extremely disgusted internally. To think that she hesitated about harming Qin Feng earlier. Now, that sliver of apprehension was completely eliminated. Young Master Qin, let's make a toast. Bai Qing held up 2 wine glasses. She compared the 2 under the moonlight and extended the one that clearly had more to Qin Feng. Okay, cheers. Qin Feng took the glass of wine and tilted his head back to drink it. Bai Qing's palms filled with cold sweat. Her heart thumped rapidly as she stared at Qin Feng and the cup in his hand. Wait. Suddenly, Qin Feng stopped. The hand holding the wine glass paused mid-lift, and he looked at Bai Qing with seriousness. Bai Qing jumped in shock. She stopped breathing and looked at Qin Feng's serious expression and was struck with incomparable fear. Why, young Master Qin, what's wrong? Bai Qing pretended to be calm with all her might because there was no way Qin Feng could have discovered her plan. Qing, we've agreed that after drinking this cup of wine, we're going to do some even more intimate things. You can't go back on your word. Qin Feng's expression changed, revealing a perverted expression. He smiled and said this with his gaze fixed on Bai Qing's towering chest. Young Master Qin. I know. Here, cheers. Bai Qing released the breath she was holding. She didn't wait for Qin Feng to drink first and threw her head back to down her glass in one gulp and calm her nerves. After downing the red wine, Bai Qing looked at Qin Feng and the wine glass in his hand again, only to find that he already drank all the wine inside. At this time, a multitude of emotions welled up within her. Her current mood couldn't be described in words. Ever since she had her first night, snayed by Qin Feng 5 years ago, she began to hold a grudge against him. It had already been 5 years of this hatred. It's very hard to love a person for 5 years, and it's even harder to hate a person for 5 years. Bai Qing didn't know how she did it. Just for hatred, she spent 5 years planning, arranging, and waiting patiently for the opportunity to take revenge. During these 5 years, she saw how dissolute and unruly Qin Feng was with her own eyes. He continuously brought different beautiful women into rooms of the royal hotel. She weighed as this enemy of hers appeared before her every night, and he even took liberties with her without scruple. She saw him as enemy number 1, while he didn't even know who she was. Even Bai Qing thought it was laughable. The laughable person wasn't Qin Feng, it was herself. Who knew how many times she wanted to give up in the middle of it? Countless thoughts of suicide arose in her mind. She was too tired. Every day, right from when she opened her eyes, she lived in a world of revenge. When she closed her eyes at night, she even had to get scared awake by a nightmare. Even until the end, revenge was the driving force of her existence and became her source of energy. It was like an unachieved dream that one had to constantly vie for to achieve. Now, the dream Bai Qing struggled for finally came into fruition. Her heart stopped. Drops of pure and sparkling tears slipped down her cheeks. She realized that she did the wrong thing. She had done the wrong thing right from the beginning. Now, her revenge was realized, and she weighed Qin Feng slowly disappear from this world before her eyes. However, she didn't feel a sliver of excitement. She felt disappointment and even despair. She lost her source of energy and lost her dream. Qin Feng, goodbye. Goodbye forever, Bai Qing said to herself. It was like she was saying a final farewell to someone extremely familiar, yet also a complete stranger. Ha ha ha! Qing Qing! I finished drinking this whole bottle of red wine. Now it's time to play. After the cup of wine was ingested, Qin Feng directly pounced at Bai Qing's body. Bai Qing didn't resist. She allowed her tears to trickle down silently, allowed Qin Feng to tear her clothes without restraint, allowed him to reach into her clothes to caress her body and then kiss her neck, chest, stomach, thigh. Slowly, Qin Feng's strength lessened. He stopped and lay on Bai Qing's thigh. Her tears fell on his cheek, and she lightly pet the man in her embrace, the man who took over her body, who knew if she was deeply hurt or in extreme despair. Bai Qing also felt a wave of exhaustion. She slowly shut her eyes and fell over. 1 second, 2 seconds, a minute later. 3 black shadows leapt out of the dark night. Of the 3, 2 of them wore nocturnal clothing and pulled a man in casual clothing. They climbed up from the balcony on the floor below. The 2 men in black got onto the balcony and stood on both sides of it. They vigilantly paid attention to the surrounding movements. The man wearing casual clothing had a tall and straight figure. A light, playful smile hung upon his handsome face as he slowly walked up to Qin Feng. When he saw Qin Feng unconscious on the ground, the man couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! Qin Feng, serves you right. Fucking serves you right. Your elder has long predicted that if you're dissolute and unruly all day you die on a woman's stomach sooner or later. Seems that my prophecy has come true. I should just become a prophet. When he saw that Qin Feng was dead, the man was extremely happy. He neglected the image, he usually cared about so much and laughed maniacally. What #1 hedonistic young master of Acropolis? What #1 power of Acropolis cities? Qin family. That was all fucking nonsense. You, Qin Feng, are also human, and a normal human like all other humans. You really thought of yourself as a son of heaven. Tui, are you good enough for it? I really don't know why Prince Wen would care so much about you that he gathered so many forces to join together and deal with you. It's clearly overkill. Now, hasn't he been directly taken care of by me alone? Ha ha ha. If Qin Feng was still awake, he'd know who this man was just by hearing his voice. He and Qin Feng were both considered part of Acropolis University's 4 young masters. He was young Master Hua. He was Hua Ming, who Qin Feng slapped noisily in the face when he was still attending Acropolis University. At this time, Hua Ming was in a deranged state. When he saw that Qin Feng ended up dying in a woman's arms, the hate he harbored silently in his heart was finally avenged. He thought about how Qin Feng stole Zhao Lingxian, how he won the Chinese art contest in front of the whole class, and how he slapped him in front of everyone. These humiliating scenes floated up piece by piece, but Hua Ming was no longer angry. It would be silly to be mad at a dead man. Under the moonlight, Hua Ming silently stepped towards Qin Feng. He held a dagger that flashed with wintry light. After arriving beside Qin Feng, he clasped the dagger tightly and stabbed towards Qin Feng's heart. He wanted Qin Feng to die completely, to die until he could not die anymore. Qin Feng, I hope you reincarnate into a domestic animal in your next life, haha. You've done such horrible things, you should go into reincarnation first to become a domestic animal. Hua Ming's dagger stabbed air. Qin Feng's cold laughter suddenly resounded in the night air. The sound was too cold. Hua Ming couldn't help but tremble at how eerie it was. His expression changed drastically, and his eyes were filled with dread. He thought he saw a ghost. He saw the already dead Qin Feng suddenly rise up and fly above his head. Swish, swish. Qin Feng's figure stayed, suspended in midair. Behind him was the boundless ocean and beach, and the moon was like a silver platter, forming a beautiful backdrop and making Qin Feng's face even more cold and resolute. The ocean breeze blew lightly at his soft hair, tousling it. The surge of the ocean waves served as the bugle announcing the arrival of a battle. At this time he looked like a god of war or a knight-errant setting out in the night. He held 2 little leaf-flying knives in his hands, and a wintry light flashed and entered the center of the foreheads of the 2 men in black. They didn't even have time to react, and fell to the ground. Chapter 165. Chapter 165, Hatred Resolved. Hua Ming was so shocked that his legs gave out and he sat on the ground. He looked at Qin Feng, who had landed on the ground, and didn't dare to breathe. The 2 in black were bodyguards specifically sent by the Hua family to protect Hua Ming at school. They were capable fighters handpicked from the underground. It was absolutely no problem for one of them to fight 10 normal people. However, these 2 were like ants in Qin Feng's eyes. They didn't even have the opportunity to make a move when they were directly taken care of by Qin Feng. Hua Ming couldn't clearly see how Qin Feng had done it, or even what kind of murder weapon he used to kill the 2 bodyguards. Hua Ming, so the one prompting by Qing behind the scenes is you. At this time, Qin Feng saw Hua Ming. He was a bit surprised. Then the one that was behind Ma, who previously is also you, right? Qin Feng. How are you not dead? He looked nervously at Qin Feng. A good while later, Hua Ming slowly calmed down. Why would I die? Qin Feng smiled lightly. You used Bai Qing to poison my wine. Did you really think I would know? You really think I'm the useless wastrel that everyone thinks I am? Do you know how Acropolis City's Hao family was annihilated? Because Hao Yun thought like you. The Hao family is now non-existent. Stunning, despotic, powerful, fierce. Qin Feng's words made Hua Ming tremble from head to toe. He had just arrogantly mocked Qin Feng. He thought he had really killed him and contemptibly believed that Prince Wen made a mountain out of a molehill to have gathered so many forces against one Qin Feng. Now he understood. Qin Feng was indeed worth Prince Wen spending so much effort on. Qin Feng was a wolf in sheepskin. He used the preconceptions everyone had of him being an idler and useless trash to confuse his enemies. He never cared about the unfounded gossip and biting remarks, and they even became his secret weapon. He allowed his opponents to scorn and look down on him, while he was like a cheetah hiding in the dark, weighing his enemies' act like clowns. Then, at the most opportune moment, he would suddenly ambush them, so the opponent is caught unprepared, amazing the world with his brilliant feat. Hua Ming instantly understood a lot of things. He now knew how much of a disparity there was between him and Qin Feng. He thought of the recently annihilated Hao family. He thought about Yuan Xiang and the Yu family. He thought about how Prince Wen didn't personally take action, but constantly looked for powers to join forces with. Because Hao Yun thought like you, the Hao family disappeared. Until the end, Qin Feng's words resounded through Hua Ming's head. He knew that he was about to die and that the entire Hua family was about to be destroyed. He began to regret becoming Qin Feng's enemy. This was a man like the devil. Though he's just a person, he has the power to destroy an entire family. Qin Feng, bring it on. Since he was going to die, Hua Ming suddenly went crazy. He suddenly crawled up from the ground, pulled out a pie-black handgun, and began to fire wildly. Qin Feng's face turned cold. He immediately picked up the unconscious Bai Qing from the ground and hid her behind a cement pillar. When he stuck his head out again, Hua Ming was already gone. He didn't chase after Hua Ming. If not to protect Bai Qing from accidentally getting hit by the bullets at first, Qin Feng would have killed Hua Ming long ago. At the moment, he continued to worry about whether or not the poison in Bai Qing's body had been completely cleansed out. He worried that Bai Qing's life was in danger, so he gave up on chasing Hua Ming. Qin Feng held Bai Qing tightly and ran back into the room downstairs. He placed Bai Qing on his bed. His palm fell on Bai Qing's back and gusts of ice-cold qi flowed into her body. Earlier, the instant he swallowed the poison wine on the balcony, he actually realized a lot of things. The system's quest to dissolve Bai Qing's hatred toward the host was successfully completed, and Qin Feng was awarded 500 hedonist points. He had long realized that Bai Qing was too forward tonight and was a little strange. Thus, he guessed that the wine was poisoned. Little Pig reminded Qin Feng that internal qi could be used to expel the poison. Thus, Qin Feng went along with Bai Qing's act to lure out Hua Ming, who was behind the scenes. After drinking the alcohol, Qin Feng quickly forced the poison out of his body and threw himself onto Bai Qing like he was taking advantage of her. In reality, he was using his internal qi to remove the poison from her body. He guessed right from the beginning that Hua Ming wouldn't only harm him, he was sure to kill Bai Qing to silence her as well. Qin Feng instantly understood and decided on this string of problems and complicated relationships. His conclusions really were not wrong. In the end, he lured Hua Ming out and even found out that the big boss behind him was someone called Prince Wen. This riddle seemed to slowly unravel. The hidden criminal was about to float to the surface. Qin Feng was kind of looking forward to it. Bai Qing suddenly awoke with a delicate groan. Qing, you're finally awake. Qin Feng immediately stopped transmitting qi to her. He hugged Bai Qing and looked at his woman tenderly. Since Bai Qing saw Qin Feng and saw that he was alive, she thought she was dreaming. Qin Feng, why am I dreaming of you? I hate you. I killed you with my own hands. Are you coming to my dream to take revenge on me? Qin Feng was not angered by Bai Qing's trap. Instead, he felt guilty. He knew why Bai Qing did this. As a woman who persevered 5 years for hate, a woman who was honed from a pure campus beauty to a mature career woman, Qin Feng couldn't begin to imagine what kind of pain Bai Qing experienced to acclimate to this noisy and fickle society. Qing, you're not dreaming. I'm not dead and you aren't dead. Qin Feng, helped Bai Qing smooth out her hair. Bai Qing's expression changed dramatically, and she finally became conscious. She jumped out of Qin Feng's embrace as if she had seen a ghost. Qin Feng, why aren't you dead? Didn't you drink that cup of wine? After speaking, Bai Qing's expression changed again. It changed, then changed again. In a couple of seconds, her emotions experienced quite a few dramatic changes. She was an intelligent woman, so she quickly figured out a lot of things. A good while later, Bai Qing's expression reverted to calmness. She smiled bitterly and shook her head as she said, "Haha, I'm such an idiot. The one that used me as a chess piece right from the beginning wanted to kill me as well. Both of the wine glasses were poisoned, so neither of us could escape. But how are the two of us still alive?" Bai Qing looked at Qin Feng with astonishment. Qin Feng looked tenderly at Bai Qing and smiled. "Qing, you overdid your acting at night. You aren't such a forward woman. And according to what I know about you, you haven't gotten to the stage where you'd be willing to have relations with me. However, tonight you were so forward and unusual that I guessed you wanted to harm me." Qin Feng's voice was gentle. If someone else wanted to harm Qin Feng, he would certainly be like a devil and make them wish they were dead. However, when Bai Qing harmed him, he recounted the events as casually as if they related to someone else's story. Chapter 166. Chapter 166. Must Call Me Husband. Qin Feng extended his arms to pull Bai Qing into his embrace. Bai Qing didn't resist. She lay in Qin Feng's strong, warm embrace and looked at Qin Feng with a perplexed expression. "I wanted to kill you, and you don't hate me. You didn't crazily take revenge on me or abuse me, and you even comforted and took care of me. This isn't typical young Master Qin behavior. If you were an enemy like Hua Ming, I would make you wish you were dead, but you aren't my enemy. Bai Qing, you're my woman." Qin Feng looked earnestly at Bai Qing and said word by word. Bai Qing's delicate body suddenly trembled and her mind instantly went blank. She looked at Qin Feng with doubt mixed with a sliver of happiness. She allowed the phrase, "Bai Qing, you're my woman," to continuously echo through her mind. It's been 5 years. Bai Qing waited for this line for a full 5 years. The time had finally come, and she was about to forget. She was Qin Feng's woman 5 years ago. Various conflicting emotions suddenly flooded her heart, and the emotions she stifled for 5 years came bursting out. Bai Qing felt burning hot all over. She turned red from her face to her chest. She forgot about her hatred towards Qin Feng and all of her unhappiness. She just wanted to go completely crazy for once and set free the bit of youth she had left. This time, Bai Qing took the initiative to throw herself at Qin Feng. She tore off her own clothes and tore off Qin Feng's clothes. She stuck her bright, smooth, and jade-like body tightly against Qin Feng's and bit his ear. An alluring voice passed through the warm air. "Qin Feng, have me!" Qin Feng looked at Bai Qing's impressive curvy figure, her charming and elegant face, and her misty eyes. He hugged Bai Qing firmly and yelled despotically, "Bai Qing, tonight you're all mine. In every day and night in the future, you, Bai Qing, will belong completely to me, Qin Feng." There were blue water and skies and a soft breeze. The early morning sunshine shone on the endless beach. The taste of happiness filled the air. Quite a few guests arrived at the beach long ago to admire the beautiful sun rising out of the ocean. A handsome man and a beautiful woman rode an old-styled 28 bicycle and sped along the endless beach. The man rode the bicycle effortlessly, yet he sped along like a rocket. The woman's arms danced in the wind. She held a red silk scarf, let go of it, and the scarf flew willfully in the wind. It was like their youth, brash and headstrong, free and unconstrained, and once it left, it couldn't come back. "Young Master Qin, can you go faster?" Bai Qing smiled and her eyes turned into crescent moons. She hadn't been this happy in a really long time. After she completely put down the burden of her hatred. Even the air became fresher. A light smile hung on Qin Feng's face. He patted Bai Qing's bouncy and raised behind. "Call me husband." "Don't tell me your husband wasn't fast enough last night. I originally could have gone faster, but you begged for mercy. You said you were going to die, and you soon couldn't take it anymore, so I felt bad and didn't burst out and use all of my power." Qin Feng raised his head arrogantly when he spoke. A blush immediately spread over Bai Qing's fair and charming face. When the wild image of last night came to mind, she was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole and hide in it. "Young Ma, husband, I said to ride faster," Bai Qing said in a small voice. "Then be prepared to scream wildly." After Qin Feng finished speaking, the bicycle began to speed up continuously like there was no limit or end. It kept going faster and faster. At this time, the bicycle's speed completely surpassed that of various race cars. It was Bai Qing's first time experiencing a bicycle going so quickly. She felt as though she and Qin Feng were going to fly soon. The ocean breeze became more reckless and blew so strongly at Bai Qing that she almost couldn't breathe. However, she really enjoyed this exciting speed and the feeling of forgetting everything else. A sweet-sounding dolphin sound rang through the beach the whole early morning. When the two returned to the hotel, Bai Qing felt as though she was going to collapse with exhaustion. Last night, Qin Feng took her for a whole night, and this morning, she screamed with excitement for the whole morning. Thus, her strength was depleted. The two sat in the restaurant eating a luxurious breakfast. When looking at the scenery outside the window, this strange feeling made Bai Qing feel as though she were dreaming. Young Master Qin. Halfway through eating breakfast, Uncle Fu suddenly arrived beside Qin Feng. Qin Feng's expression shifted and became slightly serious. He looked at Uncle Fu and said, "Uncle Fu, how is the Feng family now?" Qin Feng called over Uncle Fu specifically to take Bai Qing back. He wanted to go to Devil Beast Mountain in a bit to see the root of the spiritual qi. But danger lurked on every side of it, and Qin Feng didn't want to endanger Bai Qing. As for the matters regarding Feng, Ming, and Hua Ming, Qin Feng handed them over to Uncle Fu last night. Young Master Qin, last night Chairman Qin announced that he would suppress the Feng family's business development in Acropolis. A lot of big customers and companies working with the Feng family have already initiated rejections to them. Also, a couple of banks have begun to stop working with them and are urging the Feng family to repay the large debts they owe. Uncle Fu's expression was as calm as if he were talking about insignificant matters. Now the Feng company is in utter chaos and they're beginning massive layoffs. The outstanding employees have already been snayed by the royal group. The Feng family is already completely spent and won't last another blow. After hearing Uncle Fu's account, Qin Feng's expression didn't change either. He looked like he was listening to matters unrelated to him. Bai Qing looked shocked and once again deeply experienced the true power of the Qin family. And Hua Ming. The Feng family was already down and out, so Qin Feng didn't spend any more time caring about them. He swayed the topic onto Hua Ming. Hua Ming returned to the Hua residence last night. According to the news from Sky City, the Hua family is already strengthening its defenses and displayed all of its forces to guard against an attack from the Qin family. As one of the 5 prominent families of Sky City, their strength is quite solid. Plus, their location in Sky City is unfavorable to us. If we fought with the Hua family, it would be a tough battle and would be disadvantageous to the Qin family's current situation. Uncle Fu always talked about matters from the most objective angle. He would not intentionally stray from the truth to kiss Qin Feng's ass. Qin Feng nodded after hearing this. He was silent for a while and then said, "Uncle Fu, you and Father don't need to worry about the Hua family. I'll take care of it myself. Right now, bring Qing home." After speaking, Qin Feng looked passionately at Bai Qing. "Qing, go back with Uncle Fu first. I still have some important matters to attend to. After I've finished, I'll look for you once I get back." Uncle Fu brought by Qing away from the mountain resort. Qin Feng sat before the French windows and weighed the commercial bends disappear out of his sight before he walked out of the resort hotel. It was already past 11 in the morning. There were more and more people that went to play on the beach, and quite a few people appeared in the water to ride boats and surf. Qin Feng rented a boat, specifically prepared 3 tanks of fuel, and headed towards Devil Beast Mountain. Because a lot of people were playing on boats on the ocean, the sudden appearance of Qin Feng's boat didn't elicit any attention from other people. He first circled the water once aimlessly, and when no one was looking, he quickly headed towards deeper waters. Chapter 167. Chapter 167, The Beast and the Fairy. This time, Qin Feng didn't feel Black Turtle's presence in the deeper waters. It seemed that this brat went to even deeper waters of the ocean. Yesterday, he saw Black Turtle's ability, so he wasn't worried. He believed that with the cooperation of the sea turtle and the many-banded kite, they wouldn't be afraid even if they met a shark, unless they met over 10 sharks that surrounded and attacked him. Then Black Turtle's life might be in danger. But Black Turtle isn't that foolish. If it saw that it couldn't win, wouldn't it run away? Qin Feng experienced sea turtle's swimming speed, and if it needed to run away, that brat was like a little submarine. Qin Feng brought an adequate amount of fuel, so he only cared about driving the boat at its maximum speed. He weighed the distant and remote Devil Beast Mountain come closer and closer until it was within reach. He stopped the boat by the shore, secured it with a rope, and stepped onto this personless island. Devil Beast Mountain was an island with a lush forest and no people, but wild beasts ran rampant. Every time night came around, the howling of wild beasts drifted out of the eerie small island. By the time Qin Feng arrived at Devil Beast Mountain, it was already noon. At the blue-skied and blue-watered mountain resort, this was the time when the scorching sun beat down on one's head. However, Qin Feng had just arrived into the dense forest, so he only felt the cold forest air. The dense and towering leaves and branches blocked most of the burning sun, so only specks of light shined in. Qin Feng thought to himself that this was an absolutely superb place to shoot a horror movie. He took small and fragmented steps through the forest while conversing with Little Pig. Since Little Pig is considered a battle pet, he was extremely familiar with spiritual qi, and he was a guide that was very good at finding spiritual qi. Under Little Pig's direction, Qin Feng walked further and further. He already arrived at the middle of the outer layer of Devil Beast Mountain. There was a chill all around, and it became colder and colder. One could even see unmelted snow on some branches. "Master, the spirit plant is just nearby," Little Pig suddenly reminded him. Qin Feng halted in his steps and began to examine the area around him. At this point, Qin Feng was a genius martial cultivator adept in both internal and external skills. He already cultivated up to stage one of the internal techniques. He couldn't detect spiritual qi too far away, but he could detect spiritual qi exuded nearby. Now, he didn't need Little Pig's pointers. Qin Feng could also feel a dense spiritual qi exuding not too far away to the left. He shifted his gaze to the area with spiritual qi and quickly discovered a flower redder than a rose. However, Qin Feng had never seen a flower of its shape. It was the shape of a morning glory and as large as a grown man's palm when in full bloom. "Little Pig, is it this spirit plant?" Qin Feng already stepped quickly up to the plant. He squatted and examined it closely. Examining it closely, the spiritual qi coming out of the plant was extremely thick. Qin Feng couldn't help but reach out to uproot it. "Master, you can't pick it." Little Pig immediately stopped him and said quickly, "This is a red spirit elixir plant. It blooms once every 10 years, and it usually grows where the forest is dense. It absorbs the light spiritual energy that the trees exude and gathers it into essence. It's a spirit plant that helps cultivate inner qi. But this type of spiritual plant is extremely fragile. Once it leaves the soil, it'll die instantly. The spiritual chi in its meridian and stamen will change and instantly leave the body and pass into the air. Then it'll all become waste. After hearing Little Pig's explanation, Qin Feng immediately stopped. He looked both afraid and admiring as he said, "Little Pig, I've discovered that you're truly an omniscient little pig." Little Pig's words suddenly resounded in Qin Feng. Before, he thought this lazy pig was Bull's asterisk ting, but after gradually interacting with him, he found that this pig really did know a lot of things. After getting praised by his master, Little Pig raised its soft pink head and scoffed. "I've told you that a long time ago, but you didn't believe me, master. As a battle pet and NPC of the system, I know about all items from the system. This red spirit elixir plant is sold in the system's pill cultivation realm. Even if I didn't know about it, I could also read it off the system's description." Qin Feng's mouth tweed. He felt that Little Pig himself wasn't that amazing in reality. He showed off but got all the information from the system. "Little Pig, then how can I get this red spirit elixir plant completely intact?" "Master, as long as you don't ruin the original soil surrounding it, it won't die. You can just dig around the plant and pull it out with the soil surrounding it," Little Pig said. This time, Qin Feng understood. He felt the thick spiritual energy exuded from the red spirit elixir plant and anxiously but carefully dug around the plant. After digging a large hole, Qin Feng began to reach down to get the red spirit elixir plant. Roar, roar. Suddenly, the roar of a wild beast passed from deep within the forest. The sound shook the surrounding forest into a swishing and fragmented wind. Qin Feng quickly stood and looked behind him with alarm to see an enormous wild boar chasing a young lady who was heading straight towards him. It was the first time in his life that he saw such an enormous wild boar. He even wondered if this boar was a mutant. It was as large as a baby elephant, its face was sinister, and it had incomparably sharp tusks that were over a meter long. The most frightening thing was this wild boar's eyes. It had 3 eyes in total. The third eye grew between the eyebrows like Erlangchen. The eyes were as large as copper bells and shot out a eerie green light. Its 4 well-built legs were strong. While running, it was like an off-road car with maximum horsepower. It sped along while squealing, and its every step resulted in a slight tremor. "Brother, hurry and run, it's a 3-eyed elephant boar," the lady running in front of the wild boar shouted. Her voice tinkled as clear as a spring, and hearing it made Qin Feng dazed. The woman had clearly fought a vicious battle with the wild boar and was in a difficult situation. The white cotton dress she wore was already torn to shreds, and her hair was mussed by the wind as she ran for her life. But this all did nothing to affect this woman's beauty. She was like the moon maiden Chang'e if she were to step out of the moon. Though she was running for her life, she exuded an air of spiritual beauty. Her features were refined and shapely. Her body was straight and tall, and her figure wasn't full and explosive, but gentle, beautiful, and harmonious. In particular, the long torn dress she wore revealed a bit of soft white skin that was like fresh first snow. It was exquisitely fair and clear without a speck of dust. A fairy maiden running for her life. She was as beautiful as an angel and was filled with spiritual qi. This was Qin Feng's first impression of the woman. Then he looked at the 3-eyed elephant boar, not 50 meters behind her. He said with seriousness, "Little Pig, why is your relative so ugly? You won't end up looking like him when you grow up, will you?" Little Pig was so frustrated that he bared his teeth and waved his hooves. "Master's relatives are going to grow up looking like that. I'm the cutest little pig in the universe." As they say, the personality that a pet grows up to have is dependent on how its owner is. Seeing how shameless Little Pig was, Qin Feng suddenly understood the truth in this saying. "Brother, if you don't run now, it'll be too late." The quick-witted voice of the fairy maiden drifted over again. Qin Feng immediately ran out. He didn't run away, but ran towards the fairy maiden. Qin Feng just went up a mountain to find spirit plants and could encounter something great, like saving a beauty. SP, how could he sit on the sidelines and ignore such a great opportunity? Master, the three-eyed elephant boar is incomparably strong. Its sharp tusks can pierce through incomparably hard objects. Your current ability is inadequate. Qin Feng already ran up to the three-eyed elephant boar when Little Pig's languid voice drifted over. He didn't have the chance to run. He could only brace himself, leap upwards, and punch the three-eyed elephant boat in the back. Roar! Qin Feng used his stage 2 external techniques and punched without restraint. 6x strength contained 600 kilograms of power, and this fell on the three-eyed elephant boar's back. The wild boar's body clearly swayed. Its legs that were currently running wildly slipped, and it directly came crashing down. It crashed into a large tree and smashed a large hole into it. Bang! This hit startled the heavens and shook the earth. It made ghosts cry and wolves howl. The fairy maiden that was running for her life stopped to look. A sliver of shock swept through her face. She wasn't shocked by Qin Feng's tyrannical punch. She was shocked that Qin Feng clearly didn't want his life because he dared to anger this three-eyed elephant boar. All martial artists that know the three-eyed elephant boar know that this was a berserk beast. It has a violent temper and attacks whoever it sees. Its ability continuously explodes with the amount that it is agitated. The little fairy maiden originally didn't want to fight with the three-eyed elephant boar, but she suddenly encountered it on Devil Beast Mountain while looking for spirit plants. She was chased by the wild boar, but didn't dare to actually fight it because if this beast was agitated, it would be a crazed beast that would smash you to death. Haha, maiden, there's not need to be too startled. I actually didn't showcase my true abilities. Qin Feng clearly did not understand the nature of this three-eyed elephant boar. He was swept with pride upon knocking down the three-eyed elephant boar with one punch, and when he saw the little fairy maiden looking at him with shock, he was impossibly pleased with himself. Run, run. The little fairy maiden suddenly yelled towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng was slightly startled. He thought that since he saved this little fairy maiden's life, shouldn't she be moved to tears, fall into his arms, then charming and bashfully use her little pink fists to punch his chest and say sweetly, "Handsome, you're amazing!" Why would she look so anxious and shout for him to run? Qin Feng quickly understood the answer to this question because he suddenly felt a vigorous energy surge from behind him. He didn't spend much time reacting when his legs tapped the ground. He quickly used the strength from releasing the flying dragon armor, bent his body into a bow and arrow, and shot away. He leapt 5 meters into the air and thrillingly evaded the three-eyed elephant boar's attack with a backflip. Chapter 168. Chapter 168, Breaking Through. Bang! At this time, the three-eyed elephant boar ran into a large tree. Its 2 sharp tusks pierced into the thick tree trunk, and the towering tree that was blocking the sunlight slowly fell down. Boom! The floor shook, but it was not as shaken as Qin Feng currently was. He found that this wild boar suddenly became much more powerful. If the boar hit his waist, chances were that he would be split in two. Run! Run, brother! The little fairy maiden yelled again. Qin Feng hurriedly ran in her direction. He had just ran 2 steps when the system's cold voice resounded in his head. Ding! The Hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest. Save the flower fairy and defeat the three-eyed elephant boar. Quest time limit, 1 hour. Successful completion reward, 500 Hedonist points. Upon failure, the host will be murdered by the three-eyed elephant boar. Qin Feng, who was in the midst of running wildly for his life, stopped abruptly. He was no longer able to run away. Now it was either him or the boar. If he didn't die, then the boar would. Brother, you can't beat the three-eyed elephant boar. Qin Feng paid no mind to the flower fairy and already took the initiative to rush towards the three-eyed elephant boar. During the previous battle, he analyzed this boar's strengths and weaknesses. Its build was extremely large. It was much stronger than Qin Feng, and its skin was so thick that even if Qin Feng used 600 kilograms of strength, he would still have no way of really hurting this wild boar. But the boar's weakness was also its size because it wasn't nimble enough. Qin Feng would think of a way to use his agility to defeat the wild boar. Whoosh! Once again, Qin Feng rose into the air with a light tap of his feet. His body was nimble and strong. With a leap, he arrived onto the three-eyed elephant boar's back and began to pound at its neck with punches like rain. This wild boar's skin was thick indeed. It was as rough as tree bark. After tens of punches, Qin Feng's knuckles were skinned and filled with blood. Boom, boom. After getting hit by Qin Feng's tens of fists, the boar went berserk. It stood in place and thrashed his head and tail with all its might in an attempt to fling Qin Feng off of him. The shaking was extremely strong. If Qin Feng didn't have a death grip on the three-eyed elephant boar's two large ears, he would have been thrown off right from the get-go. However, Qin Feng didn't have the ability to attack the wild boar this way. Of course, he couldn't use his head to hit or his teeth to bite the wild boar. Flower Fairy, hurry and beat this wild boar to death. Qin Feng called to the Flower Fairy, who stood nearby. The Flower Fairy hesitated. Suddenly, her feet lightly tapped the ground and she rose into the air. Her long white dress danced in the wind, making her look like a fairy that had come down to the mortal world. The Flower Fairy arrived 5 meters away from the three-eyed elephant boar and stopped. She suddenly cast colorful flowers out of her long sleeve. She bestowed life into the flowers and looked as though they were slowly and delicately drifting in the air. However, the instant they fell on the three-eyed elephant boar's body, an enormous strength exploded out of them. The strength was phenomenal, and Qin Feng, who sat on the three-eyed elephant boar's back, felt this strength firsthand. He felt the wild boar's entire body tremble after getting hit by the flowers, and the tremors were even stronger than the wild boar's thrashing. The flowers flew continuously out of the sleeves of the Flower Fairy's long dress and drifted in the wind like jolly dancers. But no matter how different their paths were, they all landed accurately on the middle eye of the three-eyed elephant boar. These flowers concealed a powerful inner strength. They hit the wild boar, making it increasingly irritated. The whole forest was filled with its cries. She was beautiful, and the flowers were fragrant. She pulled out the flowers casually. She had a serene demeanor and danced lightly and gracefully in the middle of the circling flowers. Her tall and slender body was flexible, delicate, and skillful. She danced with an elegant rhythm. She didn't seem to be fighting a fierce battle, and instead appeared to be a quiet and aloof dancer. But her attacks were hidden, making one die under the scent of the fragrant flowers while caught unaware. Qin Feng waited entranced. Good thing this talented and valiant fairy maiden wasn't an enemy. Which man would have the heart to attack her? Aoao. The flurry of attacks caused a considerable amount of damage on the three-eyed elephant boar, causing it to fall completely into a crazed state. Its eyes were previously a glowing moss green, but now became blood red. It suddenly rushed out towards the Flower Fairy, leapt 3 meters into the air, and slashed its sharp tusks through the air. The flower maiden had no time to dodge and was directly sent flying by the hit. Plop! She fell to the ground with blood spraying violently out of her mouth. The Flower Fairy held in her pain and looked at Qin Feng with a sliver of anxiousness. Brother, even if we joined hands, we still wouldn't be able to win against the three-eyed elephant boar. I can't hang on for much longer. Hurry and run away. Qin Feng was enraged. He was thoroughly angered to see the three-eyed elephant boar ruthlessly strike the beautiful Flower Fairy into the air. He stepped on the three-eyed elephant boar's back and suddenly leapt up, concentrated all his strength into his legs, and violently stamped on the wild boar's back. Bang! This stamp produced an enormous explosion, yet the wild boar's body only swayed slightly and was completely unharmed. It continued to pounce at the flower fairy. Qin Feng leapt and stomped again. He kept on jumping up and down and unceasingly producing 600-kilogram stamps on the three-eyed elephant boar's back. However, the effect was not apparent. Not only did the wild boar not slow down, it even sped up. It was about to hit the flower fairy. Qin Feng immediately leapt off the three-eyed elephant boar, grabbed its tail, and used all his strength to tug backwards. In the end, he slowed the wild boar down, and even got the crazy wild boar to stop. The three-eyed elephant boar suddenly turned around to look ferociously at Qin Feng. This wild boar's tail was its sensitive spot, and Qin Feng tugged on it. Thus, it directly abandoned its attack on the flower fairy and crashed into Qin Feng instead. This attack was too fast for Qin Feng to dodge, and he was sent flying in the air with a projectile of bright red blood spraying out of his mouth. After falling, he felt as though his innards were jostled and shifted by the beast. He couldn't move at all and looked at the wild boar that was rushing towards him again. He was overcome with a fear of death that he had never felt before. "Master! Hurry and eat the red spirit elixir plant beside you," Little Pig screamed. It was frightened by the dangerous situation they were in. Qin Feng turned his head to look. The red spirit elixir plant they had initially discovered was right beside him. He promptly extended his hand and uprooted the plant with its roots and soil surrounding it. He swallowed it completely, flowers, leaves, stalk, and all. A gust of fiery hot air suddenly surged through his body. The powerful qi flow passed willfully through his meridian, making Qin Feng feel as though his body was about to explode. He immediately jumped onto a large tree and avoided the wild boar's attack. At the same time, he diverted the qi flow of the powerful spiritual qi into his dantian. Boom! An explosion resounded in Qin Feng's body. It had the feeling of liberation, yet some emptiness, but he already clearly felt that he had broken through Stage 2 inner qi and external Stage 3. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng. You have completed the quest of breaking through to Stage 3. The system awards you 1,000 hedonist points. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng. You have completed the quest of breaking through to Stage 2 inner qi. The system awards you 500 hedonist points. Ding! The hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest. Rank up to Stage 4 abilities. Quest time limit, 3 months. Successful completion reward, 2,000 hedonist points. Upon failure, the host will stay at Stage 3 forever. Ding! The hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest. Rank up to Stage 3 inner qi. Quest time limit, 3 months. Successful completion reward, 1,000 hedonist points. Upon failure, the host will stay at Stage 2 inner qi forever. After the system's string of notifications, Qin Feng absorbed over half of the extra spiritual qi. He felt as though he was being reborn as a Jedi. He simultaneously broke through 2 stages of cultivation, allowing his ability to rise dramatically. Now he could punch with close to 800 kilograms of power. Also, he achieved 5x strength. If he released the weight of the flying dragon armor, he could reach 7x strength. In addition to the rank up in inner qi, it would be easy for him to reach 8x speed. Whoosh whoosh! Qin Feng suddenly shuttled through the forest. He was like an energetic apparition flitting amongst the trees. The whole time, the three-eyed elephant boar chased after Qin Feng. Wherever he ran, the wild boar followed. But the three-eyed elephant boar clearly couldn't keep up with Qin Feng. Qin Feng suddenly dropped down from a tree and moved like a flash of lightning. He was like a matador teasing and scuttling about before the wild boar. Ayo! Time and time again, Qin Feng made the three-eyed elephant boar angry. At this time, it wanted to tear Qin Feng to shreds. It went faster, but it still couldn't see up to Qin Feng. At this time, Qin Feng slowed down. There was an enormous tree 5 meters ahead of him. He stood where he was and waited the three-eyed elephant boar pounce at him. When the wild boar's tusks came extremely close, he leapt up and landed behind it in the blink of an eye. Boom! The winter iron gloves flashed on his fists. Qin Feng bellowed, concentrated all of his strength into his right fist, and ruthlessly attacked the three-eyed elephant boars behind. Rumble! The sudden burst of close to 800 kilograms in strength was extremely stunning, and at this time the three-eyed elephant boar was still racing forward at a flying speed. So Qin Feng borrowed the strength and made the scene even more striking. The 2-ton wild boar was sent flying, and its head crashed into the tree trunk of the enormous tree before it. Its sharp tusks pierced deeply into the trunk, and black blood ran out of its enormous mouth. Moments later, the three-eyed elephant boar was no longer breathing. Its strong and stout carcass hung motionlessly 2 meters high on the tree trunk. Qin Feng let out a long breath and ran up beside the flower fairy at once. There was a large and long gash on the flower fairy's thigh where the three-eyed elephant boar's tusk pierced her. Her tender, snow-white skin was dyed completely red with blood, and even revealed some of the white bone beneath it. The scene was heartbreaking. The pain and severe blood loss caused the flower fairy to faint. She leaned quietly on a large tree with her thin, willow leaf eyebrows slightly furrowed. Her face was deathly pale and her lips were chapped. She looked so weak that it looked like she would die at any second. After quickly examining the flower fairy's condition, Qin Feng immediately and slowly tore the part of her dress that was drenched in blood and stuck to her thigh to reveal the startling wound. He bought 2 bottles of elementary gold sore medicine and carefully began to apply it onto her wound. The gash was too long. It ran up into the inner part of her thigh. Qin Feng continued to tear the dress and unconsciously tore up to the part between the flower fairy's thighs. Chapter 169. Chapter 169, Kissing for an Eternity. Fuck! Qin Feng suddenly yelped in shock when he saw the beautiful scenery under the flower fairy. He wasn't shocked because he saw underwear dyed red by blood, but was shocked to see that colorful petals blocked the bottom. Qin Feng had just been wondering in astonishment where the flower fairy got all of those petals, and now he understood. In order to confirm his guess, Qin Feng tore the top of the flower fairy's dress that covered her chest with a look of propriety to reveal a smooth, round, and delicate chest. Her chest was wrapped in colorful petals as well. This fairy-like woman used petals to cover her private parts. After discovering the flower fairy's secret, Qin Feng quickly calmed himself down and began to apply gold sore medicine on her terrifying wound. Little pig, this wound is so deep. Will the gold sore medicine help her heal completely? Will there be a scar? He lightly caressed the skin on the flower fairy's exquisitely smooth and soft thigh. Qin Feng couldn't bear for such perfect legs to be scarred. Nope, Little Pig said. The three-eyed elephant boar's tusks don't have poison, so the wound won't get infected even after the gold sore medicine is applied. The wound just has to heal carefully, and it'll be fine. But the flower fairy lost too much blood, and the three-eyed elephant boar's attack threw the qi in her body into disorder. So it's not enough to just heal her skin and flesh. If this continues, she'll die soon, Little Pig added. Then how can I save her? Qin Feng instantly became agitated. He didn't only have a good opinion of the flower fairy, he also had a quest relating to her. The system's quest is to both save the flower fairy and defeat the three-eyed elephant boar. If the flower fairy died, then he'd fail the quest for certain. The flower fairy must organize the disordered qi in her body to preserve her life. But she's now unconscious and can't wake up on her own. She needs Master to wake her up. How can I wake up the flower fairy? Qin Feng asked. Little Pig suddenly smiled evilly. Master, I have to tell you something else. The red spirit elixir plant is the main ingredient in concocting the red elixir pill, and the red elixir pill is a great medicine used to upgrade the abilities of inner chi cultivators. If you eat this plant directly, the large amount of spiritual chi in it cannot be fully absorbed, so the chi falls into a raging state. If it breaks out, the user's body will explode and they will die. Death by bodily explosion. After hearing these words, Qin Feng wanted to squeeze Little Pig to death. And you still told me to swallow it whole? Little piglet, did you want to rebel and murder your master? Little Pig said with disdain, Master, we were in a dire situation at first. If you didn't eat the red spirit elixir plant, would you be alive now? Plus, Master doesn't have that much of the explosive spiritual chi in your body, so you just need to release it. It just so happens that the flower fairy needs this spiritual chi to recover and awaken, so Master can give it to her. Other cultivators long to have extra spiritual chi in their bodies to break through. Qin Feng, on the other hand, encountered a situation where there was so much spiritual chi that it was going to burst his body. Just thinking about it was intoxicating. Master, the spiritual chi in your body is stored in the blood in your veins. You can just have the flower fairy drink some of your blood, Little Pig mentioned. Seeing the flower fairy's increasingly pale face, Qin Feng didn't hesitate any more. He cut a small gash on his wrist, and fresh blood, carrying hot chi, dripped down his arm, falling onto the flower fairy's lips. Slowly, the flower fairy opened her mouth and began to use her tongue to ingest Qin Feng's blood. She began to recover the strong chi in her body, and her face slowly became rosy. 10 minutes later, she once again became that lively and moving flower fairy. Ah, Dubby, what are you doing? The flower fairy suddenly opened her black eyes that were as clear as mirrors. She looked at Qin Feng in shock. You fed me your blood? This blood has a large amount of spiritual chi. In an instant, the flower fairy understood. She was expressionless the whole time, but her face was now filled with shock and doubt. Why did you do that? Do you not need to cultivate anymore? The flower fairy asked a good number of questions at once, and Qin Feng didn't know which to answer. His gaze fell on the flower fairy's bright red lips that were filled with his blood. Qin Feng couldn't help but want to lick them. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for completing the quest of saving the flower fairy and killing the three-eyed elephant boar. The system awards you 500 hedonist points. The system announcement resounded. Are you all right? Qin Feng asked while looking at the flower fairy. The flower fairy looked at Qin Feng with gratitude. My life is no longer in danger. Thank you for saving me. Those are all small matters. You don't have to worry about it, beautiful. Qin Feng grandly waved his hand. Then he looked seriously at the flower fairy. I actually have to continue cultivating. If your body is okay, then the blood on your lips? I have to take it back. The flower fairy was extremely moved that Qin Feng was able to release the spiritual chi in his body to save her life, so she did not put up her guard against him. She said pleasantly, Of course, but how are you going to take back the blood on my lips? This question stumped the flower fairy, but it was not a problem to Qin Feng because he was already in the process of using his actions to show the flower fairy his method. A pair of strong arms suddenly pulled the flower fairy into its embrace. The flower fairy's flowery face paled in shock, but she didn't resist because she then felt Qin Feng's lips press tightly onto her own. She was so shocked that she forgot to breathe or struggle. This was the flower fairy's first time interacting with a man so intimately. A soft, moist, and smooth tongue swam crazily over her lips. Gusts of a manly smell wafted into her nose, causing her body to weaken. She couldn't use any of her strength. Her head was swept with dizziness. She slowly and unconsciously opened her mouth to allow the greedy tongue in. It wildly devoured her tongue, teeth, and everything else. They were embracing each other tightly and got carried away with their kiss. The surroundings seemed to fall silent, and time seemed to pause. In the beginning, Qin Feng was the only one initiating the attack. Then, the flower fairy slowly reciprocated, and the kiss then became frantic and demanding. This kiss seemed to last until the end of the world, until the seas dried up and the rocks disintegrated. "Beast, let go of my Shermay!" The voice of an angry male drifted over. With a wintry flash, an impressive-looking man wearing a long white robe slammed his palm onto Qin Feng's back. Qin Feng was in the middle of enjoying the flower fairy's fragrance and didn't get a chance to react when the palm fell upon him. Pop! This palm concealed a strength that was even more powerful than the three-eyed elephant bore when it sent him flying earlier. Qin Feng was sent flying and spat out 3 consecutive mouthfuls of blood. After falling to the ground, he couldn't breathe. Chapter 170. Chapter 170. After parting now, who knows whether we can meet again? Brother. The flower fairy instantly came to her senses. She revealed a startled expression, ran with light steps, and arrived beside Qin Feng in an instant. She hugged Qin Feng, lifted him up, and rested him in her embrace. She was so shocked that her eyes were a bit moist. She said gently, "Brother, are you all right?" "Little Shermay, what are you doing? How could you hug a man so casually?" The white-robed man also arrived in front of the flower fairy in a flash. He glared at Qin Feng with a gaze thick with murderous intent. "This beast dared to violate you at first. Get out of the way. I'll stab this beast to death with my blade." As he spoke, the man pulled out a long sword from the sleeve of his long robe. The sword's silver glint stabbed towards Qin Feng. The flower fairy immediately held her arms open and blocked Qin Feng from him. She said anxiously, "Elder Sherxiong, he's not a beast. He saved me at first." "Saved you? Did he need to hug you and force a kiss on you to save you?" Hua Lingfei's lungs were about to explode in anger. He came down the mountain with his Shermay to find spirit plants, but they were separated at Devil Beast Mountain. Shermay was the most outstanding and talented young girl in the sect, and he formed a publicly recognized pair with her. However, Shermay was devoted to studying and cultivating and did not care about emotions. Hua Lingfei coveted her beauty for 3 long years, but never even touched her hand. Just now he saw Qin Feng hugging Shermay, and they were kissing wildly. Then he also saw Shermay's ripped clothing. Hua Lingfei wanted to chop Qin Feng to pieces. "Elder Sherxiong, after we got separated, I was chased by a 3-eyed elephant boar, and this brother fought it with me." The flower fairy briefly summarized the prior events, and then stopped caring about Hua Lingfei. She looked at Qin Feng with worry. She suddenly bit her tongue, and drops of fresh blood oozed out of the corner of her mouth. She looked anxiously at Qin Feng and said, "Brother, you cut your vein and released blood to save me. So now I'll bite my tongue and return the favor. That way we're even." The flower fairy's voice was like a trickling spring that drifted over melodiously from afar. This time, she took the initiative to lean in and press her lips tightly onto Qin Feng's. Qin Feng really did almost lose his life from Hua Lingfei's palm. This time, he lapped wildly at the flower fairy's lips. After the two kissed passionately for a second time, Qin Feng absorbed the spiritual qi in the flower fairy's blood and felt much better. Hua Lingfei's hit was extremely powerful. He and the flower fairy were both extremely impressive inner qi cultivators, and they were on par with the Yin-Yang elders. The current Qin Feng wasn't Hua Lingfei's opponent. Hua Lingfei was ignored and treated like air. He was so angry that his eyes were filled with red veins. That little Shermay that was as pure as jade and buried her emotions and desires actually initiated a kiss with a male stranger. Hua Lingfei could not accept this reality. He already killed Qin Feng with his eyes a couple 100 times. But with little Shermay there, he couldn't actually kill him. "Elder Sherxiong, let's go." When the flower fairy saw that Qin Feng's life was no longer in danger, She stood and was about to leave with her senior. "Wait!" Qin Feng hurriedly called out to the flower fairy and ran up to her. Hua Ling Fei turned his body to block Qin Feng. He glared at Qin Feng with murderous intent and shouted, "Sticking brat, if my sure maid didn't block me, you'd be a dead man right now. Hurry and shove off." "Elder Shirxiong, don't be like this." The flower fairy went around Hua Ling Fei and arrived in front of Qin Feng. She already reinstated her usual calm demeanor. She looked at Qin Feng indifferently, like she was looking at a stranger. Her voice was as calm as water. "Brother, was there something else?" Qin Feng immediately removed his jacket and draped it on the flower fairy's body. "Your clothes are ruined. Wear my coat while going back." "Thank you." The flower fairy didn't stop Qin Feng's good intentions. Her clothes really were completely tattered. She would be able to cover some of the scenery that was currently revealed with Qin Feng's long coat draped on her body. "I'm called Qin Feng." Qin Feng extended his hand. "Hua Xianyu." Hua Xianyu hesitated, shook Qin Feng's hand for a quick second, and then let go. She didn't spare Qin Feng another glance. She turned, returned beside Hua Ling Fei, and said indifferently, "Let's go, Elder Shirxiong." Hua Xian, you took small quick steps like a fairy and walked in the front. Hua Ling Fei followed behind her and didn't forget to turn his head to glare at Qin Feng. He already completely memorized Qin Feng's looks. If he had the opportunity to meet Qin Feng again, he would definitely kill him with his own hands. One was in front and the other was behind. Their steps looked slow-moving and casual, but they moved extremely quickly. With a couple of steps, they already disappeared from Qin Feng's sight. "Master, I feel other beasts nearby. We should also hurry and leave." Little Pig's reminder pulled Qin Feng out of his daze. He looked away from the place that Hua Xianyu left to, and sighed internally. Who knew if he would be able to meet this woman that was as fragrant and moving as a flower again? Qin Feng saw how powerful the three-eyed elephant boar was, so he didn't dare stay too long on Devil Beast Mountain. The beasts here were too powerful. With his current strength, it clearly wasn't fitting for him to stay here. He had just completed 3 quests in succession, so Qin Feng now had a total of 2,200 hedonist points. After seeing Black Turtle's abilities, his eyes shined and he immediately opened up the fusion function to fuse an earth pet and an air pet. He'd put them in this dense forest and have them grow here so they'd know the paths to find spirit plants when he came to Devil Beast Mountain in the future. He looked through the earth creatures in the fusion function and chose the snow leopard and the green wolf mastiff. The snow leopard had the alertness of a cat and the leopard's fierceness and nimbleness. It's a nocturnal animal that was shrewd, perceptive, and agile, and can even leap off cliffs 3 to 4 meters high. A fully grown snow leopard can even hold its own against the attacks of several feral wolves. According to the system, the Tibetan Mastiff could be split into 3 types: Original Mastiff, Ghost Mastiff, and Green Wolf Mastiff. Even the first original Mastiff was an extremely fierce beast that was famous for being the king of dogs. As for the Ghost Mastiff, most of them were mixed breeds that were only made uncommon due to hype from businessmen. In reality, it was pretty common, and the title of the true king of the Tibetan Mastiffs among the 3 belongs to the Green Wolf. Of 10 dogs, there was 1 Mastiff, and of 10 Mastiffs, there was 1 green one. Thus, one could see why the Green Wolf was so rare. Qin Feng chose the Snow Leopard and the Green Wolf to fuse into a new creature in hopes that it would have the nimbleness and vigilance of the Snow Leopard, as well as the fierceness and cruelty of the Green Wolf Mastiff. Fuse! As Qin Feng gave the order, a large furnace appeared in his mind. The Green Wolf and Snow Leopard were thrown into the furnace, and it began to spin. Half a minute later, a newly fused creature slowly rose and entered the system's pet inventory. Qin Feng immediately opened his pet inventory to look at his newly fused battle pet. Chapter 171. Chapter 171. Prince when pays a visit. Glacial Snow Mastiff Tea. System announcement. The fused glacial snow mastiff has gained the nimbleness and vigilance of the snow leopard, as well as the fierceness and cruelty of the green wolf mastiff. Living things beware. Qin Feng was very satisfied with the fusion of the snow leopard and the green wolf mastiff. With a slight thought, a shaggy, basketball-sized, glacial snow mastiff ran out of the system. Its claws clung to Qin Feng's shoes and nibbled at them. It seemed hungry. Qin Feng really liked this cutie. It was covered in green fur and looked like both a leopard and a Tibetan mastiff. He picked a fruit from the tree and tossed it at the glacial snow mastiff, who excitedly lay on the floor and began to nibble the food. Qin Feng rescinded his thoughts and opened the fusion function again to fuse an air battle pet. This time, Qin Feng chose two birds, the golden eagle and the gerfalcon. The golden eagle was considered a large bird of prey. Its body was 76 to 102 centimeters long. Its wingspan was over 3 meters, and it weighed from 2 to 2 kilograms. It preyed on tens of animals such as geese, ducks, common pheasants, squirrels, Siberian roe deer, hares, etc. It also sometimes ate sika deer, pronged antelopes, coyotes, gray wolves, and other large animals. The gerfalcon's scientific name is Falco rusticulus, and in the Sushin dialect it's Xiongku Lu. It's the world's fastest bird and can fly the highest as well, so its name means the god of 10,000 eagles. Legend has it that there was only one gerfalcon in every 10,000 godly eagles. It was not merely a creature that existed in real life. It was worshipped like a totem similar to the Han ethnic group's phoenix. It was also potentially a bird species that was long extinct. According to the records in the Classic of Mountain and Sea, it could be the 9th phoenix in the desolate Sushin territory in the ancient Northeast. In later generations, the gerfalcon's prominence shrank due to its secularization. According to the records in the bird section of the Compendium of Medical Herbs, when carving liaodong, the most handsome is the gerfalcon. It's classified as part of the falcon class and is one of the largest birds of prey. Fuse. Under Qin Feng's order, the system's furnace used to fuse, pets began to spin again. Half a minute later, a newly fused creature slowly rose and entered the system's pet inventory. Qin Feng immediately opened his pet inventory to look at his newly fused air battle pet. Flaming Golden Eagle System announcement. You have obtained the Flaming Golden Eagle with this fusion, along with the Golden Eagle's fierceness and the gerfalcon's maximum speed. Mortals beware. With a slight thought, a little eagle appeared, dancing happily in the air. It was completely white, had a tuft of hair on its head, and the feathers on the tips of the sharp wings and tail appeared gold. The golden feathers on its side moved with the wind like a burning flame, and its body was a spotless, snow white. It looked like a fire raging in the snow. Qin Feng called over his successfully fused glacial snow mastiff and flaming golden eagle, and said to them with a gentle expression, "Snow mastiff, golden eagle, you two train well in this forest from here on out. No matter what happens, you have to stick together. Fight together and advance or retreat together, understood?" The snow mastiff jumped and licked Qin Feng in the face. The golden eagle flew around Qin Feng's head nonstop while lifting its head to whistle. These two spirit-type battle pets could both feel the atmosphere of a farewell and didn't want to leave Qin Feng. Qin Feng created these battle pets, so he was both their father and mother. Also, they had to leave their parents and wander alone in the real world, so Qin Feng didn't want to leave them either. If you don't experience winds and rain, how would you see a rainbow? Everyone has this moment and must face it. Acropolis City, Qin residence villa. 3 men sat in the lounge of the first floor. Qin Huang sat on the sofa, while Qin Feng and another handsome man sitting tall and straight sat on both sides of him. This man and Qin Feng were of similar age, and he looked similar to Qin Feng. He was Qin Feng's Tengdi Qinyi, from Jincheng City's Qin family. In Jincheng City, he was called Prince Wen. The atmosphere in the lounge was a bit cold and solemn. Once Qin Feng returned from the mountain resort, he received Qin Huang's call to hurry back to the Qin Manor. Once he got back, he saw Qin Yi sitting in his house. Qin Feng had just heard the name of the mastermind behind Hua Ming from Hua Ming's mouth, and it was someone known as Prince Wen. Qin Feng wasn't someone from Jincheng City, so he never heard of Jincheng City's Prince Wen. However, Qin Ye's nickname, Prince Wen, was as famous as young Master Qin's name in Acropolis City. If someone wanted to make inquiries about it, it was very easy to do so. Now that he knew his Tangdi Qin Yi was Prince Wen, Qin Feng's expression turned cold. He considered various complicated problems, but couldn't understand why Jincheng City's third uncle's family would be the mastermind plotting to harm him and his father. Tangge, eldest uncle, I haven't paid a visit to you in a long time. I hope you'll forgive me. Qin Yi broke the cold and solemn atmosphere. He held a sandalwood fan, and every time he fanned it, a fragrant scent wafted everywhere. Year, coming to the Qin Manor in Acropolis is like coming to your own home. Your eldest uncle is usually busy with business and has no time to visit you, so I'm gratified that you've taken the initiative to visit. Qin Huang's face was filled with a cordial smile. No one could tell what he was currently thinking. Eldest uncle, I just came back from America, and once I landed, I heard that something happened in your family recently, so I immediately rushed over. I come as a representative for my father and older brother to see if there was anything we could help with. The fan in Qin Ye's hand was neither hurried nor slow, and the fan's fragrance permeated the entire house. Qin Feng, who was quiet the whole time, turned towards Qin Yi and said quickly and forcefully, Tangdi, you said you just came back from America? That's right, Tangge. I was studying abroad in America. The foreign girls there are really beautiful. If you have time, you should go play, Tangge. I'm sure it fits your taste. Qin Yi stopped there and awkwardly coughed twice. Then he said with a laugh, it was because I was in America for a while. If I was in China and heard that something happened to eldest uncle's family, I would have rushed over to help a long time ago. Last night, Qin Feng discovered that the criminal behind Hua Ming was someone called Prince Wen. Today, Tangdi, who goes by the name Prince Wen, came through the door to visit. Qin Feng felt that this was a bit coincidental. However, after knowing that Qin Yi just returned from America, Qin Feng couldn't be certain that this was related to him or if he had created the present conditions while in America. Haha, Year, eldest uncle appreciates your kindness, but nothing big happened here. Some small things happened earlier, but they've all been taken care of. Go back and tell your father not to worry. If something big really does happen, I'll ask for your help, Qin Huang said as he continued to smile. Of course, of course. Though we're in different cities in Yun province, we're all members of the Qin family in the provincial capital, and the same blood runs through our veins. We need to join hands and support one another. Qin Yi suddenly stood and looked at Qin Feng and Qin Huang with a smile. He was quiet for a moment and then slowly began to speak. Tangge, eldest uncle, I know that a lot of things happened in the Qin Manor recently, and it seems as if people are joining forces against you. Once I heard this, I specifically sent people to secretly investigate, and I found that Sky City's Hua family is a bit suspicious. Recently, they keep monitoring the Qin Manor, and they're secretly contacting people in preparation of attacking the Qin Manor together. My father has a spy in the inner part of the Hua family, and based on these dependable reports, after the Hua family unites with these people, they plan to create rumors and cause inner strife in the Qin family so we get suspicious of one another, clash, and kill each other. After saying this, Qin Yi suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, Tangge, eldest uncle, isn't it funny? Our Qin family has been united the whole time, and we coexist harmoniously. How could we be affected by some words from outsiders? Father was extremely angry when he found out about the Hua family's conduct. He's already used all of the power of Jincheng City's Qin family to suppress the Hua family. I trust that not long later, the Hua family will be wiped off the face of the planet. Tangge, eldest uncle, if you've discovered any other powers trying to mess with our Qin family, you must tell the younger generation. I'll get older brother and father, and we'll fight side by side. How could these little fish and shrimp trample our Qin family's prestige so easily? The more Qin Yi spoke, the more excitable he became. In the end, he snapped his sandalwood fan in two. Too bad he was Prince Wen. He knew everything about astronomy and geography and had a good reputation among the people in Jincheng City, but he didn't practice martial arts. At this time, since he used too much strength, the wood violently pierced his palm and scarlet blood poured out. You're so careless. Butler Wang, hurry and bring over the medical kit. Qin Feng immediately rose and arrived beside Qin Yi. Butler Wang quickly ran over in a large sweat with the medical kit in tow. Qin Huang sat beside Qin Yi and personally dressed his wound for him. Haha, eldest uncle, you're like my dad, you take care of me so well. Qin Yi weighed Qin Huang dress his wound and suddenly said, I was too agitated at first, but I can't stand those lowly people that try to cause internal strife in our Qin family. I just hate them. Don't think too much about it. You're right, we're all Qin family members. How could there be disharmony in the family due to some words from outsiders? Our eyes are sharp, and time will reveal a man's heart. Qin Huang sighed as he spoke. These words carried a deep moral, and Qin Yi didn't continue the conversation. After the wound was dressed, he stood and prepared to take his leave. Tangge, eldest uncle, I was a nuisance for coming here today. I just got off the plane and came straight here to see you too, so I haven't even gone home yet. My father is probably awaiting my return, so I won't stay long. When I have time, I'll come visit. Okay, travel safely. Qin Huang glanced at Qin Feng. Feng send off Yi for me. Chapter 172. Chapter 172. After all, we're family. After exiting the villa, Qin Feng and Qin Yi got into a BMW. Qin Yi drove and Qin Feng sat in the front passenger seat. It took over 10 minutes to get from the Qin Manor Villa to the entrance by car. Qin Ye's driving speed wasn't fast, but his driving was very stable. Tangdi, since my old man was at the villa earlier, I didn't want to ask you, but how did it feel to play with the young foreign girls in America? Qin Feng opened his mouth to break the silence and smiled at Qin Yi with the look of a dissolute and hedonistic young master. Sun Yi laughed and said, Tangge, I also stopped in the middle of my speech and didn't dare go on because eldest uncle was there. I know Tangge is famously dissolute. I won't lie, those young foreign girls are really great. All of them are large-chested girls. The large-chested girls in China can't compare. They naturally have large chests and behinds, and aren't like us here who have to get them through surgery and be fearful of silica poisoning. Haha, Tangdi, you're hilarious. Qin Feng laughed loudly in amusement. What are you studying abroad in America? Business administration. My old man forced me to study abroad. He said that I'm not young anymore and that I have to work at the company after I'm done studying. I'm so jealous of you, Tango. You can be dissolute and hedonistic and eldest uncle doesn't care. He even can't wait to spoil you. I want to sweedads with you. Haha. It's not as great as you make it out to be. My old man is forcing me to work at the company right now, Qin Feng said with a laugh. Qin Ye's expression changed dramatically, and he looked at Qin Feng in shock. Tango, you're working? At eldest uncle's royal group? How long have you been there? You haven't ruined the company, have you? You've probably shown all of the beauties at the company the unspoken rules. During the whole ride, Qin Feng and Qin Yi seemed like old friends that hadn't seen each other in a really long time. They talked about their current situations, and time passed really quickly. Soon, the two of them already arrived at the gates of the Qin Manor. Tango, it was great talking to you. I don't want to go back now. When you have time, you must look for me at Jincheng City, and I'll take you to the most high-end clubs to play with the most expensive girls. My treat." Qin Feng got out of Qin Ye's car and waved. "Be careful on the road." "Okay, I'll leave first, Tenga. Pass along my farewell to eldest uncle for me." Qin Yi drove the car quickly away, and it soon vanished from sight. Qin Feng then turned to walk into the Qin Manor. Uncle Fu drove a commercial Benz and sat there waiting. "Young Master Qin, Chairman Qin, sent me to pick you up." Uncle Fu opened the car door, and Qin Feng got in. Uncle Fu helped me research Qin Yi to see if he really had just returned from America and what he's done recently. Qin Feng felt a little suspicious of Qin Yi. He pretended to chat with Qin Yi earlier, but he was also testing him to see if he would reveal hints about anything. However, after chatting, Qin Feng did not discover anything. It seemed that this prince, one's reputation wasn't undeserved. Qin Feng always felt as though he couldn't completely grasp this Tangdi of his. "Young Master Qin, you want to research Qin Yi." Uncle Fu always only cared about obeying Qin Feng's orders, but this time he expressed doubt. "Research, hurry and research." The car flew back to the Qin Manor's villa, and everything relating to Qin Yi was unearthed. During this time he was indeed in America. From night to day, he damaged the family reputation, picked up girls, and blindly fooled around. Then didn't find any suspicious activities. "Fenger, come to my study." Qin Feng had just gotten off the car when Qin Huang called him. After weighing Qin Feng and Qin Yi leave, he stood in a daze at the villa door thinking about who knew what. The father and son arrived in large study on the third floor, one after the other. Qin Huang sat before the tea table and steeped tea while minding his own business. Qin Feng sat across from Qin Huang. When he saw that his father wasn't speaking, he retained his silence. "Fenger, the Jincheng City's Yu family was annihilated 2 days ago. I'm sure you've heard." Qin Huang suddenly spoke, but he asked about the Yu family. These past couple of days he was busy with work, and Qin Feng disappeared to the mountain resort, so he only had the opportunity to ask about it now. "I've heard. I did it," Qin Feng said casually. Qin Huang put the cup he had just raised to his lips back down and looked at Qin Feng in shock. "You did it on your own." Jincheng City's #1 underworld family was annihilated by his own son in one night? Qin Huang didn't dare think too much about when his son became so amazing. "How is that possible?" "I went with Uncle Fu." Qin Feng said with a laugh. "I didn't do anything. I just weighed Uncle Fu do his thing." Qin Huang was secretly moved, but now he suddenly became disappointed. If his son really did single-handedly annihilate Jincheng City's Yu family, then Qin Feng's current ability was extremely amazing. If he had this ability, then Qin Huang had nothing to worry about for the clan's martial arts competition in 10 months. "Then you took care of you, Wenxiang," Qin Huang continued. "Yes, I did." This time, Qin Feng didn't hide it because his father was sure to know the reason why Yu Wenxiang died. After all, his father helped with the aftermath, so there was no need for Qin Feng to hide anything. Qin Feng didn't want too many people to know about the annihilation of the Yu family, because who knew what leftover kin the Yu family still had. The more people knew about the truth of the Yu family, the greater danger he'd be in. Qin Feng didn't want his father to be in more danger. Qin Feng, I really don't know what to say to you." Qin Huang sighed. He was helpless when it came to his son. In the past, he picked up girls, damaged the family reputation, and did not engage in honest work. Now it was much better. He wasn't loose and didn't damage the family reputation, but he's fallen in love with murder. Qin Huang was struck with fear when he thought about the frightening things Qin Feng did in less than a month's time. "Dad, what do you think of Qin Yi?" Qin Feng suddenly changed the topic to the Qin Yi who had just paid a visit. To tell the truth, Qin Feng was not familiar with his relatives. When he was really little, everyone would gather during the Lunar New Year for dinner at the provincial capital. Afterwards, everyone claimed they were busy and they no longer really kept in contact. Qin Huang was silent for a good while before he said indifferently, "Feng Qin Yi is your Tang Di. His father is your third uncle and my very own brother. Tell me, how would he be?" Qin Feng said nothing else, and the two stayed in a length of silence. Qin Feng thought back about everything that happened recently and picked out some highlights. He didn't plan to tell his father about Kang Hua Ming at the mountain resort because he didn't have concrete proof, so he couldn't say much about it. Qin Huang had his own way of thinking. He had a lot of thoughts regarding his family, his brothers, and Qin Feng's mother that he had never told Qin Feng. He even suspected his second and third younger brothers for the Qin family's current experiences. However, Qin Huang also lacked definite proof, and he didn't want to prematurely point his spear at anyone. After all, everyone was a member of the Qin family. Chapter 173. Chapter 173. I did indeed bring this. Qin Feng was sprawled on a table in the lobby of Royal Group Sales Department. His hand was extended beneath the table and caressed Su Ruo's soft, fair thighs. Su Ruo had long formed an immunity against Qin Feng's actions and could nonchalantly focus on work. After completing the work at hand, Su Ruo realized that Qin Feng was still rubbing her thigh. At this time, she glared unhappily at Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, haven't you touched enough? You're about to rub until the skin on my thighs break." Qin Feng immediately went under the table and stuck his head up to Su Ruo's thighs. He looked at her dazzling long thighs with seriousness and asked, Where is the skin breaking?" Then Su Ruo felt a wet and slippery object swim energetically across her thighs. She jumped in shock. "Qin Feng, you pervert!" Qin Feng licked the lingering fragrance on the tip of his tongue and returned to his seat. He looked at Su Ruo with propriety. "Comrade Ruo, please use words more accurately next time. How am I perverted? At most, I can be called shameless." Qin Feng rendered Su Ruo speechless. She immediately pulled tissues out of her bag and wiped the lingering saliva off her thighs. She missed Qin Feng a bit when he wasn't at work yesterday, but right in the morning today, Qin Feng made her want to jump off a building. This is a company, not a food market. Why is there yelling? "Qin Feng, come to my office." Wang Chao's cold and sinister voice suddenly came from behind Qin Feng. After speaking, he angrily walked away with his hands clasped behind his back. He found that lately, Qin Feng was increasingly defiant. If he didn't want to work, he didn't, and when he did come to work, he took liberties with the sales department's pure goddess. He clearly attached no importance to Group Leader Wang. "Group Leader Wang, why are you looking for me?" After entering Wang Chao's office, Qin Feng casually sat on the table, picked up the apple on it, and ate it with gusto. This display of impudence made Wang Chao so angry that he was about to spit blood. In the whole sales department, only Qin Feng had the guts to be so arrogant and undisciplined in front of him. Yesterday afternoon, he and Xiao Zhang planned out their plot against Qin Feng. They were going to have him deliver documents to Han Ying and hide a condom in the documents to frame Qin Feng. However, when Xiao Zhang went to call on Qin Feng left the building without even bothering to acknowledge him. Also, he hadn't returned to work until today. Wang Chao restrained the flames sealed within him for a day and a night. So once he saw Qin Feng come to work, he called him into his office. "Qin Feng, where did you run off to yesterday? Why do you always leave without asking for vacation? Are you treating the company as if your family owns it?" In order to be less conspicuous, Wang Chao pretended to talk about other things first. "I asked for vacation from General Manager Li directly. Your position is too low. There's no point in telling you, because you'd have to ask for instructions from General Manager Li anyway." Qin Feng nibbled the apple and spoke indifferently. "You, Qin Feng's words made Wang Chao so angry he wanted to die. He breathed deeply several times and didn't want to talk nonsense with Qin Feng. He pulled out a stack of documents and tossed them at Qin Feng. These are the monthly reports for the sales department. Deliver them to Assistant Han's office. Remember, these are very important documents, so don't dilly-dally and go deliver them now, Wang Chao said with seriousness. Assistant Han? This errand isn't bad. Qin Feng thought of Han Ying and happily took the documents and walked out of the office. A cold smile appeared on Wang Chao's face as he waved Qin Feng leave. Humph. Oh, Qin Feng, this time I want you to die thoroughly. I'll return all of my prior humiliation back to you. Qin Feng didn't know about Wang Chao's evil intentions. He hugged the stack of documents up to the top floor. It would be weird if he didn't run the errand after finding out this was a delivery to Han Ying. After all, he could take some liberties before leaving. Due to the prior events in the cafeteria, Qin Feng's name was widespread in the royal group. The whole way up, everyone that saw him sized him up with different expressions, and there were even some people that exchanged whispered discussions about him behind his back. Qin Feng pretended he didn't see anything. At this time, he pushed open Han Ying's office door and walked in. Why didn't you knock before entering? Upon entering, Han Ying's powerful and icy voice drifted over. She currently had her head buried in work and didn't lift her head even when someone walked into her office. She was already beginning to have the manner of a swift, decisive, and domineering female chairman. Well, of course, it was to see what Assistant Han was doing during work hours, and if she was secretly weighing television, Qin Feng said with a smile. Upon hearing Qin Feng's familiar and vulgar voice, Han Ying's strong aura quickly dissipated. A charming smile arose on her cold, attractive face. She raised her head to look towards Qin Feng. You've been in the company for half a month, and this is your first time coming to my office. Qin Feng smiled. He treated Han Ying's office like his own house, walked naturally up to her work desk and sat on it. If any other male employee performed such an indecent move, Han Ying would have directly kicked them off. Yes, these are the monthly reports I was told to deliver from the sales department. Qin Feng tossed the stack of documents on the table. Why would you bring the sales department reports to me? Han Ying furrowed her long, shapely eyebrows slightly. Then, she curiously picked up the documents and perused them. She concentrated on her work and took it very seriously. Her entire body exuded a mesmerizing, mature woman aura. Her professional white shirt and black skirt fit her capable, experienced, and elegant manner perfectly. Qin Feng's gaze quickly fell on her towering chest. Han Ying didn't notice all this. She flipped and read through page upon page of the documents. As she flipped through them, a condom suddenly fell out, and it was in strikingly red packaging stating that it was Durex's newest, extremely thin, and explosively powerful model. Qin Feng and Han Ying both stopped. Their gazes simultaneously fell on the item, and they both had different expressions. Time stopped, and the atmosphere froze. Qin Feng, what is this for? A while longer, Han Ying extended her slender jade hands, held up the condom, and covertly glanced at it. Though she was already a mature woman, she was occupied with her family business and had high standards. Thus, she never had a boyfriend and naturally never used this thing. This was her first time seeing it up close, so a sense of curiosity arose within her. Here, before him, was the mesmerizing queen of the workplace, wearing a uniform with black silk stockings and curled hair cascading over her shoulders. She held a condom in her jade hand and examined it without restraint right in front of him. Qin Feng's entire body went bad. Ying, I came to talk seriously about work. Why did you pull out a condom? Qin Feng asked with a look of propriety. Han Ying laughed charmingly. She pinched the condom, walked up to Qin Feng, and leaned her shoulder lightly in Qin Feng's arms. Her pair of mesmerizing red phoenix eyes weighed Qin Feng from a close distance. Her breath was like orchids. Young Master Qin, this fell out of the documents you brought over. You aren't trying to play dumb, are you? I've always heard that young Master Qin was uninhibited, hedonistic, dissolute, and licentious. Today I see that these rumors were justifiable. What? You want to play raped by an angel too, the uniform fan? Let me see. You're currently a normal sales representative in Royal Group, and I'm Chairman Qin's assistant. This is too large of a hierarchical disparity. How are you going to convince me to play with you? Han Yingying really didn't think Qin Feng would bring something like this into her office. She knew Qin Feng was extremely perverted, but he had more opportunities to make a move in the Qin manner, and yet he never did anything vulgar. Of course, that's disregarding the stocking and underwear thefts. Now, this brat suddenly expressed this kind of hint in Royal Group. Good thing Han Yingying endured lots of battles, so it was easy for her to calm down quickly. Otherwise, she would really be angered to death by Qin Feng. I did indeed bring this. Qin Feng understood immediately. That brat Wang Chao hid this toy in the documents, in hopes of framing him. Suddenly, Qin Feng didn't know how thankful he was towards Wang Chao. His morals were intact, and he was filled with righteousness, even though Han Yingying allured him from a close distance. However, his mind and body did not mix with a trace of these distracting thoughts. He swore that he only hugged Han Yingying purely to confirm that he was maturing normally and that he was a young and vigorous youth. In order to express his eagerness, he used too much strength and caused Han Yingying to yelp in shock. She felt her chest get squeezed into distortion. Qin Feng, what are you doing? Let go of me. Han Yingying was a bit afraid. The entire time, Han Yingying was here under the guise of liking Qin Feng. She came to study management under Qin Huang and for the Qin family to form an alliance with the Han family. She hated and was disgusted by the young Master Qin Feng, who was rumored to be hedonistic. After interacting with Qin Feng, she found that he wasn't like what outsiders said, but she hadn't reached the stage where she could have that kind of relationship with Qin Feng. At most, Han Yingying did not feel disgusted when her body touched Qin Feng's. At this time, the big and strong Qin Feng hugged her wildly and tightly, and his despicable hands gripped her ass tightly. Han Yingying was so angry that she wanted to eat someone. Qin Feng, if you continue to be like this, I'll get mad. Han Yingying used a lot of effort and struggled in Qin Feng's embrace, but it was futile. Qin Feng spied on Han Yingying's impressive figure for a long time. Before, he worried that she was a poisonous snake, so he didn't want to get too close to her. However, now that her fragrant body was in his embrace, Qin Feng couldn't really control himself. Yingying, I want to conquer you. I want to dominate you. Qin Feng yelled. He felt extremely happy that he was about to move forward for his dreams. You pervert! If you don't let go, I'm going to scream. It was the first time Han Yingying saw Qin Feng lose his mind like this, and she was afraid. Scream then. Even if you scream until your throat is destroyed, no one will save you. Qin Feng reminded her. Even if you scream, too, until your throat is destroyed, he won't come save you. Han Yingying, who was about to scream for someone to come, fell limp. Qin Feng's words made her so angry that she lost the desire to scream for help. Boom! The door to the office was pushed open. In Royal Group, only 2 people dared to enter Han Yingying's office without knocking. One was Qin Feng and the other was Qin Huang. Chapter 174. Chapter 174. Young People Nowadays. Qin Huang was stunned by the scene before him. He looked around him and thought he teleported to an alternate universe. Or did he open the door incorrectly? Qin Feng, what are you doing, you brat? A while later, a low, admonishing voice drifted over. Qin Feng trembled and abruptly came to his senses. He pushed Han Yingying's body away, ran to Qin Huang's side, and even looked anxiously at Qin Huang. Chairman Qin, it's about time you came. If you didn't come, Assistant Han was going to inflict the unwritten rules on me. Qin Feng rubbed his eyes and continued, I'm just a little sales representative delivering documents, and Assistant Han was in high spirits and insisted I stay for tea. I said I don't drink tea, and juice is fine. Then, Assistant Han got mad. She said I heated up her body, and I had to be responsible by taking her clothes off and blowing cool air at her. At the time, I thought this was a little fishy, but I thought about how Assistant Han is part of upper management, so she should be a good and upstanding person. As a result, I found that I was too young and naive. And you saw what happened next, Chairman Qin. Han Ying weighed Qin Feng's performance with her mouth agape. She found that she was unable to get in any words. She strode angrily up to Qin Feng and glared at him. Qin Feng, don't twist the truth. You were clearly the one that wanted to violate me. Startled, Qin Feng hid behind Qin Huang. He pointed at the condom Han Ying still held in her hand and said, Chairman Qin, look. This is the instrument of her crime. Here we have a complete testimony and material evidence. What do you have to say about yourself, Assistant Han? I'm the lowest-leveled employee in Royal Group, so I'm negligible compared to you high-leveled leaders. I do whatever you tell me to, and I never refuse or complain, but this is more than I can bear. As a man of indomitable spirit, I don't need this job. I can be suppressed and retaliated against, but I absolutely won't sell my body or my soul. Go on, fire me now. I'll throw away this job and take back my self-respect. I'll have no complaints or regrets. Qin Huang and Han Ying were stunned. They weighed in astonishment as Qin Feng excitably performed his one-man show. A while later, Han Ying came back to her senses. Uncle Qin, why don't you have Qin Feng learn speech-making or broadcasting and television hosting? I'm serious. Ahem. Qin Huang also came to his senses and awkwardly coughed twice. He glared viciously at Qin Feng. Shut up, you brat. Go sit to that side. After speaking, he looked apologetically at Han Ying and said awkwardly, Ying, put that thing away. It would be bad if other employees saw it. If necessary, you and Qin Feng can continue at night at the villa. I won't mind. Young people nowadays, sheesh. Qin Huang sighed and shook his head as he left the office. Han Ying's fair face was so red that water was about to leak out of it. She glared ruthlessly at Qin Feng and tossed the condom into the trash. Qin Feng, don't leave. I still have things to ask you. When Qin Feng saw that his father left, he also began to slip away. Han Ying got to the door first and shut it. She leaned her back onto it and looked coldly at Qin Feng. You must have heard about the Yu family in Jincheng City. I did. Once this matter was mentioned, Qin Feng became serious. Why? Icy air exuded from Han Ying's entire body, and she looked severely at Qin Feng like she wanted to look into his mind. What do you mean by why? Qin Feng said while casually screwing his head. Qin Feng, you can fool other people, but you can't fool me, because I'm from Jincheng City, and our Han family is really powerful there. I naturally sent people to look into it. I found all of the video recordings of you annihilating the Yu family. After mentioning this truth, a sliver of shock flowed through Han Ying's gaze. She found that she never actually understood Qin Feng. This hedonistic wastrel of a young master was nothing like what was stated in the rumors. Of course, besides the fact that he was really perverted, all the rest was inaccurate gossip. Qin Feng's undisciplined expression finally changed. He didn't wait for Han Ying to react and rushed up to her quickly and abruptly. He extended a hand and wrapped it around Han Ying's beautiful, snow-white and jade-like neck. He stared at her ruthlessly and growled lowly, Where are the recordings? Has anyone else seen them? Qin Feng changed when he wanted to, and changed as quickly as a flash of lightning. Han Ying had just come back to her senses when she felt her throat hurting so much that she couldn't make a sound. She looked at the current Qin Feng with a bit of terror. This was the first time Han Ying saw Qin Feng angry, and it was as frightening as the devil in hell. There was a cold, murderous air all around, and Han Ying felt as though Qin Feng would strangle her to death at any moment. Qin Feng, I'll let go. Han Ying pushed out a large breath and spoke hoarsely. Qin Feng loosened his grip and his emotions stabilized a bit, but he still weighed Han Ying with coldness. He said, "I'm sorry, I was too agitated at first. This relates to a Qin family calamity. I hope you can understand and give me the recordings." The recordings were extremely important to Qin Feng. He killed a lot of people that night, and if it fell into the hands of the police, even the capital's Qin family wouldn't be able to save him. Han Ying had already seen the contents of the recordings, so she naturally knew how important it was to Qin Feng. She thoroughly eliminated the video recordings long ago, and no one else had seen it. She was originally going to ask why Qin Feng annihilated the entire Yu family, but who would have known that he would get so violent? 5 bright red finger marks lingered on Han Ying's neck, and it still ached uncomfortably. Though both of them had their own intentions, they clearly knew that neither were treating the other person honestly. But in any case, they coexisted under one roof and worked in the same company, so they were considered kind of good friends. Could Qin Feng instantly develop intents to kill a good friend? Han Ying shook her head and said with low spirits, "Qin Feng, I've already completely eliminated the recordings, and no one other than me has seen them. If you don't believe me, you can make your move right now." Qin Feng's heart trembled slightly. He looked at Han Ying and the striking red finger marks on her originally fair and delicate neck. He suddenly wrapped Han Ying in his embrace. "I owe you one this time. The next time you encounter any trouble, just come look for me." Han Ying quietly lay in Qin Feng's embrace and didn't resist. She felt a bit wronged and wanted someone to comfort her. She smelled Qin Feng's familiar scent, lowered her head, and her emotions were slowly stabilized. Chapter 175. Chapter 175. Training under intensified circumstances. Qin Feng, can you tell me why? Han Ying quickly re-established a calm demeanor and pushed Qin Feng away lightly. She looked at him and asked, "Why did you rush into the Yu residence on your own and annihilate the entire family?" "Because of Lin Bei." Qin Feng had nothing to hide in front of Han Ying anymore. Han Ying thought for a bit. Lin Bei was that college student that lived in the royal clubhouse. She had just calmed down when her emotions became turbulent once again. It was because of a woman? And you killed off the Yu family without caring whether you lived or died. Han Ying felt as though her brain did not have enough space to process everything. She knew Qin Feng was a dissolute and hedonistic young master, and he only played with women without involving his true emotions. Also, he swayed them out after playing with them, just once. Now, Qin Feng did something so crazy for just one woman. Was this still the young Master Qin that everyone was familiar with? "It's because Lin Bei isn't only a woman, she's my woman. I've promised that if anyone dares to touch my women, I'll kill them without mercy." The current Qin Feng was calm and domineering. Just by sitting there quietly, a golden light shot out of his whole body. Han Ying's heart thumped abruptly, and she felt a surge of jealousy and yearning. She was jealous of this woman Lin Bei who could make Qin Feng single-handedly murder the Yu family for her. She wanted to become Qin Feng's woman so she wouldn't have to be afraid of anything. "I know, don't worry. I won't tell anyone about this." Han Ying was currently filled with hundreds of conflicting emotions. "Then I'll go back first." Qin Feng stood, walked to the door, stopped, and turned to look at Han Ying with a smile. "That's right, Ying. Next time don't make appointments with me in the office. If needed, we'll see each other when we get home." "Qin Feng." Han Ying was so angry that she stomped her foot. Qin Feng already vanished like smoke, and not even his shadow lingered. He returned to the lobby of the sales department and had just put his behind down when he heard Wang Chao's shady voice. Qin Feng, come to my office. He followed behind Wang Chao, and the two walked into the office in succession. Wang Chao shut the door and looked at Qin Feng, who was seated on the table with an odd expression. His gaze flashed with cold resentfulness. Ever since he sent Qin Feng to deliver the documents, Wang Chao kept his eyes pinned to the sales department lobby. He thought that the next time he'd see Qin Feng would be so battered that his nose would be bloody and his face would be swollen beyond recognition. However, he saw Qin Feng return with a spring glow filling his face, so his stomach was filled with fire. Did you take the documents to Assistant Han? Wang Chao looked towards Qin Feng with a cold smile. I did. After seeing how much Wang Chao cared about the documents, Qin Feng was even more certain that this brat shoved the condom into them in hopes of framing him. You did? How is that possible? Wang Chao lost his cool and shouted aloud. He sized up Qin Feng with a strange eeriness. You're certain you delivered them? I really did. Qin Feng had a nonchalant expression and said, If you don't believe me, I'll call Assistant Hanar and you can ask her yourself. Hick, that won't be necessary. It didn't look like Qin Feng was lying, so Wang Chao was even more baffled. Group Leader Wang, you seem to care a lot about the documents. Don't tell me there's something wrong with the reports? You can't frame me. Qin Feng looked at Wang Chao with nervousness. Wang Chao coughed twice. What bullshit are you saying? I checked the reports myself. How could there be any problems? Wang Chao looked like a cat whose tail got stepped on, and he hurriedly explained himself. He thought for a bit, then suddenly hinted. Qin Feng, didn't Assistant Han look at the documents? She did. She looked at them earnestly and flipped through every page. Then, nothing happened. Wang Chao's heart was in his throat. He felt that the development of events were out of the ordinary. Ha! Qin Feng suddenly burst into cold laughter. His cold and vulgar smile gave Wang Chao goosebumps. What are you laughing at? Spit it out. Wang Chao was anxious. Group Leader Wang, Assistant Han told me not to mention it casually. Haven't you noticed that I was in Assistant Han's office for a long time? It was a period of unforgettable passion. Qin Feng patted the stunned Wang Chao and said to him mysteriously, Brother, that's all I can tell you. As for the rest, you can slowly understand it yourself. AI. Assistant Han's long legs are fair and fragrant. I don't know if I'll have another opportunity to kiss them. Even if I had to lose 10 years of my life to do it again, I'd be willing. Qin Feng muttered to himself while walking out of Wang Chao's office. The office was empty, and Wang Chao was the only one left inside. However, Qin Feng's words were like a curse, and they continuously repeated in his brain. It was impossible to get rid of. He began to slowly understand Qin Feng's meaning. Not only did this brat go to Assistant Han's office and come out unscathed, he also stayed there for almost half an hour and returned flushed with success. Could it be that Assistant Han gave him the unwritten rules? Flames arose in Wang Chao's heart when he thought about Han Yingying's explosively hot body and absolutely enchanting beauty. He harshly swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva. Don't tell me, unless Assistant Han is that type of beauty that looks cold and aloof from the outside. But if you get close to her, she presents a different kind of wild passion. Oh no, I have to find time to make hints at her. If she could accept that stinking brat Qin Feng, a handsome and talented man like me would definitely suit her taste. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed by. Qin Feng lay on the work desk. Shut then opened his eyes, and the whole morning was over. Qin Feng, time to eat. Su Ruo Ro harshly stabbed Qin Feng's waist, as if she was taking revenge for Qin Feng licking her thighs in the morning. Qin Feng was awakened by the pain. At this time, all of the employees in the sales department ran to the cafeteria to eat. Qin Feng swept Su Ruo in a tight embrace and glared fiercely at her. Ruo, there's no one in the office right now. I want to press you on my work desk and spank you with my belt, then dominate your body. As he spoke, his hands dishonestly moved all over Su Rua's body. Su Ruo was so scared that she struggled for her life in Qin Feng's embrace, but Qin Feng didn't let go. When he saw that Su Ruo's skirt was about to get pulled down, he suddenly stopped and shook his head. Ruo, I'm about to rape you. Why don't you know how to yell for help? Even if I'm talented and handsome, you can't casually do it with me in the office. Qin Feng found that there were no apparent results in his teachings during this time, and he was currently trying to do a clean sweep of the quests, so he wanted to strengthen his teaching methods toward Su Ruo. Ruo, beginning from tonight, every day after dinner, we're going to have class in your room. We're going to fix your weak personality and your inability to refuse. When Su Ruo found out that Qin Feng wasn't actually becoming a beast and was actually testing out the results of his teachings, she was relieved. She sat in Qin Feng's embrace and stopped struggling. Then she looked at him with a confused expression. Qin Feng, how are you going to teach me? Su Ruo was used to her weak personality and didn't think much of it, but she knew it would always be bad not to know how to refuse. For example, the last time Qin Feng wasn't there, Wang Chao almost violated her in his office. And the last time when she was moving, her landlord almost violated her as well. Thus, Su Ruo went along with Qin Feng's teaching and training. I've prepared a period of strengthened training. Qin Feng looked at Su Ruo with an honorable expression. He placed one hand on her chest and the other on her thigh. Then he said with seriousness, the training involves simulating situations. What does it mean to simulate situations? Su Ruo thought about the contents of the new training and paid no attention to Qin Feng's unscrupulous movements. It means to simulate dangerous situations to get you to learn how to refuse and reject, or even explode. Qin Feng said, dangerous situations? Are you going to hide and suddenly rush out to kill me? Or are you going to set some traps in my room so when I encounter danger, I can react quickly? This young girl had dreams of becoming a beautiful female warrior, and her large, vibrant eyes glowed with excitement. Qin Feng's expression fell, and he shook his head. It's to simulate situations like when a pervert touches your behind on public transportation, when you're walking at night and a hoodlum suddenly rushes out to violate you, when a superior at work mentions the unwritten rules, in the late night when you're sleeping and someone sneaks into your room and climbs into your bed, the time you go on a first date, the stranger drugs your water to make you excited and ties you up, when a bad guy kidnaps your family members or friends and threatens you to take the initiative to cater to him. Qin Feng mentioned all the fantasies he had towards Su Ruo in one breath. Su Ruo stared at Qin Feng stupidly for a good while and then asked weakly, Qin Feng, I don't want to participate in these intensified trainings. Is that all right? No. There was no room for doubt in the answer. Su Ruo felt wronged, and her eyes turned red. She stood up and out of Qin Feng's embrace. She felt as though she was being pressed strongly by someone, but she had no strength or abilities. She knew that if someone bad wanted to do something to her in the middle of the night, she could only wait for that moment to come without having the ability to resist. Yesterday, ever since Qin Feng left the mountain resort and returned to the Qin manor, he never went out. Thus, he chose to use his lunchtime to see Lin Bei and Bai Qing. A couple of days ago in the First People's Hospital, it was Lin Bei taking care of her mother's food and rest like a good child. Now the situation changed and Mother Lin took care of the unconscious Lin Bei. Qin Feng, you're here. When Mother Lin saw Qin Feng come in, she forced a slight smile onto her face. Most of Mother Lin's hair turned white because of Lin Bei's situation. Auntie Lin, has Bei been all right recently? Qin Feng greeted Mother Lin and then sat on the edge of the bed. Lin Bei continued to lie silently in the sunlight. Her lovely face was fair and delicate. She was just as stunning ever, even when ill. She still can't wake up. Mother Lin gave a long sigh, and tears already began to gather at the rims of her eyes. The doctor said to talk to her often and take her outside to get some sun and see the scenery. He said not to treat her like an unconscious human vegetable and to treat her like a normal person instead. That way, her condition might turn around and she might completely wake up. Chapter 176. Chapter 176. Why didn't you wait a bit longer? Auntie Lin, you don't have to worry. Bei is so kind and good that the Heavenly Father will protect her. Qin Feng comforted Mother Lin and said, in the future, whenever I have time, I'll come visit Bei and talk to her about our marvelous college memories. I believe that Bei will be better soon and that Auntie can quickly hear Bei call you Mom. Qin Feng had a better idea of Bei's condition. As long as he broke through to stage for inner qi and cultivated a blood qi pill, she would slowly awaken. However, Qin Feng couldn't tell Mother Lin this. He could only do his best to comfort her with words. Qin Feng, you're such a good person. You aren't that hedonistic young master others claim you are. Before Bei got hurt, I felt out of my mind. I saw that this little girl fell in love. And I didn't think that an ordinary or even poor girl like her would have the courage to like the rich young master of the richest family in Acropolis City. Qin Feng, Bei really loves you. Otherwise, with her personality, she wouldn't have come to this stage. If you really like our Bei, cherish her well. She's a pitiful child. As Mother Lin said this, she burst into tears, stood and ran out of the room. She left the room to Qin Feng and Lin Bei. Qin Feng sat on the side of the bed and helped Lin Bei straighten the mussed hair on her forehead. He took her small and soft hand and said lightly, Bei, I know you can hear me. Don't worry, I'll help you get better very soon, believe me. Once I heal you, I'll take you to the Qin Manor. In the future, I'll have someone take you to and from school. I want to give you the best living conditions, let you dress and eat without worry, and allow you to become a cute and kind little princess. I know you don't care about these material things, but I want you to have a better life. I want you to live every day with happiness. Bei, there's something I've wanted to tell you long ago, but I've delayed it until now. Would you be my woman? For a lifetime. Qin Feng was rarely this attentive and earnest. If those rich young masters of Acropolis City's upper class saw this, they would have thought he took the wrong medicine. He gazed deeply at Lin Bei's face. He wanted to engrave Lin Bei's large eyes, tall nose, cherry mouth, face shape, eyebrows, teeth, pores, every little hair, and every strand of her fine, black, and beautiful hair into his memory. This is his woman. Qin Feng wanted to melt her into his embrace and give his everything to her. Qin Feng loved her. At this moment, he experienced what was called love. He was a hedonistic young master. He was an idler that was unruly and dissolute. Everyone saw him as trash and treated him as a joke people would talk about in private. His name was widespread, but it was not a good name. But who cares? Once a hedonistic young master has love, he's like everyone else. After all, divine and pure love makes everyone the same. There was no money or power, and there definitely were no grades or ranks. There was only eternity, living together until their hair turned white, and living a simple life. Splatter! A glistening tear trickled down and fell on the back on Qin Feng's hand. Lin Bei was still unconscious. She couldn't speak or move, and didn't even nod or smile, but she was moved by Qin Feng and cried tears of happiness. She could hear Qin Feng's every word. She believed in Qin Feng. She believed Qin Feng could heal her. She longed for this moment. When Lin Bei regained consciousness again, she wanted to see Qin Feng right when she opened her eyes, dive into his embrace, hug him tightly and say, I agree. I agree to be your woman for life. Ding. Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for successfully completing the quest of making Lin Bei the host's girlfriend. The system awards you 100 hedonist points. Ding, the hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest. Cultivate a blood chi pill to save and awaken Lin Bei Bei. Quest time limit, 3 months. Successful completion reward, 1,000 hedonist points. Upon failure, Lin Bei Bei will never be able to wake up. The system's announcement resounded, and Qin Feng was filled with hundreds of mixed emotions. He knew that for the system to complete the quest, Lin Bei Bei heard his words for certain, and she agreed to be his woman. Qin Feng lowered his head and lightly kissed Lin Bei Bei's forehead. He said to her with a water-like tenderness, "Bei Bei, don't worry, I'll get you better soon. I'll let you wear beautiful clothes and let you run in the streets like a happy little bird." After leaving the First People's Hospital, Qin Feng rode his 28 bicycle to the Royal Hotel. He ran into the lobby and looked around a couple of times, but he didn't see the lovely figure he longed to see. "Greetings, young Master Qin." A beautiful hostess saw Qin Feng and immediately greeted him. "Have you seen Bai Qing?" Qin Feng asked anxiously. "Young Master Qin, manager Bai left last night." "Left? What do you mean?" Qin Feng's heart clenched, and he was filled with apprehension. "She resigned. Last night she took her luggage and left the hotel." The beautiful hostess seemed to suddenly recall something, and she continued, "Manager Bai left a letter at the front desk when she left. I think she said it was for you, young Master Qin." Qin Feng rushed directly to the front desk and grabbed Bai Qing's letter. When he opened the letter, Bai Qing's fragrance floated out. There was a black piece of paper filled with delicate, pretty, and clean writing. "Qin Feng, after returning from the mountain resort, I thought for an entire afternoon. I have decided to leave you, leave Acropolis, and leave this place where I lived in torment for 5 years due to hatred. In the end, I still cannot convince myself to love you without reservation. Qin Feng, the day after you got me drunk and stole my purity, I opened my eyes to see an empty room and a bright red stain on the bed. I chose to kill myself to end these dirty and unerasable memories. But a cleaning attendant came into the room to clean and saved me when they discovered me lying in a pool of blood. After receiving a second life, I chose to begin a life of revenge, and I crazily made my revenge against you. The funny thing is that after discovering you were the son of the richest man in Acropolis, and I was a weak and gentle girl who had just graduated from high school, I did not know how to begin taking my revenge. Thus, I began to enter society, and I continuously honed myself. In the end, I got into Royal Hotel. I could now interact with you, then harm you. When I weighed you drinking that cup of poison wine in the mountain resort, I thought I would be wildly free and happy. At that moment, I then realized I was very wrong. We can never be. You're still an uninhibited, dissolute, and hedonistic young master, and I still adhere to the concept of being loyal to one person until death. I have not gone home in 5 years, so I want to go back to see my parents and treat this as a vacation for my emotions. Don't look for me. Let us have some quiet time. During that time, you will be clear about how important someone is in your heart. If only you hadn't ran away and left me all alone the morning after that night at the bar, if you stayed by my side, even if you just said one line in comfort and did not take responsibility, I would have been fine. Why did you leave?" The letter was long, and Qin Feng read every word with extreme earnestness. Parts of the letter were crinkled. It was clearly due to the tears Bai Qing dropped while writing the letter. Qin Feng laughed bitterly. In the end, he raced over without researching Bai Qing's old home. His memory slowly became hazy, and he returned to that morning 5 years ago. 5 years ago, Qin Feng was even younger and more vibrant. Besides having brought Zhao Ling Xian breakfast at school, this was his first time buying breakfast for any other woman. To make the breakfast more rich, Qin Feng ran to Acropolis' most famous breakfast shop. He bought 16 different meals, but when he rushed excitedly back to the hotel with his arms full, everything was over. The room was already checked out, and there was no one inside. It was a lower chance than winning the lottery to see a girl like her in the vast ocean of people, develop a relationship with her, and love her upon waking up. This hedonistic young master finally experienced his first love and the hazy happiness that came with it. His heart was filled with a sweetness, but this subtle emotion was like multicolored bubbles that burst upon a touch. Why didn't you wait for me a bit longer before leaving? This is what Qin Feng said to the empty room that year, and this is what he really wanted to say to Bai Qing now as he stood in the lobby of the Royal Hotel. Originally, he came to look for Bai Qing while filled with fervor. He wanted to revive and revisit memories with Bai Qing during lunchtime. However, Bai Qing returned to her old home. Qin Feng felt a bit depressed and returned directly to the Qin manor in preparation of sleeping and forgetting all of these headaches. At Royal Group's employee dining area, Su Ruoro ate her meal alone for the second day. She wasn't quite used to not having Qin Feng with her. After lining up on her own and getting her food, she sat at an empty corner and ate her lunch listlessly. Suddenly, a tall and handsome man sat across from her. He looked at Su Ruoro with a smile. "How do you do, beauty? I'm the gold medal analyst in the finance department, Lin Shuai." Su Ruoro had a bit of an impression of Lin Shuai from the last time Qin Feng caused a ruckus in the lunchroom by kicking down the glass wall between the normal employees and upper management areas. This man stood out and confronted Qin Feng, so Su Ruoro did not have a good impression of him. However, Su Ruoro still couldn't pretend she didn't see Lin Shuai. She didn't shake his extended hand, but she still nodded at him politely before lowering her head, eating and minding her own business. Lin Shuai's hand was suspended midair, and he clearly looked a bit awkward. He quickly retracted his hand, and a coldness passed over his eyes. His original target was Han Ying, but Han Ying was always domineering and fierce. She didn't talk to other employees unless it was about work, and she always expressed a coldness and distance towards male employees in particular. Lin Shuai couldn't obtain Han Ying at the moment, so he moved his battle. He had his eye on the pure jade beauty of the sales department, Su Ruoro, since he saw her at the lunchroom that day. After that, Su Ruoro's slender and young body floated through his mind from time to time. Chapter 177. Chapter 177. Lin Shuai's Bad Intentions. As the gold medal analyst of the finance department, it was understandable that Lin Shuai couldn't take Chairman Qin's assistant, but could he not even take a normal sales representative of the sales department? "Beauty, suddenly sitting here isn't disrupting your meal, is it?" Lin Shuai was a student of great ability that studied abroad in the United States. He didn't learn anything from America, but he learned techniques to pick up girls. These techniques could be summed up in a couple of phrases: pretend to be a gentleman, show status, act rich, and act like a hero. When faced with girls with different personalities, one must express different focal points. For a pure girl who had just graduated from college, like Su Ruoro, he pretended to be a gentleman and emphasized his status. It just so happened that these two were Lin Shuai's forte, and he acted like he had already won in regards to taking Su Ruoro. Su Ruoro lightly shook her head and didn't speak to Lin Shuai. She continued to quietly eat the food in her bowl. "Beauty, I still don't know your name." Lin Shuai already asked around and learned all about Su Ruoro, and he was pretending that he met her by chance. "Su Ruoro." "Haha, this name sounds lovely and refined, just like you." Lin Shuai smiled openly. He picked up a portion of steak from his tray and extended it to her. "Ruoro, I see that you didn't get the steak. You can have my portion." The whole time, Ruoro was occupied with eating with her head lowered. She wanted to eat quickly and then leave, so she didn't notice Lin Shuai's movements. She saw a portion of steak suddenly drop into her bowl and only felt disgust. She didn't feel moved or any sort of warmth. "I have stuff to do, so I'll be leaving first." Su Ruoro pouted her lips and stood up. She would not eat this rice any longer. She then turned to leave. As a veteran in courting girls, Lin Shuai rarely failed. At the moment, he couldn't even take care of a normal sales representative in the sales department. It was like a shadowless hand ruthlessly slapped him twice. His expression changed, and his expression reverted back to a smile as he blocked Su Ruo. Ruo, are you free tonight? I'll drive you to eat authentic German cuisine after work, and then we can go see a movie and go for a spin after. What do you think? A Western meal, movie, and going for a spin. Just thinking about such a beautiful image would make most women nod with excitement. However, Su Ruo wasn't that kind of materialistic woman. Though she was weak, she was intelligent, and she could see through Lin Shuai and his intentions with one glance. I'm sorry, I have to hurry home and get work done tonight, so I don't have time. Su Ruo found that Qin Feng's teachings had some effect. At least now her heart didn't beat as quickly now as it did when she first lied. Haha, that's fine. Then, when the beautiful Ruo has free time, you can come find me. Lin Shuai smiled and didn't continue to press her. Otherwise, that would produce an opposite effect. Lin Shuai's expression dropped more and more as he watched Su Ruo's elegant, graceful, and lovely figure walk further and further into the distance. He suddenly walked up to another table and sat beside a middle-aged man wearing glasses. This man was Wang Chao, and his current favorite ass-kisser, Xiao Zhang, sat across from him. Xiao Zhang was currently in the midst of wild ass-kissery. He made Wang Chao so happy that Wang Chao couldn't conceal his smile. And manager Lin. Once Lin Shuai suddenly sat, Wang Chao put away his smile and greeted Lin Shuai in an attempt to win his favor. Group leader Wang, how have you been? Lin Shuai smiled. Good, I'm doing very well. Normally, this Lin Shuai of the finance department would look down on a little group leader like Wang Chao. Now that he took the initiative to sit with him, Wang Chao asked with a bit of suspicion, Manager Lin, how have you been lately? All right. Lin Shuai smiled openly. Then his expression fell. Hey, I've encountered a little road bump, and I'm afraid I need to ask for your help. Group leader Wang. Wang Chao really couldn't think of what he'd be able to help Lin Shuai with, but he immediately said with all smiles, Manager Lin is looking for my help because you don't look down on me. As long as it is something within my power, I definitely would not back down. Lin Shuai waved his hand and laughed. Group leader Wang is too serious. Actually, it's just a small matter to you. Please speak, Manager Lin. If I can help, I certainly will, Wang Chao said with propriety. Lin Shuai didn't rush to say what the matter was. He glanced at Xiao Zhang, who was sitting across from them, and Wang Chao immediately understood. He said to Xiao Zhang, if you're done eating, hurry back to work. It's almost the end of the month, and we have to quickly finish up the performance reports for the employees in the sales department. As an ass-kisser, Xiao Zhang's had very good awareness. Though he hadn't eaten 2 bites of his food, he immediately rose and smilingly took his leave. Group leader Wang is right. Then I'll go work hard. I hope the 2 of you enjoy your meal. Only after seeing that Xiao Zhang walked very far away, Lin Shuai said lowly, Group leader Wang, that Su Ruo is an employee from your sales department, right? Wang Chao's expression shifted slightly, and he instantly understood Lin Shuai's meaning. It seemed that even people from the finance department had their sights on Su Ruo. They were clearly fighting with Wang Chao for a delicacy. Though he was a bit angry internally due to Lin Shuai's status, he could only say with a jolly smile, Manager Lin, Su Ruo is a part of our sales department, and she also reports to me. Lin Shuai's eyes brightened. It seemed that he found the right person. He immediately said, Group leader Wang, what is this Su Ruo's situation in the sales department? I mean her living condition. Do you get what I mean? I understand, of course I understand. Wang Chao's face was filled with a vulgar smile. He said, Manager Lin, Su Ruo has good inherent qualities. She keeps herself fresh and pure, and is not good at expressing herself. But After speaking up to that point, Wang Chao paused. Since Lin Shuai also wanted to hit on Su Ruoro, Wang Chao didn't mind pitting this opponent against Qin Feng so they could fight to the death. But what? Lin Shuai asked anxiously. He liked Su Ruoro more and more. After all, maybe this girl was a young bird. She was so beautiful and her body was so seductive. Who wouldn't want to get on her? But Su Ruoro is pretty close to that Qin Feng in the sales department. They seem to be a couple since they come to work together often and eat together at lunch. Hey, that girl Su Ruoro is so intelligent, obedient, and beautiful. I think she would make a good ma with you, Manager Lin. It would be a ma made in heaven between a talented man and a beautiful woman. Who knows what this girl is thinking for hanging out with someone with no future like Qin Feng? In her position, an even purer lotus would be tainted. While speaking, Wang Chao purposely peeked at Lin Shuai's expression to find a shade of cold hatred flash through his face. Wang Chao felt extremely good about himself. Lin Shuai fell quiet for an instant, then said calmly, "Group Leader Wang, to be honest, I've always treated you as a good friend, so there's no need to keep anything from you. I've taken a liking to Su Ruoro, and like you said, how could we let a beast like Qin Feng pollute such a good lady like Ruoro? I hope Group Leader Wang can help me win Ruoro as soon as possible." Chapter 178. Chapter 178. The Wronged Su Ruoro. Wang Chao's heart dropped. This Lin Shuai really did want to pick up Su Ruoro. He continued with a face full of smiles and said, That's right, that's right. Naturally, I'd help Manager Lin with something as small as this. But how do you want me to help? Group Leader Wang, what do you think about this? Lin Shuai smiled with confidence. Beginning from today, just intentionally cause problems for Su Ruoro and give her more projects to make it more difficult for her. After a while, Su Ruoro definitely won't be able to take it. Then, covertly remind her that she has to form connections in the workplace. If she knew people in upper management in Royal Hotel, her days would certainly be easy and happy. The best would be to bring up me as a commendable candidate, so Su Ruoro would feel that her life in Royal Group would be easy if she got on my good side. Then, after time passes, I believe that I won't need to look for her, and she'd deliver herself to my doorstep. Lin Shuai's idea was pretty good. After hearing it, Wang Chao even regretted not using this idea to pressure Su Ruoro and force her to submit. Very well, Manager Lin. Your head is pretty good to be able to think of such a good idea. Wang Chao praised him insincerely. Lin Shuai laughed and felt good about himself. Haha, then I'll be troubling you in the future, Group Leader Wang. If you're free this weekend, I'll treat you to some golf. Haha, Manager Lin is too polite. These small matters aren't worth mentioning. Wang Chao and Manager Lin chatted for the whole lunchtime, and they chatted in collusion very happily. Once Wang Chao stepped into his office, he used the office phone to call Su Ruoro into his office. Group Leader Wang, you were looking for me? Su Ruoro arrived in Wang Chao's office. Ever since that time Wang Chao clearly expressed his vulgar conduct, Su Ruoro had kept her distance from him. Now, when standing in his office, she stood over a meter away from his desk. Wang Chao's face fell. He yelled at Su Ruoro, "Why are you standing so far away? Am I going to eat you? Stand closer, so talking to you won't be such an effort." Su Ruoro felt wronged. She pouted her lips and walked closer. Wang Chao harshly threw a stack of sales reports on the desk, leaned on his chair, propped both legs on the work desk, and coldly sized up Su Ruoro. "Su Ruoro, what did you do this month? The month is almost over, and you haven't taken a single large project. All of them are small, sesame seed-sized projects. Do you not want to work anymore?" Wang Chao's sudden burst of anger made Su Ruoro jump in fright. She immediately waved her arms and said anxiously, "No, Group Leader Wang, that's not it. I began working in the middle of last month, and it's only been a little over a month now. I don't know that many customers, but I'm working hard to dig up some hidden clientele. I hope group leader Wang will give me some more time. Don't fire me for real. To tell the truth, it was extremely normal for a new employee like Su Ruo Ro not to have great results during the first month. At least Su Ruo Ro had some small projects. She was considered the newbie with the best performance, so it was clear that Wang Chao was looking to make things difficult. Give you more time? Wang Chao harshly slapped the table and yelled fiercely, "You think the company is a charity? If I give you another day, that's another day's worth of pay. You think time isn't money? How could there be so much time for you to waste? The Royal Group is the most outstanding company from Acropolis City. It's even famous and celebrated in Yun Province. There are so many people lining up to work here. Do you think opportunities don't need money?" "Oh, Su Ruoro, what do you want me to say? You're a girl who has just graduated from college, so you should focus on work. Don't go around partaking in some office romance all day. Do you think I'm blind? Royal Group forbids office romances, and once they're discovered, you'll be terminated immediately." Wang Chao's yelling got louder, scaring Su Ruoro into taking 2 steps back involuntarily. "Group leader Wang, I am not dating." Su Ruoro lowered her head and spoke cautiously. "Bullshit." Wang Chao became even more agitated. "You hang around that Qin Feng all day. Just you wait, that brat's month was worse than yours. Until now, he hasn't even made a cent. At the end of the month, I think he's going to be fired. At that time, you can leave with him." Su Ruoro became afraid. It wasn't easy for her to get into Royal Group using her education and abilities. She could not get fired. She relied on herself for a good number of years already, and if she lost her job, she wouldn't be able to feed herself. "Group leader Wang, I am just friends with Qin Feng. We aren't boyfriend and girlfriend." Su Ruoro added quietly, "And Qin Feng is actually pretty hardworking. I hope group leader Wang doesn't fire us. Look at this, look at this. And you said there was nothing going on between the two of you." Wang Chao got up from the chair and arrived before Su Ruoro. He pointed at her and said, "You're now beyond salvation, and you're even defending that brat Qin Feng. All right, I don't have time to talk to you about nonsense. The end of the month is coming, and every end of the month the sales department has a performance review. I have the power to terminate the person at the bottom of the list. You do what you need to. Also, if I see you and Qin Feng whisper sweet nothings to one another in the office, I'll immediately report it to upper management, and you too will have to fucking leave." After getting ruthlessly scolded by Wang Chao, Su Ruoro walked out of the office, and her mood dropped to the depths of the valley. She felt that she was hardworking enough, and she and Qin Feng were just friends. Though Qin Feng always took advantage of her, at least she never thought about liking or loving him. She never thought about wanting to date. She had just come into society and almost couldn't feed herself. Plus, there were also some family matters pressing down on her. She didn't know what to do anymore. Su Ruoro sat in front of her own work desk and stared at the empty desk across from her in a daze. She felt wrong, very wronged. Qin Feng slept extremely well, because he lay on the balcony under a parasol and slept in the nude. A light breeze caressed his body like the jade hand of a lover. He leaned drowsily on the chair and found that once he slept, day became night. He was in the midst of recollecting the lovely feeling of sleep when a phone call shattered his delight. "Fuck, who is it?" It was an unfamiliar number, and Qin Feng was really angry. "Young Master Qin, I'm Longhair. You haven't forgotten us 3 brothers, have you?" Once the call connected, a fawning voice passed through the phone. Qin Feng quickly remembered Longhair and his other 2 brothers. The first time he saw them was in the Northern District Sub-Bureau prison. Afterwards, Qin Feng bailed them out of jail, and they helped him take care of Liang Zhanwei's corpse. After that, when Qin Feng and Su Ruoro went to the Vodia department store to collect a debt from Chairman Su, Chairman Su called over the 3 brothers. At the time, Qin Feng had given them a task. He gave them 30,000 yuan to take one of the Wild Wolf Gang's territories within a week, and use that territory as a foundation to take over the entire Wild Wolf Gang in the Northwestern District. Chapter 179. Chapter 179. So you're not called Brother Cat? 10 days had passed since their previous exchange. Qin Feng asked casually, "Are you guys done with the matters I instructed you about?" "Young Master Qin, we completed that long ago." Long Hair's chuckles passed through the phone. "When we got the money, we formed a new power. In 5 days, we took a small territory in the Northern District. These past couple of days, we were just waiting for young Master Qin to find us. But we hadn't gotten any news from you. Originally, we were worried that young Master Qin was a very busy person, and we were worried we'd bother you. But half a month had passed so quickly, so we took the initiative to call you and report the situation." "Where is the new territory you've occupied?" Qin Feng asked directly. "Young Master Qin, it's the Fei Tian Bar, the one on the pedestrian walkway that used to be the most famous in the Northern District." Long Hair said this with a bit of pride. This Fei Tian Bar was the one with the best business in the Northern District. It wasn't easy taking this territory, so this showed that the three brothers were pretty capable. "Okay, then I'll go look." Qin Feng hung up and rode his 28 bicycle to the Fei Tian Bar. Fei Tian Bar was a famous bar on the busiest walkway in the Northern District. When Qin Feng was in high school, he was a frequent customer of this bar. But when he went to college, the quality of his taste became higher, so he went to high-class clubhouses and rarely went to places like bars. It was currently past 9 at night, which was when the bar's business was the best. Qin Feng stood outside the door of the Fei Tian Bar. He realized how popular the bar was when he saw the endless stream of people coming and going. When he walked into the Fei Tian Bar, he was struck by deafening music, garish, head-shaking lights, and men and women wildly flipping their hair and twisting their bodies. Qin Feng felt as though he had returned to high school. Back then, right after school ended, he wouldn't go home. Instead, he went straight to the bar. It was also the bar where he met Bai Qing that time. The corner of Qin Feng's lips quirked. He felt that this bar wasn't bad. He first strolled around the bar and weighed the flow of customers and the bar's decorations. The bar was unordinarily bustling, and the decorations had changed from before. They were more modern. This territory was clearly a vital one for the Wild Wolf Gang. Who would have known that Long Hair and his brothers would be able to take it in a week? Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction. "Stinking woman, it's your luck that your elder wants to pick you up and you're fucking evading me? What the hell are you looking down on me?" Qin Feng was in the midst of examining the bar's condition when a yell came from behind him. He turned to look and saw 5 large, bare-armed men with tattoos surrounding a girl and causing a ruckus. The girl wore a clean and simple white tracksuit. Her hair was tied into a little ponytail on the back of her head, revealing her clean and attractive forehead. They say that the most effective way to test a beauty is through a simple ponytail that reveals the forehead. This beauty before him was clearly a natural beauty with no bad angles. She looked to be a college student and was brimming with youth and vigor. At the moment, even though she stood in the middle of a large group of hoodlums, she didn't look too nervous. She just looked coldly at these good-for-nothings and said clearly, "That's right, your mother is fucking looking down on you. What are you going to fucking do about it?" Once she opened her mouth, Qin Feng's mouth suddenly quirked and he almost stumbled and fell to the ground. So you really can't judge people by their appearances. This was fucking too large of a difference. Bang! Amongst the 5 bare-armed and tattooed men, a man who had a tattoo that looked both like a tiger and a cat roughly grabbed an empty beer bottle on the table. The bottle immediately shattered and a fair amount of glass shards flew out. He held the sharp end of the bottle, pointed it at the young beauty, and said maliciously, "Fuck, you stinking woman. If you don't obediently lick your elder's body today, then I'll screw up your face so you fucking turn into a ghost." The young beauty was so angry that her face darkened. She clenched her small pink fists and said coldly, "Don't be fucking delusional and fuck off. Your elder likes the ones with strong personalities like you. If you don't want to take the initiative, then your elder will use force today." The tiger-tattooed man was already angry. He extended his arm to slap the young beauty. But his slap didn't make an impact, and a crisp slap resounded off his face. This young beauty wasn't only savage when cursing at people. She was just as quick, accurate, and ruthless at hitting people. She didn't wait for the tiger-tattooed man to come to his senses and sent over a second slap. Slap! Though her lily-white hand was slender and fragrant, the slap still hurt quite a lot. The tiger-tattooed man immediately gave a strange cry and came back to his senses. "Fuck! All of your attack her! Tear off all of this buy's clothes! Throw her onto the dance floor, and let all the men feel her up." These 5 men were angry, but the young beauty was angrier. She took the broken beer bottle from the tiger-tattooed man's hand and stabbed it into his stomach without hesitation. Fresh blood instantly flowed out and formed a pool. In order to show off, this dunce didn't wear a top. Now he was taught a bloody lesson. "Ah, Bibai, how dare you stab your elder? Hurry, attack, kill her. I can't do it anymore. I'm about to die." That tiger-tattooed man was so frightened to death by the stab. He covered his stomach and squatted motionlessly on the ground. The remaining 4 brothers immediately rushed over. One of the hoodlums kicked the young beauty's stomach. She was a thin and weak girl, so she directly fell off the platform and landed at Qin Feng's feet. The 4 men quickly caught up to her. The young beauty hid behind Qin Feng and looked at the 4 people in alarm. When the 4 moved, the young beauty moved as well. When the 4 circled Qin Feng, so did she. It felt like a game of eagle-kind little chicks. Qin Feng really wanted to ask them if they ever asked him how he felt. "Fuck! Get out of the way, you brat! Move to the side!" One of them yelled angrily. After chasing the young beauty for half a day, these people vented their anger on Qin Feng. One of them threw a punch at Qin Feng's face. Bang! There was a dull sound, and Qin Feng stood there casually and upright like before. Meanwhile, the man who wanted to hit Qin Feng already flew away and lay beside the tiger-tattooed man. He was in so much pain that he wailed like a ghost and howled like a wolf. The remaining 3 that were about to rush forward stopped abruptly and looked at Qin Feng with terror. They looked as though they had seen a strange monster. They were not even a meter away from Qin Feng. Yet even at this close of a distance, they didn't see how Qin Feng made his move. He was as fast as lightning, and his moves were very simple. A fist went out and came back in less than a second and knocked over a grown man. "Why, you brat, don't fucking cause trouble. We're all just getting along in society. Why you hurry and fuck off?" The 3 stared blankly for a while, but they pretended to be calm and glared at Qin Feng in a lofty manner. "I'm not meddling, I'm just standing here. I haven't even moved," Qin Feng said with a wronged expression. The 3 looked at one another, and their expressions turned cold. They brandished their fists and pounded at Qin Feng again. They believed that Qin Feng hadn't moved because they really hadn't seen him move. It was no longer important how that brat Apao was sent flying. "Brat, I'll let you fucking stand there as a hindrance. Your elder..." Bang! Another person hooted at Qin Feng. He hadn't finished speaking and was directly sent flying. He landed between the tiger-tattooed man and Apao. This time, even if the remaining 2 people were stupider, they'd understand that Qin Feng hit these people. Though they still didn't see Qin Feng move. They didn't dare give Qin Feng a lesson. They felt as though Qin Feng was a devil that knew magic and that he could just stand there and use his thoughts to hit people. "Fuck! What are you guys doing here? Where's the woman your elder told you to capture?" The tiger-tattooed man squatted on the ground for a long while, and he suddenly ran up toward Qin Feng. He realized that the glass shards just caused some skin damage. Though it looked like he lost a lot of blood, in actuality he was fine. "Elder brother, we were capturing the girl, but someone came to cause trouble." The only two remaining lackeys said immediately, "Who fucking dared to cause trouble with this elder?" The tiger-tattooed man patted his stomach grandly. He suddenly patted his wound and immediately bent like a dried shrimp due to the pain. "Cough, cough! W who is looking for trouble? Step out." "It's him," the two lackeys said in unison while pointing at Qin Feng. These people were too dishonest. The two didn't dare make a move, and they shifted the conflict onto their big brother. Wasn't the big brother used to be betrayed? "Stinking brat, are you fucking looking for trouble?" The tiger-tattooed man glared viciously at Qin Feng and pointed at his nose. He asked with bullishness, "Do you know who your elder is?" "You must be Brother Cat," Qin Feng said with seriousness. The tiger-tattooed man was slightly stunned. "Who told you I was Brother Cat?" "There's a huge tattoo of a cat on your arm. Aren't you called Brother Cat?" "A cat? Open your eyes and look clearly. What is your elder's tattoo of?" The tiger-tattooed man was so angry that he wanted to spit blood. After all, Qin Feng wasn't the first one to say his tattoo looked like a large cat. Thus, he specifically brought his brothers to wreck the dog shit tattoo shop and beat up the boss. "Fuck, look fucking closely this time, brat. If you say the wrong thing, your elder will kill you." He clearly got a tiger tattoo, yet people always said it was a cat. The tiger-tattooed man was so angry that he wanted to bite someone. Now he even forgot that Qin Feng was looking for trouble. He wanted to prove that his tattoo was really a fucking tiger. Qin Feng leaned in and lowered his head to look more closely. He said earnestly, "It's not a cat, it's not a cat." So it was Doryman. "Brother Cat, say, you're a grown man. Why would you tattoo Doryman on your arm? You really have interesting taste." The tiger-tattooed man's expression burst into a flower, and the flower immediately withered right after. His face became sinister, and a hate-filled, vengeful fist punched towards Qin Feng. "Fuck, your elder's fucking tattoo is a large." Bang. When the tiger-tattooed man had just gotten to the important part, there was a loud sound. He flew outwards and accurately fell back to the place that he was squatting at before. Chapter 180. Chapter 180. You also think there are a lot of people, right? After completing his punch, Qin Feng looked at the remaining two people. "Your big brother's temper so explosive that he wants to fight after just talking. What is that tattoo on his arm?" It was already the third time these two saw Qin Feng use extraordinary powers. They were so scared that they trembled all over. They immediately said, "Cat, that idiot tattooed a Doryman on his arm." After speaking, the two ran and vanished. Even their boss and brothers slipped away on their own without a care. He got a tattoo of Doryman and thinks he's so great that he can irrationally and randomly start fights with people. That's not even as good as getting a tattoo of Ultraman or the Calabash babies. Qin Feng muttered to himself, "Even the Black Cat detective is even stronger." This little fight barely gained anyone's attention in the bustling bar. There were often fights and tussles here, so everyone was used to it. After cleaning up these hoodlums, Qin Feng was prepared to call Longhair and tell him to come over when something soft and bouncy suddenly touched his arm. He turned to look and saw that the young beauty he just saved was hugging his arm. She looked at him charmingly. "Handsome, can I buy you a drink and sit down to have a chat with you?" The young beauty didn't even give Qin Feng a chance to respond and pulled him to sit in an empty corner. She ordered a case of black beer and began to chat with Qin Feng. "Handsome, whereabouts do you hang around?" The young beauty pulled out a lady cigarette, lit it, took a long puff, and let out a smoke ring. In the smoke, she casually and somewhat languidly leaned on the chair with a charming and alluring expression. She gazed enticingly at Qin Feng. "What's your name?" Qin Feng asked nonchalantly. The beauty stared blankly for a moment and said, Lu Wenjing, what about you? Qin Feng. Qin Feng sized up Lu Wenjing again and said after a while, Your name is just like your appearance. Gentle, quiet, and sunny. But your conduct is a world of difference from your looks and manners. That's right. What do you think of one-night stands? Qin Feng's train of thought changed too quickly. Lu Wenjing was startled again and found that she couldn't control his thoughts. This was a very unlucky thing. She had just seen Qin Feng's skills, though she hadn't seen them very clearly. Lu Wenjing took the initiative to seduce Qin Feng because she knew that Qin Feng was a real expert that reckless fighters and those with flowery moves could not compare to. Lu Wenjing smiled charmingly. She bent over and intentionally revealed a bit of her snow-white chest for Qin Feng to see. If there was a man I took a liking to, I would be glad to do something like this. But too bad I don't have a man I'm interested in. Of course, maybe you're the first one. Really? What about me have you taken a liking to? Qin Feng smiled. Your abilities. Lu Wenjing didn't hide anything. She wanted to get Qin Feng under her control, so she'd have to clear up these matters sooner or later. Can you be more precise? Qin Feng asked. I can see that you have an ordinary aura. You're unafraid of impending death, even when facing attacks from 4 hoodlums, and your abilities are incredible. We didn't even see how you made your move, and you sent the hoodlums crawling. Though it's the first time we've met, my woman's intuition tells me that you must have spent time getting along on the streets, and you've been amazing at it. Currently, in Acropolis, there's been an enormous change in the Wild Wolf Gang in the northwest and the Flying Dragon in the southeast. One group had a problem, and it manifested. One had been pressed by the Qin family so hard that they couldn't breathe. Lu Wenjing talked about consequential matters and then became serious. This is an extremely good opportunity. I've formed the Wen Group, and I'm currently recruiting talent. I sincerely invite you to join. We'll work hard to take Acropolis together. Qin Feng, are you willing to join us? Lu Wenjing licked her bright red lips and gave Qin Feng coquettish glances. Are you a woman? I mean, have you done it with someone before? Qin Feng took the beer glass and played with it as he spoke. Lu Wenjing's face immediately darkened. During this vital time, Qin Feng changed the topic once again. Lu Wenjing felt as though her pants were removed because he suddenly said this. I haven't, Lu Wenjing said with a bit of anger. Then you aren't considered a woman, and you don't have a woman's intuition. So your intuition is inaccurate. Qin Feng took a sip of black beer and said nonchalantly, I've never gotten along in the streets. Lu Wenjing increasingly had the feeling that Qin Feng was hard to deal with, but this further emphasized that he was an expert with ability. People with these kinds of abilities typically had a bit of a temper and personality. These were the people Lu Wenjing had to spend even more effort to obtain. Then I can be your woman. That way I'll have a woman's intuition. Lu Wenjing bent over her body some more, revealing more of the beautiful scenery of her chest. Qin Feng abruptly put down his glass on the table and looked at Lu Wenjing earnestly. He asked when. Lu Wenjing couldn't really follow Qin Feng's train of thought, and she thought about it for a long time before understanding his meaning. She looked tenderly at Qin Feng and said, If you help me take over Acropolis City's underworld, my body will be yours and free for you to enjoy. Huh? Qin Feng laughed lightly and said, You're crazy. After speaking, he was about to stand up and leave when he heard an announcement from the system resound in his head. Ding! The Hedonist Sovereign System has issued a quest. Help Lu Wenjing expand the Wen Group and become the #1 power in Acropolis City's underground. Quest time limit, 3 months. Successful completion reward, 3,000 Hedonist points. Upon failure, the host will lose 3 years of his life. Qin Feng sat down again and looked angrily at Lu Wenjing. He said with a laugh, Miss Wen, I'm very interested in your suggestion. Can we talk about it in detail for a bit? Lu Wenjing looked stupidly at Qin Feng and suddenly wondered if she found a lunatic. She was quiet for a moment, then opened her mouth to speak. Our Wen group currently has around 10 core members. They are powerful and have extraordinary abilities. I believe that if you join, our Wen group will be like a tiger that gained wings and get to the next level. We just need to work hard together, and we will be able to quickly take over Acropolis City's underworld. Miss Wen, if the Wen group has around 10 core members, then how many are there including those in the outer portion of the group? The system suddenly gave out a quest, so Qin Feng couldn't help but pay attention to the Wen group. Lu Wenjing laughed awkwardly. There are a total of 13 people. Including you, we'll have 14 people. 14. You also think there are a lot of people, don't you? Qin Feng's mouth tweed. It seems that all of your members are core members. Lu Wenjing was a bit embarrassed. She smiled charmingly. Ha ha ha, Qin Feng, don't just pay attention to the fact that we currently have very few members. If we really developed, then we'd be high-ranked elders. And in the future, we'll be able to walk sideways through the entire Acropolis. Chapter 181. Chapter 181. Phone group? Are you kidding me? Qin Feng wasn't only able to walk sideways in Acropolis City, he could walk however he wanted to. He shook his head and said, "No, your group is still too weak." Qin Feng wanted to talk to Lu Wenjing about how to expand the Wen group, and Lu Wenjing misunderstood him. She thought he was rejecting her again and said quickly, "Qin Feng, if you're willing to join the Wen group, I can be your girlfriend right now." Qin Feng suddenly became serious and said extremely earnestly, "Didn't I already agree to join the Wen group? I just want to talk about the next steps and the tactics for expansion." Lu Wenjing was briefly shocked, then suddenly smiled charmingly. Right, you did agree. Then I'll tell you about our most recent plans. Our current abilities are comparatively lacking, so we need to take action on the little powers that sprung up most recently, defeat them, and take their power. Once she began talking about the Wen group, Lu Wenjing became earnest. I've done some research recently, and in these past couple of days, there's a newly arisen power called the Phone Group. I believe that since they have just arisen, they don't have that many people. We're preparing to make a move on this group in the next couple of days. Qin Feng, during that time, you'll certainly come help us, right? Then Lu Wenjing added, "If we take down the Phone Group that day, we'll go celebrate at night. After we're done with our celebratory drinks, you can take me anywhere to do anything." "Of course," Qin Feng said firmly. "As a member of the Wen group, this fight has to be loud and clear, so of course I'll participate." Lu Wenjing took the initiative to sit beside Qin Feng at once and naturally hugged his arm. She said, "Dearest, then leave me some way to contact you. When we set off, I'll call you." Qin Feng told her his cell phone number, and Lu Wenjing immediately saved it under Dearest before putting her phone back away. She had a self-satisfied smile and gave Qin Feng a peck on the face as light as a dragonfly touching the water. "Dearest, that was my first kiss. I'll go back and tell everyone about you joining the Wen group to make them happy." After kissing Qin Feng, Lu Wenjing ran away with her face slightly flushed. Qin Feng touched the spot that she kissed and shook his head. He pulled out his phone and called Longhair. Not a minute after hanging up, Longhair appeared by the dance floor of the bar and looked around for someone. Qin Feng took the initiative to walk over. He patted Longhair from behind, and Longhair shouted loudly with excitement when he turned to see Qin Feng. "Young Master Qin, you finally had time to come over. What do you think? Are you satisfied with what we 3 brothers have accomplished?" "Not bad. Keep up the good work," Qin Feng said with a nod. "Don't worry, young Master Qin. We'll continue to work hard." After getting complimented by Qin Feng, Longhair was even more excited. "Young Master Qin, come with me. We'll go talk inside." Longhair brought Qin Feng past a good number of tables. Then they arrived to the innermost private rooms of the bar, and passed through another collection of private rooms. Lastly, they arrived at a secluded little pathway. After getting to the end of the path, he opened a set of imposing red double doors. Inside was a large room that was 100 square meters. The doorway of the room had a red carpet extending tens of meters, and there was a row of youths standing on both sides of it. Each of them had their heads raised, chests puffed, and in high spirits. They were as serious as one would be when receiving a senior official. Wherever Qin Feng went, the two sides would resound with, "Young Master Qin is mighty. The Feng group is mighty. Young Master Qin is mighty. The Feng group is mighty. Young Master Qin is mighty. The Feng group is mighty." Qin Feng walked to the end of the red carpet. It wasn't until then that the bold cheering stopped. However, the sound still echoed through the room. At this time, the Baldian man with the wolf tattoo welcomed Qin Feng with smiles. Taking into account the long-haired man behind Qin Feng, the three brothers were now all present. "Young Master Qin, are you satisfied?" Longhair asked with a happy smile. "Not bad, not bad." Qin Feng furrowed his eyebrows slightly and said, "That's right. What's our newly formed group called? I wasn't really paying attention at first." "Young Master Qin, it's called the Feng group." The man with the wolf tattoo said with a smile, "It's your name, Young Master Qin. It's the word Feng from the phrase Feng Yi. And that's how we got the Feng group. This name isn't bad, I like it." Qin Feng smiled and found that these three brothers were quite dependable. But his smile became stiff halfway. He grabbed the man with the wolf tattoo by the collar and shouted, "What is this group called? Feng group? Are you kidding me?" Qin Feng suddenly thought about Lu Wenjing. The first new power she wanted to deal with was the Feng group. The name Feng group was decided on after a lot of deliberation. It was simple, tyrannical, and didn't lose any elegance. The most important part was that it was also created based on young Master Qin's name. The three thought this name was pretty good, so they were so shocked that they trembled from head to toe now that Qin Feng had randomly become angry. The man with the wolf tattoo, whose collar Qin Feng held, was even more afraid. He said, "Young Master Qin, if you don't like the name, I'll change it immediately. You choose one yourself. Choose whatever you like." Qin Feng had only become agitated because he had just thought of the matter regarding Lu Wenjing and the Feng group. Now that his emotions were stabilized, he let go of the wolf-tattooed man's collar, patted his shoulder, and said, "It's fine, the name is quite good. I was just too moved." The three brothers sighed with relief after hearing Qin Feng's words. This young Master Qin was indeed someone of importance in the upper society. Even his way of expressing excitement was different from everyone else. Qin Feng looked around once. This room that was over 100 square meters was a large office and was considered the Fei Tian Bar's boss's resting room. At the same time, it could be a small base. This was temporarily the Feng group's base in the northern district of Acropolis. The room went through a lot of renovation. It was clear that the dazzling decorations had a lot of class. Qin Feng walked up to the largest work desk and sat in the owner's seat. He spun a bit, looked out the window to see the night view of the northern district's pedestrian walkway, and felt a little bit affected. "Young Master Qin, these office desks were prepared for you. Our Feng group officially started today, and you're a number one big brother. We believe that under your leadership, our Feng group will rise to the heavens like the bar's name, Fei Tian Bar. We took this bar because of its name." Long Hair told Qin Feng smilingly. Qin Feng nodded. He was thinking more about helping Lu Wenjing expand her power and completing the quest. He was quiet for a while, then said to Long Hair, "How many people are in our Feng group?" "Young Master Qin, Baldy, Wolf Tattoo, and I used to be in the Wild Wolf gang, and we didn't have low positions. There were a large group of decent brothers under us, and when they heard that we three brothers were forming a new group and that there was a mysterious boss backing us, a good amount of brothers fled to us. There are currently 33 core members of the phone group. Including the members in the outer circle, there are over 80 people. Currently, we three brothers are focusing on the pedestrian walkway in the Northern District. In these couple of days, we've already scattered a whole section of wild Wolfgang strongholds, so it's our phone group's territory. Longhair told it like it was. Qin Feng hadn't paid attention to what the three brothers were doing for a period of time, so if Longhair didn't take the initiative to call him, he would have forgotten about it. Who knew that after less than half a month the three brothers would build up a considerable force, and even have their own territory? It was evident that these three were remarkably capable. When he thought about Lu Wenjing, his face became serious and deliberated about the first fight against the phone group. The one group only had 13 people, so if there really was a fight, they wouldn't even know how they died. Though Qin Feng had only seen Lu Wenjing once, he found this girl with a strange personality quite interesting. Good thing she met him today. Otherwise, she would have been beaten into a pig head. Young Master Qin, what should we do next? After explaining the phone group's most recent situation, Longhair looked at Qin Feng and inquired. The phone group has just arisen, so a good number of older powers are weighing us. Plus, Acropolis City's powers are in great turmoil, so a lot of them are dividing their territories. Currently, stabilizing our current power is the most important. Then we can quickly enlist soldiers and buy horses to build up our power. Let's not be anxious to take territories right now. Go get some dependable people and stabilize the Northern District's pedestrian walkway. We'll wait to act after accumulating more power. Qin Feng originally didn't have much interest in developing power in the underground, but the system was jealous of his talents and forced him underground, so Qin Feng could only pay attention to this matter. As for the problem of money, if you need more, just ask me any time for some. Qin Feng talked to the three brothers at the Fei Tian bar in detail about the next steps. Then he returned home to the Qin manor. Qin Huang and the two beauties finished eating and returned to their respective rooms. Qin Feng thought about his plan to intensify Su Ruo's training and walked into her room with a smile. The room door opened. Su Ruo wore pink pajamas with cartoons on them and leaned on the headboard of the bed. She held a stack of charts, furrowed her eyebrows, and bit on her pen cap. From time to time, she scribbled something on the chart. She was earnest and focused, so she didn't even know when Qin Feng came through the door. Qin Feng smiled, tiptoed, and arrived beside Su Ruo's bed. He suddenly shouted and pounced at her, pressing Su Ruo beneath his body and onto the bed. "Haha! Your elder came to a mansion today to steal some money and was able to meet such a beauty. Your elder will do you to death tonight." Qin Feng's intensified training had already begun. This time he was acting as a rapist. Su Ruo was almost scared to death when Qin Feng suddenly leapt on the bed. She fought wildly. Then she realized it was Qin Feng, and her heart that had previously jumped to her throat slowly went back to its place. "Qin Feng, what are you doing? You scared me to death." Su Ruo glared at Qin Feng and complained. "Little Bai, don't yell. If you yell for someone, I'll cut up your face." Qin Feng held Su Ruo's hands and pressed down on her thighs to prevent her from moving. He yelled while glaring fiercely at her. Chapter 182. Chapter 182. If you're pretty, you can cut in line. Su Ruo knew that Qin Feng was training her, but she was just reprimanded at work, and Wang Chao had given her a lot of work, so she was about to be anxious to death. She was in no mood to play these kinds of games with Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, let go of me, you're hurting my hands." Qin Feng didn't know what happened at work. He took liberties with Su Ruo while trying to change her weak personality and complete the quest, so he naturally wasn't going to let go. "Shut up! Not only does your elder want your arms to hurt, I also want to make your whole body hurt. If you dare resist or yell for someone, I'll kill you." Qin Feng suddenly and wildly kissed Su Ruo's pretty face, then kissed down to her neck, collar, then her chest. Though there was a layer of pajama in between, the softness and bounciness was still very evident when it touched Qin Feng's mouth. Su Ruoro was so afraid that she began to cry. She was scolded by Wang Chao and bullied by Qin Feng, so she didn't feel an inclination to struggle. She lay on the bed without energy and wailed in despair. Wah! Qin Feng kissed more vigorously and almost forgot his original intentions for doing this. If Su Ruoro's crying didn't interrupt his movements, he would have turned this act into reality. Ruoro, what's wrong? Qin Feng immediately released Su Ruoro's small, soft, and tender arms. The places he previously held were red. He hugged her with a bit of a heartache and wiped her tears. Don't cry. I'm giving you intensified training like I told you this morning at work. Did you forget? Su Ruoro fiercely punched Qin Feng a couple of times to vent and express how wronged she felt. Then, she threw herself into Qin Feng's embrace and cried loudly. She cried for a full 5 minutes. After crying, Su Ruoro's emotions stabilized, and she pulled herself from Qin Feng's embrace. She tilted her head a bit shyly and said, Qin Feng, go back, I need to work. Ruoro, did someone bully you again? Qin Feng's expression turned cold. He knew Su Ruoro was very strong. He was sure she didn't cry because of his prior actions of forcing her. Su Ruoro's heart clenched slightly. She really wanted to tell Qin Feng about Wang Chao bullying her. She really hated that disgusting little person Wang Chao, but after hesitating for a long while, Su Ruoro still gritted her teeth and shook her head. Qin Feng, I'm fine. Go back. When she thought about how Wang Chao was also keeping an eye on Qin Feng, she felt helpless. Su Ruoro didn't want to cause trouble for him again. She understood Qin Feng's personality. If she told him, the next day Qin Feng would go to the office to viciously beat up Wang Chao, and he would definitely be fired from the company. In Su Ruoro's eyes, she and Qin Feng were pitiful people. Though they lived in the Qin Moor and worked at Royal Group, they were just a little attendant and housekeeper. Their connections were not as good as people thought they were. Then rest early, don't work overtime, and have a good sleep. Qin Feng got off the bed and walked towards the door. When he got to the door, Su Ruoro's weak voice drifted over choppily. Qin Feng, in the future, don't make moves on me at work. Do your job. I'm a recent college graduate, and I have to work hard and make money. Don't bother me at work anymore. When Su Ruoro said this, she turned her head and didn't dare to look at Qin Feng. A teardrop gathered at the corner of her eye. She knew that these words would definitely make Qin Feng mad. However, she had no choice. If Wang Chao saw that Qin Feng was too close to her, both she and Qin Feng would be fired. She felt that Qin Feng was a good person and didn't want to harm him. Su Ruoro, do you mean that? Qin Feng suddenly turned and looked coldly at Su Ruoro. This time he was really serious. Su Ruoro nodded and said quietly, We aren't even boyfriend and girlfriend. I actually hate you. Every time you touch my thighs and pinch my face, I feel disgusted. Qin Feng, don't force me anymore. If you continue to touch me at work, I'll move out of the Qin Manor and leave Royal Group. Qin Feng said nothing, and his eyes were completely red. He fiercely shut the door to Su Ruoro's room and returned to his room. After taking a shower, Qin Feng still hadn't calmed down. He treated Su Ruoro like family the whole time. He liked this delicate and obedient good girl, and his sole pleasure at work was having Su Ruoro with him. He thought Su Ruoro was a bit similar to Lin Bei. He even decided that after Lin Bei woke up, he was going to bring Lin Bei to the Qin Manor to be friends with Su Ruoro. He thought these two beautiful sisters would be very happy living together. He really didn't think Su Ruoro would say those kinds of words. He originally thought he was training Su Ruoro for her own good. He thought Su Ruoro internally accepted these changes that were good for her. Qin Feng thought he was really funny. He never forced himself on any woman. This time he seemed to have shattered his principles for some unknown reason. Ding! A QQ notification rang from Qin Feng's phone, and he snapped out of his daze. He picked up his phone and saw the QQ number that added him twice previously. He was about to directly blacklist this person, but he saw their friend request message. Young Master Qin, can you add me? Qin Feng was slightly stunned. In the end, he didn't block this person. Though everyone knew his name in Acropolis, the number of people that knew his personal information, like his cell phone number and his QQ, could be counted on one hand. Who are you? After adding this person as a friend, Qin Feng asked them straightforwardly. At this moment, in a studio apartment in Acropolis, Liu Chen had just finished showering and wore a light purple silk nightgown. She lay comfortably on the bed and dried her wet hair while experimentally sending a friend request to young Master Qin. Her phone suddenly rang. Liu Chen saw that the other person accepted her friend request. She was so excited that she stopped blow-drying her hair. She immediately picked up her phone to reply. Young Master Qin, I'm your admirer. When Qin Feng saw this message, he furrowed his eyebrows and quickly replied, I have too many admirers. The line goes all the way to the southern, heavenly gates. All of the superiors in the company are pursuing me. Get in line at your own convenience. After sending the message, fantasies of Liu Chen's beautiful legs floated through his mind. However, he was bullshitting for a bit at first. His superiors at work weren't interested in him at all. Young Master Qin, I'm a beauty, and I also have a pair of beautiful legs. Can I cut in line? Liu Chen hesitated for a while before gritting her teeth and sending this ambiguous message. Which admirer of mine isn't a beauty? If there's no picture, it's not true. Very quickly a picture was sent. Qin Feng jumped in shock. He was originally playing around with the other person and thought that he'd scare them away after mentioning a revealing picture. Who knew they'd really send over a picture? And it was a picture of exquisite legs. There was warm lighting, a fashionable and simple room, a large bed, and a beauty with a lovely body laying on the bed. The beauty wore a purple silk nightgown. She purposely pulled down the front a bit to show her chest and lifted her skirt a bit. The picture was also taken from below, making the beautiful, soft, fair, slender, and long legs even longer. Qin Feng's eyes were glued to the screen of his cell phone. These beautiful legs are really familiar. After admiring the beautiful legs, he muttered to himself. He quickly compiled and sent a message. No, who knows if you downloaded that off the internet. How about this? Hold a book with a red cover, sit on the bed, and take another picture. Remember, this time you need to reveal your face. If you also look beautiful, I'll consider letting you cut in line. After seeing Qin Feng's message, Liu Chen felt unsettled. She knew that her opportunity had come, but if she didn't take it, she would completely ruin her mother's dreams of marrying her into a rich family. At Liu Chen's age, she didn't long for fairy tale-like love stories anymore, and she definitely wouldn't go back and fantasize that a predestined prince on a white horse would appear before her. Her thoughts were very simple. Find someone that treated her decently and was considerably dependable to marry, have kids with, and spend the rest of her life with. Thus, Liu Chen didn't really care much about who she married. If young Master Qin could take a liking to her and give her the opportunity to join high society, she didn't really care. But if she could make her mother happy and reassured, Liu Chen would do her best to try and pursue it. She stood in front of the window and looked at the night view in a daze for a good while. She gritted her teeth. Since she had a chance, she was determined to give her all. If young Master Qin really didn't take a liking to her, then she could give up and go on with her days smoothly and stably. All in all, it was enough to try one's best. She shut the curtains, turned off the overhead light, and turned on the dim, warm yellow lamp by the bed. Then, she removed the shoulder strap of her purple nightgown and revealed her fragrant shoulders that were as pure and fair as jade. She grabbed her nightgown and tugged gently at it, exposing her entire seductive body. She freely inhaled the fragrant air around her. Liu Chen made a couple of poses, but the pictures gave her a fright. In the end, after flipping through them over and over again, she chose a full body shot where she used her arms to cover her chest. She clenched her teeth and sent it to Qin Feng. Qin Feng waited so long that he was about to sleep. He was already certain that the other person was a fraudster and wanted to angrily blacklist Liu Qin when a new message suddenly came through. Qin Feng had just opened the picture, and he threw his phone in shock. He immediately crawled off the bed, picked up his phone, and examined it closely. It was still that room. The overhead light was off, and an even warmer dusk yellow lamp was on. There was the same woman and the same lovely legs. She held a book with a red cover, as Qin Feng mentioned. This time, the beauty wasn't wearing clothes. Chapter 183. Chapter 183, Golden Assassin Crew. The beauty leaned languidly on a pillow with a seductive pose. There was not a thread on her body, but the vital parts of her chest were covered by her arm that was holding the book. Her legs were crossed, so nothing could be seen, yet it was even more alluring. This time, the beauty's beautiful long legs were shown completely. The attractive, smooth, and flat belly had no excess fat, and her full, small waist was extremely enchanting. One could be sure that this photo was actually taken by a real person, but it was even more enchanting than the photos of beauties that could be downloaded from the internet. The main point was that this kind of captivating picture had both beautiful legs and a beautiful chest. However, Qin Feng's gaze was glued to the woman's charming face and ignored her other enchanting parts. The woman's beauty wasn't a point of importance. The main point was that Qin Feng knew this woman. It was his superior Liu Qin, who he had just been fantasizing about. Qin Feng was fairly interested in Liu Qin. She was an intellectual and beautiful woman. She looked extremely good in professional clothing and would typically wear ornamental, black-rimmed glasses. She was an absolutely enticing white-collar worker. In the past, when Qin Feng wasn't working, he wasn't interested in white-collar workers. Now that he was working and starting as a sales representative, he was extremely interested in these kinds of office romances, especially the kind involving his female superior. Every time he went to Liu Chen's office, he wanted to push her down. However, this superior wasn't really interested in him, and didn't express any hints towards him either. He would have never thought that Liu Chen was actually a woman that was outwardly cold but inwardly passionate. At night, she added him as a friend and sent him alluring pictures. Wait, how did she know about his identity as young Master Qin? It must have been that last time when Sun Yi and Wang Ying came to show off and buy the villa. Maybe the deputy manager of the administrative department, Wang Jun, was too reverent towards him, and Liu Qin found out who he was. Qin Feng muttered to himself and guessed, yes, that must be it. After confirming that the other person was Liu Qin, Qin Feng immediately became interested. He quickly replied, "Not bad, you really are an exquisite beauty. You can cut in line. Why don't you send me a picture where you're not covering your chest?" After sending the picture, Liu Chen waited restlessly for the response. When she saw that young Master Qin had taken a liking to her, she was a bit excited. However, Liu Chen was in a difficult situation when she saw his next request. After hesitating for a while, she said, "Young Master Qin, we just met tonight. It wouldn't be good to move so quickly. Why don't we chat a bit every night from now on to slowly get to know one another? And when the time is ripe, we can meet, eat a meal, and take the next step." Qin Feng was a bit disappointed when he saw this message, but Liu Qin knew his identity. They would see one another frequently in the future at work, so Qin Feng couldn't be too vulgar. "Okay, then rest early, beauty, and I'll see you tomorrow." Qin Feng meant that he would see her at work tomorrow. Liu Qin saw the message and understood it to mean that they would chat again tomorrow night, so she replied, "Good night, young Master Qin. See you tomorrow." Qin Feng and Liu Qin thought about one another and slowly drifted into their dreams. In an abandoned alley in the outskirts of Acropolis, there was a hair-raising, close-quarter fight going on. It was a murderous night where the moon was dark and the winds were high. An elderly man covered in wounds ran for his life. Behind him were 4 big and large men wearing black suits and black sunglasses. The 4 didn't wear sunglasses at night to look cool. The sunglasses were multifunctional and were currently used as night vision goggles. They could see perfectly clearly in this dark night where one couldn't see their hands in front of them. There was nowhere else to run. This old man faced certain death. Who are you people? Why are you chasing and trying to kill me? The old man realized he had nowhere else to run, so he stopped. He panted and looked at the 4 people. You know who you've offended, and you found out about the grudges a long time ago. Be satisfied that you've been alive until now. The leading man in black pulled out a pie-black handgun and aimed it at the old man. The old man fell limp onto the ground like a deflated ball. He wasn't anyone else. He was the Hao family elder who had started the war against the Qin family, Hao Long Tian. Hao Long Tian guessed long ago that these people were sent by the Qin family. It was as the men in black said, the core members of the Hao family had long been eliminated by the Qin family, and Hao Long Tian should be satisfied that he lived until now. He underestimated Qin Feng's abilities and the Qin family's power. He originally thought that even if he couldn't win this fight, and if they fought a life and death struggle with the Qin family, he could at least pull them into a bad situation. However, Hao Long Tian didn't even touch a hair on Qin Feng and Qin Huang's bodies, and the Hao family was already about to be completely annihilated. Bang! There was the sound of gunshots. Hao Long Tian covered his eyes and was prepared to say farewell to his not very satisfactory life. Bang, bang, bang. Then there were another 3 gunshots. Hao Long Tian was immediately roused. He realized that the gunshots weren't fired at him, and he didn't feel the sharp pain of gunshots. The scene before his eyes made Hao Long Tian wide-eyed and slack-jawed. The impossibly large Qin Manor security guards that were standing there all fell into pools of blood. Hao Long Tian didn't even hear the cries around him. He only heard 4 gunshots, and the 4 people all died. This clearly showed the accuracy of the hidden killer's aim. They died with 1 fatal attack, and didn't even have an opportunity to fight back. Who is it? Who's hiding in the shadows? Come out. Hurry and come out. Hao Tianlong's voice trembled as he yelled out. He couldn't be sure whether the other person was a friend or foe. Currently, he was in fear of being killed at any time. Hao Long Tian, correct? Suddenly, a refreshing breeze blew past Hao Long Tian, and someone suddenly appeared. This person was dressed completely in black, and he wore a black mask, so one couldn't see what he looked like. He was like a shadowless spirit in the night that left no traces of itself. So he almost scared Hao Tianlong's heart out. What kind of person are you? What do you want to do? In the face of the man in black, Hao Long Tian had an even more frightened expression. You don't need to know my identity, and more so, you don't need to be afraid I'll harm you. The man's voice was deep. He spoke nonchalantly. Conversely, I'm here to help you. Help you take revenge and eliminate Qin Feng. Once he brought up Qin Feng, the fear in Hao Tianlong's face immediately turned into ruthlessness. He gritted his teeth and said, Sir, if you'd help me kill Qin Feng, then I'll do anything. I won't help you kill him personally. The man in black's voice was dull from start to finish. It didn't carry a sliver of emotion. But I can provide you a way to kill Qin Feng. While speaking, the man in black tossed a golden business card on the ground. There was gold lettering ED into the card in large letters. Golden Assassin Crew. The golden words flashed, and it was even more apparent in the night. This is the #1 assassin group in the country. They only accept gold as compensation, and they've never failed an assignment. You know what to do. Chapter 184. Chapter 184, Multiple Personality Disorder. Hao Long Tian immediately picked up the gold business card. There was a cell phone number on it. So this was clearly the method to contact the murder group. He held the business card tightly in his hands, as if he were bestowed a precious treasure. He immediately lifted his head and said, "Thank you, sir, thank you." After saying half of his sentence, he found that the expert was already gone. He came without a shadow and left without a trace like a ghost. 10 minutes later, in a lone hidden villa in Acropolis, the man in black appeared again. Across from him, an impressive-looking youth lay on a sofa. "Second Prince, I've completed the task as you instructed." That How Long Tian was impossibly thankful to receive the business card. He's sure to deplete all his money to hire the Golden Assassin crew to deal with Qin Feng. The man in black spoke respectfully towards the younger man. The second prince played with a piece of jade, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. He said casually, "Previously, I underestimated Qin Feng's abilities. I don't believe we won't be able to subdue him now that the Golden Assassin crew will be deployed. Uncle Ghost, you kept a close eye on How Long Tian recently. Are there any other developments you'd like to report to me? The Qin family is beginning to have suspicions about my identity. We need to quickly eliminate Qin Feng." The evil smile on the youth's face widened. After arguing with Qin Feng, Su Ruoro didn't ride Qin Feng's 28 bicycle. She squeezed onto public transportation to go to work instead. This made Qin Feng gloomy. Right from the morning, he was unhappy. Qin Feng got to the company earlier than Su Ruoro and looked at her empty seat. He opened his phone and played games unenthusiastically. After playing for 20 minutes, a familiar scent wafted over. Su Ruoro had just arrived at work. Once she sat down on her seat, she began to prepare the materials she needed for today. Recently, she always looked very busy. She didn't raise her head the whole morning. She kept scribbling like her life depended on it and unceasingly called customers on the phone. Since he couldn't pass time by teasing Su Ruoro, the morning was extremely long and slow. With a lot of effort, he made it to the lunch break when Su Ruoro then stood up. She instinctively walked up to Qin Feng and stopped. She was about to call Qin Feng to eat together, but she had just opened her mouth when she looked as though she suddenly realized something. She immediately lowered her head and walked away with a bit of disappointment. Qin Feng didn't think this little girl would really draw such a clear boundary between them. A gloom arose in his heart. At this time, he just so happened to see Liu Qin walk out of her office. Qin Feng immediately followed. He had almost forgotten the outwardly cold and inwardly passionate Liu Qin. "Chen, let's go eat together." Due to last night's flirting, Qin Feng felt much closer to Liu Qin. At this time, he called her by a nickname and pinched her raised bottom. Liu Qin was so shocked that she almost shouted aloud. She looked at Qin Feng with a dark expression. A murderous air filled her lovely eyes, and she shouted coldly, "Qin Feng, what are you doing?" Liu Chen's response was too excitable, and Qin Feng was a little distracted. Last night, didn't she take the initiative to add him, chat with him, and send alluring pictures of herself? Could it be that Liu Qin had multiple personality disorder? She was a cold and arrogant older woman during the day, and a bold maiden when she was lonely at night. "I came to find you to eat together," Qin Feng stated after coming back to his senses. "Are you crazy? Am I close to you? Why would I eat with you?" Liu Qin was so angry that she wanted to die. She looked at Qin Feng like she wanted to hack him into 10,000 pieces. "Qin Feng, don't think that because you're part of the Qin family you can get fresh with everything related to the company. I'll have you know that if you dare to do frivolous things like you just did, I don't care who you are, I'll kick you." After saying these harsh words, Liu Qin walked aggressively far away in anger. The crisp clacks of her high heels on the ground expressed her current angry mood. Qin Feng was stunned still. He suddenly smiled. "Haha, this woman must have some sort of condition like multiple personality disorder." Without Su Ruoro, and with Liu Qin going crazy as well, Qin Feng was in no mood to eat. He just returned to his work desk and continued playing games. Qin Feng found that he had bad luck with the ladies recently. He and Lin Bei Bei confessed to one another, but Lin Bei was a human vegetable. He found his beloved Bai Qing from 5 years ago, yet she returned to her old home. He thought that with Su Rua Ro love would find a way, but even this gal had changed. In the end, he encountered a beautiful superior that was outwardly cold but inwardly passionate, but she had a multiple personality disorder. Qin Feng suddenly felt that his life was difficult and that the heavens were unfair to him. But after declaring this complaint, he was afraid he would be struck dead by lightning, so he quietly rescinded it. Some people like having someone to worry about them. Qin Feng was now extremely anxious, but group leader Wang had an expression of someone flushed with success. He smiled so much that the pockmarks on his face were about to bloom. "Haha, Manager Han, I saw that there was no one here, so you wouldn't mind me sitting here, right?" Wang Chao was eating in the cafeteria and purposely waited until Han Ying arrived before getting his food. After getting his food, Wang Chao arrived beside Han Ying like he was about to ask for her opinion. He already shamelessly sat down. Han Ying's name was spread all over Royal Group. She was beautiful and elegant, and arrived as Chairman Qin's secretary. She was swift and decisive and always put people at a distance, especially the male employees. As a little group leader in the sales department, Wang Chao didn't have the guts to peer at Han Ying's beauty. But this afternoon, Wang Chao sat over fearlessly. He didn't eat the wrong medicine. He was made restless by Qin Feng's previous words and wanted to try for himself. That brat Qin Feng already had a passionate time in Han Ying's office, and I'm over 100 times better than that brat. How wouldn't I gain Assistant Han's attention? This was what Wang Chao currently thought. "Assistant Han, why are you eating so little?" After sitting for a bit, Wang Chao was moved to see that Han Ying didn't shoo him away. He took the initiative to ask, "I know you beauties like to eat less to preserve your figures, but this is bad for your body. Assistant Han, I happen to know a friend that has a gym. How about I help you start a membership card with them after work today?" Han Ying lowered her head and ate her food. The whole time, she didn't look directly at Wang Chao. She was a bit puzzled internally. Had this Wang Chao gotten his head squeezed by a car door in the morning traffic? Why did he take the initiative to run to her and look for unhappiness? "No need," Han Ying said coldly. Since she was at Uncle Qin's company to learn about management, she also had to learn how to manage relationships between superiors and lower-leveled employees. "Oh, Assistant Han, you don't have to be polite with me. We're coworkers. You don't have to reject something so small." Wang Chao almost shouted with joy when Han Ying spoke to him. One of his hands secretly extended into his pants pocket and grabbed the condom he prepared. He hesitated and wondered whether or not he wanted to take it out and toss it at Assistant Han. Chapter 185. Chapter 185. Seaweed Egg Drop Soup. "I have my own gym membership, but thanks for your kind intentions, Group Leader Wang," Han Ying replied emotionlessly. "Assistant Han, it's really a treat for the eyes of us men that a beautiful woman like you with such a beautiful body works hard to exercise and nurture your body." He ate so closely across from this beauty that he could smell her fragrance that wafted towards him. Wang Chao's heartbeat rapidly increased. He felt that his opportunity was slowly ripening. He felt that Assistant Han was really that kind of woman that was cold on the outside but wild on the inside, and he tested Han Ying step by step. Han Ying said nothing because she wanted Wang Chao to leave. "Assistant Han, forgive me for being nosy, but with such a great body, when you're at home at night, do you wear very little clothes and admire yourself in the mirror?" Wang Chao said with a laugh. Han Ying breathed deeply and sat motionlessly in her seat. She was afraid that if she moved, she wouldn't be able to stop beating him up. When Wang Chao noticed that Assistant Han did not respond after he asked that kind of question, he peeked at her and noticed that her face was flushed a bit red. Oh my, Assistant Han was shy. Wang Chao was extremely excited. His words and their implications already made everything evident. Not only did Han Ying not explode, she shyly lowered her head and said nothing. If this wasn't silent admittance, what was it? If he didn't make a move now, then when would he wait until? Wang Chao felt that he was on the brink of obtaining Han Ying. He immediately revealed a fawning smile and continued. Assistant Han, in the deep of the night, when you look at your alluring figure in the mirror, do you have an intense thought and wish there was a man to appreciate it with you and soothe your lonely heart? This was a deep and luxurious speech because Wang Chao practiced it in the mirror at home over 100 times. In order to win over Han Ying, in order to spend a spring night with this exquisite item, he spent a lot of effort. Bang! After saying these passionate code words, Wang Chao clenched his teeth and tossed the condom in his pocket onto the table. He looked at her adoringly and said, Assistant Han, those men are closer than you'd expect. Would Assistant Han be willing to raise your head and admire the bright moon and lower your head to make love? Ha! Han Ying laughed. Wang Chao angered her to death. She didn't know if Wang Chao lost his marbles today, or if water got into his brain. She saw herself as someone extremely intelligent, but her brain didn't currently have the capacity to determine the cause of this situation. Group Leader Wang, do you want to know the answer? Han Ying suddenly looked at Wang Chao with a lovely smile. Wang Chao's little heart jumped to his throat. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and his brain was like a chick pecking at rice. Come here, and I'll whisper it to you. Han Ying beckoned at him with her index finger. Wang Chao felt as though his soul was getting hooked away. He instinctively extended his neck and moved as close as possible to Han Ying's face. He thought to himself, could it be that Assistant Han couldn't hold back anymore and wanted to French kiss with me? Wang Chao felt unprepared and smiled bashfully. Crash! Suddenly, a still-hot bowl of seaweed egg drop soup, including its metal bowl, knocked into Wang Chao's head. He was still imagining whether Han Ying's fragrant tongue was sweet and whether or not it would have a milky fragrance when he felt a wave of heat splash onto his head. It hurt so much that he jumped up. Fuck, what the hell? It's burning me to death. Now that the employee cafeteria was no longer split up, there were both lower-leveled employees and upper management among the eating spectators. They all had their attention captured by Wang Chao's pitiful cry that sounded like a pig getting slaughtered. When they saw Wang Chao wearing a metal bowl and jumping around like a monkey, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Group Leader Wang, quickly get that metal bowl off your head. The ass-kisser Xiao Zhang was in the crowd, and he quickly gave Wang Chao a reminder. Only then did Wang Chao realize that Assistant Han tossed a soup bowl on his head. He quickly knocked the bowl off his head and found that this caused a larger amount of laughter to erupt. This was a bowl of seaweed egg drop soup, so after the metal bowl was removed, Wang Chao's head dangled with slivers of seaweed and egg, and soup dripped off his head as well. The image was too grotesque. It looked like someone vomited on his head. All of those that saw this scene lost their appetite. Pervert! A mere bowl of seaweed egg drop soup was clearly inadequate in quelling Han Ying's anger. She also flung her half-eaten bowl of rice onto Wang Chao's face in front of everyone. Then, she confidently stomped out of the employee cafeteria in her red high heels. Once Han Ying left, the cafeteria immediately erupted. A lot of employees didn't dare gossip while she was sitting there earlier, but now they all deliberated and guessed at what Wang Chao did to Han Ying to have been treated in this dehumanized way. Wang Chao's entire white shirt was filled with oil stains, and there were slivers of egg and seaweed on his head, plastering the bits of hair he had onto his head. He looked very sloppy, and a couple of flies were already circling his head. He was confused for a long while before he regained his senses. Once he did, his first course of action was to immediately put the condom away. He was completely splashed awake by the seaweed egg drop soup. He gritted his teeth and yelled, "Qin Feng, you dared to mess with your elder? You will not fucking die peacefully." The matter regarding Wang Chao getting splashed spread through Royal Group the entire afternoon. His fame instantly swelled and caught up to Qin Feng's. He was about to become more famous than Qin Feng. Everyone had only heard of getting covered with a bowl of shit in the head, and it was their first time seeing someone get covered with seaweed egg drop soup and a metal bowl. Thus, they gave Wang Chao a new name, Seaweed Egg Bowl Man. Qin Feng slept until the end of the workday, and when he woke up, he heard everyone talking about this news. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth quirked up. He knew Wang Chao would look for Han Ying, and he didn't think Han Ying's temper was actually so explosive. It seems that he was pretty lucky Han Ying didn't viciously beat him up the last time he brought that condom to her office. After work, Su Ruoro squeezed onto the bus to go home. During dinner, Su Ruoro didn't speak. She lowered her head and ate. Han Ying must have still been angry about the Wang Chao incident, and her expression was dark. This meal was spiritless. After Qin Feng was done eating, he ran back to his own room. He had just laid on his bed after showering when his cell phone rang. He opened it to see a QQ notification from Li Yuqin. "Young Master Qin, are you asleep?" Qin Feng thought about how he had just briefly touched Li Yuqin's behind at work, and she got so fired up. Well, at night, she took the initiative to chat him up. Qin Feng really didn't understand what this woman was thinking. "Is something the matter?" Qin Feng replied with some anger. "Nothing really, I'm just too bored on my own at night, so I wanted to chat with you, young Master Qin." "What is there to talk about? Your attitude today was extremely disappointing," Qin Feng said indignantly. When Li Yuqin received Qin Feng's message, she was stunned for a long moment before she understood. She got young Master Qin's QQ through Su Ruoro, and also learned from Su Ruoro that Qin Feng and Su Ruoro were Qin household members. She knew she hadn't really done anything to offend young Master Qin, so young Master Qin could only suddenly get mad because Qin Feng must have told him about when he touched her behind today. Once Li Yuqin thought about that perverted Qin Feng, she was so angry that she gritted her teeth. And this brat even ran to tell young Master Qin about it? However, she couldn't understand something. Did young Master Qin not mind that Qin Feng touched her ass? "Young Master Qin, don't you think what he did was unacceptable?" Li Yuqin replied with a bit of anger. After seeing Li Yuqin's message, he felt that her wording was faulty. However, Qin Feng didn't care. He said earnestly, "How is that considered unacceptable? Didn't you say you always admired me and wanted to cut in line? Then you should support these actions and even take the initiative to cooperate with them. How could you say that this behavior is unacceptable? You really disappoint me." After seeing young Master Qin's message, Li Yuqin felt that her brain had run out of space. She couldn't guess what young Master Qin was thinking that he'd let someone else play with her, and he even encouraged her to take the initiative to seduce and play along with Qin Feng. She suddenly felt that young Master Qin was a bit abnormal, and a terrifying idea popped into her head. Young Master Qin was so dissolute and hedonistic, so he clearly wasn't lacking in women. Could it be that he had long gotten tired of playing one-on-one and wanted to have a threesome? Or did he want to play with her with another man? After thinking about it, Li Yuqin trembled. She currently could not accept such a disgusting thing. Originally, for her mother's sake, she put down her self-respect to seduce young Master Qin. But this was already Li Yuqin's limit. She couldn't accept having a complicated relationship with two men. "Young Master Qin, I don't know about that." A while later, Li Yuqin responded carefully. "What's wrong with that? You said yourself that you wanted to cut in line, and now that I've provided you the opportunity, you're using all sorts of excuses." Qin Feng was now certain that Li Yuqin must be so stressed out at work that she contracted a serious multiple personality disorder. Not only did she have completely different personalities during the day and night, her personality at night was also split even further into different categories. At one moment, she took the initiative to seduce him, and at another, she said this wasn't good. As a person, one should emphasize honesty. You can't keep going back on your word, said Qin Feng. During the same time, Qin Feng thought Liu Qin had multiple personality disorder. Liu Qin also thought young Master Qin had a couple of screws loose, and it wasn't a light case either. If her mother didn't keep forcing her to marry into a rich family, Liu Chen would hide as far away as possible from this kind of insane and hedonistic young master. She hesitated for a long time before responding. Young Master Qin, let me think about it. After all, this type of behavior is past the limit of my moral baseline. After seeing Liu Chen's message, Qin Feng's mouth tweed. It was just a pinch on the butt. Is it really that big of a deal? Last night, who was the one that sent seductive photos? Qin Feng directly turned off his phone and laid lethargically on his bed. After experiencing Su Ruarou's distance and Liu Chen's 3 personalities, Qin Feng suddenly wondered if the world was ending.